All right, I guess it's fucking live. I have had a really shitty day, literally. My toilet got plugged, the plunger wouldn't seal well enough. Eventually, I went and tried to get another plunger and got an auger just in case. So that worked, and the dogs are sick, and the puppy pooped all over. And I have 50 million loads of laundry that I'm going to have to do while we do this show. And it's a perfect example of when I wouldn't do a show in the old days, but I'm trying to keep this regular. So for whatever that's worth, consistency, uh, here I am. Now, opening wise, I would talk about this is interchange with Gary. Um, I haven't been talking to Gary that much recent years, and this is kind of why. So, and then I decided, well, okay, to do this and listen to these insults on the mischaracterizations, I need to take this more realistically about how this is working. And there's no reason to be called a dishonest liar and my character maligned by somebody who isn't even trying to represent me as well. And it's the same old thing. I know if I come back at Gary with the kind of shit he does, he's going to go, oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. How disgusting. He calls the woman a cunt or whatever and stanky cunt. Right? It's like, oh, that's terrible if somebody else does it. But me, I don't know. I guess you have a problem. And mommy and daddy always thought, Gary should get away with it or something. And then here you are as an adult and people are still letting you do it. Well, I've admitted why, and that I have, there's positive aspects I like about Gary. I'm willing to look the other way because he obviously does have, anger management problem, but it's, still a guy I think that's a good guy, helps, clean up trails in the springtime, and I think he cares about the world to some degree. But that's pretty big magnanimous attitude on my part, and I think some of that should sometimes come flowing back. And if you think that I'm an asshole or that my ideas lead to negative things, I could take that. But when you're saying things like, oh, I say humans are special so we can eat other animals, no, I say that it's a moral failing to eat animals, one that I happen to have at the moment still. That is not meant to sound like a super strong argument. It's not really an argument in favor at all. And so you could say it's a cop out and a million other things. You could even try to link, yes, it is, Harry. Links down below. It's also should be in chat. So um, you didn't do that though. You tell your viewers, I said, thank to dank to dank. And I can blow it off because I know you know better. I know you'll go deeper into the argument. But you know what? I've realized, Gary, you're doing this on purpose to lie to your own audience. And there doesn't really matter in the bigger picture of things, but I know that's the case because sometimes they wander over to my videos having absolutely no idea what my actual positions are. And sometimes they're open-minded enough that they figure out what they are and they go, geez, I got the wrong idea. And sometimes they are just obtuse and cult-like in, you know, their fanatical belief that, well, I listened to him, so it couldn't be untrue, right? And it occurs to me, you're letting that happen on purpose. And that's uncool. And the only way I could talk to you is to come back, and I will do that with the same kind of approach, but I'm just not that interested in the one particular little swirl in this universe that is why Gary treats the people that talk to him unfairly, why he would lie about their motivations and positions. When basically, if you disagree with you, you're going to say that's because of a character flaw. But I think you're just a hypocrite, and I've had enough of it. So I don't see us as probably being able to have productive conversations because I feel it's me that puts the energy in to trying to maximize the productive moments while you're putting your energy in to make them fall apart, and you don't appreciate the energy you rob from others in those conversations. And so um, I think that's, I think we're at the fail point, right? So, um, so there's that. um, so the title of the thing had to do with, it's like, I think I've been wondering a lot. Well, what? All right. I've been thinking, what would it take for Trump supporters to decide that he had failed or had lied to them? And it might just be nothing. Those Trump supporters they interviewed on CNN and stuff. It's just like, well, when he does it, that's what businessmen are supposed to make money from their businesses. When she does it with her charitable foundation, oh, how crooked. So I have a feeling they'll have excuses for everything. Um, I was just asking a Republican relative, and he's like, "Well, the bottom line is that he just, you know, fulfills the laws of the land right now, in terms of immigration." And like, he has deported more people than Bush did. He's been doing that. It's like, well, yeah, but maybe they're coming back, and who knows? And I don't know. Why didn't I know that? How come I didn't know that? Because you watch Fox News and they don't mention facts. It's like, stop believing what sounds nice and dig into the facts of situations. And they're not going to do that. So yeah, Roe v. Wade's out the window, and you know what? Too bad. I guess there'll be, you won't be able to get an abortion in Mississippi. Well, I'm not going to live there, and maybe there's yet another reason for leaving Mississippi if that bothers you. That's just going to have to be the way it is, because since we can't get people to split the whole country up, the next best thing would be to go some states' rights, and then lucky you don't need a passport to leave Mississippi, so move somewhere else. Yeah, I'll believe that when it's proven true, Harry. I mean, Obama could do so much. He's not doing shit. And that's the whole point. It's like they keep telling us, but we'll put judges that keep Roe v. Wade, but we're going to keep torturing too, people. And we're going to keep spying on every single American. And it's like, you know what? Those are important to me, because if we lost Roe v. Wade, it doesn't mean there's abortion, except for in a state where they democratically make that the case. So that would be sad. I would disagree with it, but I don't think that we have to tell everybody in the world every single way uh, that they're going to live. Just a second. I gotta. All right, hold on. All right, I'm back. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, Harry, it's not dead because the whole industrialized world has national health care. So it's inevitable. We just, we might become a third world nation by not bringing our uh, infrastructure up to 20th century standards. But, America could die. But the idea of national health care, it's not going away. All right. So I Harry's talking about Obamacare. No, well, I don't think they'll even get rid of Obamacare. I think they'll find out it's more popular than they realize. I go through it, and that's the only reason I can be an entrepreneur. Because I had a surgery when I was in my 20s, and it would take tens of thousands of dollars of you know doctors writing letters and stuff to prove that it's okay and he could have health care, and it's just they won't go for it before. So unless there's a don't worry about the pre-existing condition issue, and it doesn't even matter that it was a vein that was leaky, got cauterized, the doctor's like it's 100% cured, and it is, and that'll never happen again, doesn't matter in the so-called free marketplace. So I don't think I'm the only one, but we'll see. It's just the thing is, these people are living in a fantasy land, right? It seems a huge fantasy land, and not just a little bit. Like we all live in a little bit of a fantasy land. You know, we all have our just ideas that what we think the world is, our worldview. But their worldview is so much like they think that Obama's been shipping them up in buses. They don't know what the real immigration numbers are for Mexico. They got the internet, but won't look it up. Don't even know things like, I mean, theoretically, Obama deported so many people so that to have cover on the right wing for not being anti-immigration, yet they still think that he's shipping them up here to vote illegally because they live in such a fantasy land. Thus, it won't matter whatever Trump does. We're in this Orwellian world where they can do their doublethink, right? So they're the biggest anti-Russian people. They were hiring Sovietologists in W's administration. And now, well, that doesn't matter. Now it's a big deal that at least Hillary's trying to get in the face of the Russians. Well, I thought you were worried that those guys are wimps and wouldn't do that. No, now we're worried about World War III and stuff. But if Trump does it, it'll be like, oh, but that was the right time to do. I mean, it's just like no matter what happens, they're like, oh, I know how to fill in the blanks and make it so that, I'll never admit I was wrong or really care about getting the things I say we want to get. And when we don't get it, you guys are still here so we can blame you. All right, everybody. Um, I'm kind of pissed off. I had a difficult day just because of the kinds of stuff I had to deal with. And so I haven't really spent some time just relaxing and whatnot because the shit just started early on. And so I don't really feel like I want to do much of a monologue. I have programming and things, and that might feel more productive. The thing is, I've always taken this hobby since I was just, typing on bulletin boards at 13, 35 years ago. that, it was to take lightly, and it was for my hobby. It's not a responsibility. You don't have to go and make sure things are produced a certain way. Just, you have to keep it enjoyable. You have to be somewhat proud of what you said, but that's mostly just not, being too big of an asshole that you can't apologize. Or, if you did say something that was an asshole, at least it's honest. So just be honest. It's fairly straightforward to meet that standard. And I thought, well, I'd like to turn the page on this. I do actually believe that, the public conversation is important, but in order to be humble and take it lightly, it's like I'm not necessarily an important part of it, in the sense that I'm just one of these tadpoles in a whole pond. And it's the fact that there's all the conversation. If I don't do it, but then again, other people don't have my position. And I think people are so tremendously uninformed about things like how statistics work, what the real history of the world is, what things are coming down the pike that are promising, the role of energy in our economy and world, the role of war as it relates to all kinds of objectification of people as resources. So anyway, so I haven't really turned that page, or tried to turn it really. Um, I've just been thinking about it, mulling it over. The little tiny sign I thought was, well, I have this hangout. This is the time I have it. I'll try to always at least, have it. Because again, my traditional thing is like, other people might have a hangout, like Gary Stickham rooms. I used to go to them every once in a while when I wanted to. When I didn't, I did something else. If I felt like, or I'd go in there and I'd program while I listened, and made up my mind through a multitasking approach. Running yourself is work. I always did appreciate that Gary put that work in. So I figured, but it's not really work. It's just a matter of, and also I do appreciate other people when they do things on a regular time. Then you get a cross section instead of getting the person's mood that relates to when they're into making a video message or communicating. You get a little bit of a cross section. So for example, today, if after a guy has to fucking wash a shit ton of laundry and had to go, tried to plunge unsuccessfully the shittiest toilet ever, and then had to screw down with an auger, and then had to clean up all the fucking mess that's a result of all that. It's kind of a cross section where I guess you could see behind, this is not a mood that I normally would make a video in. Right. On the other hand, I am making videos now that I'm working. I have a little bit of time to grab and make some videos. And, I used to make an average of, 5-7 minute video a day. And really, I'd make a batch of 2 or 3 of them every 2 or 3 days. And I like that pace. I miss it, trying to work. I'm in this working stage, still dealing with, oh, you should go relax and have fun. We want you to go down on this vacation we're doing. And it's like, so I was raised by hippies. I already got guilted out about that. You work too hard my whole life. So fuck that. I need to work hard. Um, but so that's another thing I've been thinking about. So anyway, so it might be a false thing. I've been thinking I should move the time of it or change it or a little bit over it, in the sense that what if we had a hangout where, like, I'm kind of in the mode where I'd rather do a hangout where I use my broadcast software and we all get together on Skype and we play some videotapes and do a show of that style with some of the people from the community of philosophers, street philosophers like we are. And but I'm also just going to ride out the current state of affairs, which is that I have this hangout today. Now, I really don't want to sit here and rack my brain about things that I might talk about, because I could do that, but that's not really the point. And, Gary stuff, it's frustrating because basically, yeah, I've been friendly to Gary. I think of him as a friend. And then I realize he's not just being belligerent in front of all of the, the people that know Gary and me and the positions and people that watch me. He's doing that in front of his own thousands of member subscriber base. He's slandering me in public among people that he knows is not going to get the full story. He has the full story, but he sure as fuck is not going to give the full story. And I think that makes him a bad person. So if I talk to Gary, I have to talk to him as a bad person. And then the only point of that is to analyze the badness of his person, which isn't that special of a kind of badness. The goodness of Gary is the special part. Other than that, he's just a belligerent, calling everybody that disagrees with him typical asshole, like you could find a lot of places. Now, the special part is that when he's not doing that, he can have some insightful thoughts, which might not be insightful, like correct, but it's like, oh, that's an interesting angle. That's light from a different place. It's crazy, can still be, shining light from another. There can be a grain of truth, something feature you see from these other ideas. And not all of his ideas are crazy, but they always generate to that, because even if you agree with him, he'll go to some crazy thing you can't agree with, because I guess the goal really is to malign the character of everybody else so he can feel better about his own character, which he knows he's ape-like. He has all of these problems, so he has to really trash everybody else way down below, and not including the people that are decent to him, but especially the people that have tried to be decent to him. So I feel like I've proved beyond a shadow of a doubt my openness to try to treat with Gary and be decent, and he isn't going for it. So I mean, I would continue the conversation if there was anything more to dig out of it, but I could write a fucking philosophical biography of Gary right now. He doesn't think so, because I would say how he's wrong. He's like, no, if you truly understood it, you'd say how I was right. No, I truly understand you were very wrong about so many things. And I've come to agree with you that even the things we agree on, you're actually wrong about. The way you come at them and how you would do them, you're wrong about them. You're dishonest. You say of an idea of mine that I didn't say it's something we should do right away. You go, well, it's not practical and people aren't for it. But you have a million things. Your physics isn't practical and people aren't for it. Antinatalism isn't practical and people aren't for it. Taxing inheritance tax as the only tax, not supported, not popular. But when you're judging my ideas, top of your brain is, what about this? This is what I always ask about my ideas. No, you don't ask that question about your ideas. You only bring it up because you think another idea could be subject to it. And that's a kind of dishonesty and lying that I happen to know you well enough to know that you're intellectually intelligent enough to know that. You may or may not know it consciously, but I would say, you pretty much have to know it subconsciously, which means that you're playing little tricks on your own brain to be a big fat asshole. And then when somebody calls you a liar back, you're like, well, that's rude. That's disgusting. People should not treat each other like that. And who in the fucking world actually thinks that that makes sense coming from your mouth? Right? Because the people, your fans that think it's fine, it's just because, like all hypocrites, it's terrible to kill children unless it's our enemy's children. But when it's our children, it's absolutely bad. No one should ever do that. It's just like the thing that the Republicans, they're pretending to be so upset about pay for play in this charitable foundation. And they also got rich and they get paid a lot for speeches, like all presidents. Bill Clinton can pull a 6-figure speaking fee. So can George Bush. And, but when it's Trump's business, it's like, well, you're just trying to throw things. Of course, people go to his hotels. The beautiful thing is that it will be possible for somebody to prosecute Trump if he doesn't sell the Trump businesses, because the emolument clause in the Constitution, it's not even an amendment, it's right there in Article 1, and it leaves it to the discretion of it has been left to the discretion of the president not to break that clause. There's no preemptory rules on what he has to do to make sure not to break those clauses, but it's very clear that foreign national governments cannot give you any money, gifts, titles of office. So even diplomats going to DC and staying at the Trump Hotel can be prosecuted. And if people go, but he just has a business. Yeah, that's the whole point of the emolument clause. It's not a simple way around it. Like, oh, but I've got an LLC. They'll give the money to it. No, that money, then you own that. That's not like lawyers and judges can't figure that out. No, the power of the presidency, he might get away with it. We have a tradition of letting the presidents rip off the country. But if any of his enemies need fodder, it's not going to be a fake murder of Vince Foster where they killed him in his office and dragged him to the park. They're not going to need to get Paula Jones, right? It's going to be deposits into his account from foreign nationals. And they'll go, yeah, but that was for the basketball I was giving him for sale. Won't matter. Not legally. Now, of course, he could still get away with it. Depends on how much he pisses off the other billionaires. The thing is, that's the basic thing. I don't think he can rip off this country any more than the latest, than the billionaires already are doing. The thing is, though, he's going to funnel some of those billions that get ripped off away from the people that currently get them into his friends and his own coffers, which is going to create a kind of Game of Thrones situation where he's going to have a lot of billionaire business and billionaire individual enemies up in the house. He did? Harry said that Obama denied the permit to drill on Standing Rock. He said an environmental study needs to be done first, doing an executive action. Praise God. I've been saying, okay, a bunch of my current anger at Obama has subsided a bit because this is the one thing I thought, look, how easy is it to do that? Then you can help those protesters. And even though you didn't help them, and if Hillary had been elected, you probably wouldn't be doing this. So the fuck what? What kind of political calculation do you need to make? Stop it from happening. You help the water protectors in the meanwhile, and you throw a political problem to Trump. Easy. So, cool. Yeah, I will. And my other computer over here is I had a video game up. Standing Rock. I wonder if the veterans right. So the Army Corps of Engineers. So the Corps spokeswoman, Maria Kelly, said that the administration will not allow the four-state $3.8 billion pipeline to be built under Lake Oahe, a Missouri River reservoir where construction had been on hold. Well, it wasn't really on hold. They kept building right up to the edge. So the veterans came up there. Well, good. That's what he should have done. All right, you guys, if anybody wants to come in here and have a conversation, then we can do it. On the other hand, it's 7 minutes. 7 minutes and I'm closing up shop. Maybe if I didn't have this graph on the screen, but I didn't feel like seeing my face at the corner of my eye. So I'm angry, I'm upset. That would just cause a destructive feedback loop. Up def! I would actually like a conversation. I could probably use that. You know, I am Gary has made me realize that, yeah, I can't go in the direction of trying to still figure out how to talk to Gary. It's like, that's never, I already know how to do that. And the situations where we can't videos back and forth, yeah, There's no reason. He's still going to make his replies to me probably and slander me, and maybe Trump will change the law and I can sue his ass for lying his ass off about me, because I'm not a perfect person, but I try to have good character, treat people decently, and I have failings, which I can admit. That doesn't mean that I should be called a despicable person over ideas I don't even actually have. So, like, saying that my reason for eating meat is because it's fine, because humans are special. That's a little bit different from I was raised eating meat and I still eat meat and I feel it's wrong and I try to stop and I try to change the meat I eat. That's totally different, right? One is, yeah, it's immoral and it's hard to stop. And I could defend myself more than that, because you have fucking Chinese stuff all over your fucking house, and you love the slave labor as far as your words. And I try to avoid that stuff, and I don't want to have to go focus on every video for that kind of thing. So that's over. And yet I also I did realize from doing that, because I do have a long relationship and a kind of a friendship, since I've met him in person, I would even call it, an IRL thing. And I'm fine with that going on. I'm sure it can. We'll run into each other. We could talk to each other, but I don't really want to condone this character assassination of such an extreme and unfair thing, when I realize he actually does have a lot of, I've always felt like when Gary said those things, the people that watch my videos that know who Gary is, well, we know how he is and what's really going on, and his reaction sort of reveals something about himself. But Gary also has a channel with people that just watch his channel, and what they get about the rest of us is just through Gary trashing. And so Gary's actually making it seem like the people on YouTube that really want to talk about philosophical issues, not necessarily because they want to become, to be a full-time paying job, but we have a community of people that are interested in working and talking on these kinds of things. He's making that whole community look bad, because according to his portrayal to his thousands of people audience, we're all a bunch of degenerates. So everybody is a degenerate. And then Gary himself acts like a degenerate the way he's talking about so many things. So his channel is like a channel you could watch to show why talking about philosophies doesn't lead anywhere. So he's kind of destroying the shit, and I can't get wrapped up in that. Right. And I would rather go in this other direction. If people, I'm being told I'm passive aggressive, which maybe is a kind of disingenuousness. Well, maybe it's because I'm not really that interested on your views about immigration. I'm worried about, I know, I've heard it all my whole life. I know you guys are scaredy fucking shitheads about that. Fine. Good for you. I'm not. I don't really want to argue over and over and over and over about that. Right. And what I'm thinking about is far more subtle and kind of poet things. On the one hand, that's one half of the brain probably. And then on the other hand, it's things like graph theory and how graph databases work and why it's really smart, and what's going on with the JavaScript standard, and, are arrow functions useful, or is it just becoming a ridiculous number of options on syntax? Are we going to have WebASM and we can do web page programming in any language? Is that really going to happen? Or, is JavaScript becoming this dominant multi-paradigm language that'll really last? I'm kind of liking it, and I'm focusing my career to beef up that direction. Would that be a bad idea? I don't think so. But, I'm not worried about it actually at all. It's just a part of what goes on. I'm saying I enjoy thinking about it. No, I'm not going off air. If somebody joins, Dynacat loves you. I was just thinking about your cat. Rest in peace. Right? She passed away, and it's like a memorial that's your name. Definitely some of the best persons I've known in my life. Not saying best, better than people I didn't know. But the people that really, pets, great personalities, stand the test of time. True love. So I'm going to go off air if nobody comes in. That's what I'm saying. So because I don't have the energy for a long soliloquy and monologue, but I guess I've done it for 30 minutes now or something. But Only thing I could talk to people in comments, but basically, yeah, I'm just wandering around. If that's fun for people, probably it is. More than when when I'm making a focus point, people are like, I had no idea what he's talking about. When I just wander, people are like, oh yeah, you made some good points. That's what I said. My mind wanders on that too. So it's many things. One, about talking more about things I am actually thinking about, but they're so out there. There's no way people will get it. It's so esoteric and abstract what I'm really contemplating. And then I'm working on my Illusions Exist book and also a novel. So, um, maybe I should just do that and make videos about that. So I really don't know. I do feel I felt for a couple of years there's some shift of refactoring this, and it could be as simple as somebody comes up with the great debate site that I would like to make, but somebody else provides it. Thank God, because I really just want to use it. I'd rather make software for other people that know what they want to use the software for, not have to make for myself. I'd rather somebody else. That would be great. And maybe just even a site that handled this stuff different. And of course, I'd like that site to be like I've been saying, where you could annotate and mark up other people's videos and blogs, and you could reply to videos, blogs, and blogs with videos and all of that. But even if it was just a totally different paradigm, maybe just throwing some novelty into it. So, yeah, so that's I'm not sure which way to go. And then the other thing is I do think we should all do more political radio. And this is another thing about if we started a show based on, yeah, let's do some talking head. Let's do this political and social commentary. We need more voices. And we're never going to get $100 billion from the Koch brothers to fund our blogs, to make Breitbart, stay above water for 10 years. We're not going to have that kind of crutch. So it's got to be people like me that have a day job. I like programming for a living. If I could make, it would be very hard for me. I'd have to become famous to make more as a talking head. I wouldn't really like that. I wouldn't like owing my survival to my audience when my main thing is to challenge my audience that their ideas need to be improved, because that's what I really think is we all need to be improving our ideas. And that's what I actually do here, and why the conversation is becoming less useful for me, because listening to people bitch about why everything's objective because of blah, 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 and I don't understand logic, it does me no good to argue with that. The novel is about Atlantis, the fall of Atlantis, right? And how that happens on many levels. Really, there's a social thing that's causing the collapse of their civilization, which has been peaceful and stuff for 10,000 years. But there's also metaphors for that because it's a physical calamity. And then I've been kind of historically accurate in the sense there is no historical accuracy except for the story that Plato did. So I set it in that time period, and then I fit it in with other things that are going on in geohistory there, like when the Neanderthals died off and things like this. And a lot of stuff really came together. The location of Atlantis in my story is exactly out at the Azores, which is pretty much exactly where Plato had said that it was. So a lot of stuff. And then I've been researching a lot of anthropological history, like, did Neanderthals have boats? When did they first start sailing? How old is fire? And so I've been, over the last 5-6 years that I've been working on this, I have had reason to research that. And it's really interesting because often it's like, oh, in my book, I need these guys to have some simple kind of raft 20,000 years ago. And then you go search and you're like, they found some evidence of that. And also, somehow Cro-Magnon got onto Japan, and, it wasn't, there's some of these places they got, the land bridge kind of argument doesn't work. So it's been fun. And it's also really about how dangerous demonization is. And plus the Atlantic people are, and they call it Atland, the continent that's out there where the Azores are now, and they're Neanderthals. They're actually the last of the Neanderthals that had escaped to this island that then was destroyed. So And I have some other ones because through my life, I've written a bunch of this stuff, and I've never thought or tried to get it published. It's more for my own think. It's a way to think through philosophical stuff, like as a thought experiment with various ideas. And so like I have science fiction stories where, because I thought, well, people say there shouldn't be government. So let's say government was illegal. What kind of world even is that? And then you try to reverse engineer speculative fiction of, okay, so I then said, well, let's say some kids are out and they discover a secret government. How could it be a government and be secret? And then I worked that through. So I also have other ones because this is the Atlan one. I have stuff that if I wanted to work on something to publish, I have stories that have more, well, not really sex and violence, but for lack of a better thing, more flashy things like that. Um, so, and then the book is Illusions Exist, which is when I started this hangout and named it that. It was because I'd come up with this book, and it's all design, and I wrote it once, and I'm throwing it out. I'm going to write it again. And anyway, so I could go work on that right now. So I guess Dynacat left. Oh, fuck. I didn't look over here and I have it on approve. How long you been there, Vivian? Hello? I'm not getting your audio. Vivian? Okay. Well, I'll wait around. Thanks for coming in. I would like to have the room. It's just that I, uh, I myself am, I don't know. I mean, I literally had a shitty day. Like the plunger wouldn't work when the thing filled up, and I tried a bunch of time, and you can't really put some chemicals down there, but I put some, was it ammonia or bleach or something? I don't know if that's bad for the septic, but just a little bit. But you shouldn't put too harsh of chemicals in there because it's going to the septic and stuff. But also, I figured I could just wait, and I worked on it. And sure enough, it drained slowly, and then, but well, that actually was after I went and got the new supply. So I had to go out. I got another plunger because it doesn't really seal perfect, but the one I got is not really any better. But I also got an auger, which is like a wire a snake that you could specifically for the toilet. And by then, if you don't want to hear this, it's too bad. The water wasn't just like usually when you have to plunge, there's a poop in there somewhere. Often it's went down and it's just now it's backed up. But maybe there's something floating around. That's gross. You don't like doing that. You got to put the plunger in there. You got to wash the plunger afterwards. But at least it's water and there's poop floating around it. This one, because it wouldn't go, it just becomes the most disgusting. And I just was not in the frame of mind I wanted to deal with that and not having the tools. But it felt good to finally solve that. And then on top, the puppy pooped around the house, which she doesn't really do, which probably means that she wasn't taken out enough. And so my wife's in Canada and my stepson's here, and I was working yesterday. So it's easy to get mad at my stepson. You're supposed to make you go out. On the other hand, the dogs are sick because they're having diarrhea, so that's like part of it. On the other hand, my dog Lily, if she ever has to poop and hasn't gone outside and doesn't get her chance, she goes into the bathroom, poops on the mat, and it's like that's gross, but good dog. This other puppy is just like, can't get outside. I'll poop on their pillow on the bed, and then they'll know where my poop went. And you can only get so mad at them because, a lot of that stuff's your fault. You don't want to freak them out. So, yeah, anyway. I think a lot of my novel length ideas are post-apocalyptic. So I got that one. Another one I worked on more than anything I was thinking of. I write on sometimes a chapter here and there, and I don't keep them together. It's just like when I have an idea for a chapter, I go ahead and write it down. And I've got these books written like 5 or 6 times all over notebooks and drives that I don't even have, tapes. There's old Vax tapes I've got shit on, because it's always just been like art therapy to me. Art, though writing is the one art where, yeah, I could consider becoming a writer. Um, I'd like to, before I die, go ahead and finish some and at least self-publish and get them out there. But the other one is about the end of the world, where there's this guy and he knows how to talk to group minds. So like in this book, group minds are real. A group of people that are like cliquish, or it can even be a cafe or any place with an atmosphere, or a group with kind of an atmosphere and traditions. Their brain is actually like a network of computers that happen to be brains, and it's running a personality, because that's what brain kind of computers run, is human personalities. So it's running this thing, and that's the idea of gods and everything. Is just these spirits that are viruses living in our brains in a shared like network apps. Like Christianity or a particular church is really just like an app that runs on the network of its members. And so this guy can talk to them. And he's down in civilization because he lives in a really remote place that had started out as a commune, but then all the towns near it, lumber towns, had closed down. And so they were really, really remote, like 60 miles into the mountains, up hard roads from the closest civilization. And there's a tribe of Native Americans that was never discovered by the West. They just kept hiding in the woods, and they're also up there. And they have a religion that's actually quantum mechanics, and but that's not that they do it. It's like quantum mechanics with a bunch of, but put into these Native American kind of words and tricks, and they have this idea that there's going to be like your pole shift kind of major destruction. And so it's like leading up to that, and then right after the destruction. And then that one also plays with this idea I had at the time, where what if there's reincarnation, but you can actually reincarnate at the same time that you're still alive? So like your soul can reincarnate in another person that's maybe another aspect of yourself, and at the same time in history. So some of the characters in the story, they can never meet, because this is one of the things about, you can't run into your own reincarnation. Just, you'll always, leave the store a few minutes before they come in, because, I'm playing a little bit with determinism of that there could be laws of physics that work these things out. And so the protagonists and antagonists are in my book are actually, I never say this in the book. I never mention this reincarnation theory in the book. This is just the writer's theory, where these guys are actually different aspects of the same kind of meta personality. They're the mortal, one facet, like, of this more faceted entity. And that's the one that, if I wanted to publish, if that was selling it, then I do that one, because that one has a lot of room for, it's got action. There's a lot about activism and protests and riots and agent provocateurs, and how the police think and how the people think, and the corruption in the leadership of both sides, and the honesty in the rank and file on both sides. And so I've been thinking of switching back to that one. Hey, Vivian, you're breathing, so you're alive.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm getting bars under my name.
Yes, you can hear me, right? My audio's still working?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Good. I don't have a problem with that.
It sounds like an interesting novel.
Oh, the political one, thanks.
Okay. So, yeah, I was kind of expecting more people to be here, but that's okay. Yeah, I've got some news.
What's up?
Ireland just legalized cannabis for medicinal use.
Oh, I didn't even know that was on the docket.
Yeah, it was just it was tabled before Parliament, and nobody objected to it, so the motion was carried. So it's going to become law. So yeah, we're going to have legalized cannabis for medicinal use. I only heard about it today.
You know what the thing is, I was one of the people that is willing to admit that it was really just cover for a recreational use, but I was for it for various reasons, because I thought, well, we should get it in, and two, you know, it's true that there's medicinal uses for it going back so long. But the funny thing now is I know people that are anti-marijuana that have joint pains and use salves and stuff, and they have absolutely no reason to say that it was helpful to them, except for it really is helpful to them. So it's kind of funny, you know, the medical use has, I mean, and it's actually nice because the clubs, when they're medical clubs, you know, they don't present themselves as a bar. So they're not like, hey, come here and, you know, do, you know, like the back pages of High Times, be 20 years old, and this is how we party on pot. You know, it has a different vibe. It's more respectful, you know, more information, and so I think it's a good thing. On the other hand, you know, what we've seen in the States is where you have recreation, the medical marijuana industries are tending to oppose the recreational laws, right? Because they've got a nice little monopoly there, and they can keep the prices high. And, you know, so it's kind of funny how, like, it just passed in California, but they tried a couple times before, and it was largely the medical marijuana growers, you know, and the dispensaries that were against it. They're like, hey, it's working fine. We're already rich from it, or whatever.
Yeah, I'm amazed, because on the other hand, they'd be still pushing for federal legalization of medical marijuana so that they could do their regular banking. So
right. No, exactly. And how long will medical work? You know, we got Trump now. I mean, having recreational on top of 20 years of medical, that's a lot harder for your opponents to wind back, right? So the more legal, the better, you'd think. But businesses just don't think ahead like that. They think more like, are you kidding? I know that guy across the street was going to start up as soon as it's easier. I had to fight him for the $10,000 license for the dispensary. Now he's going to be able to let loose. And then they think very short term.
Well, they could just decide they want to do branding, and they're going to try to outbrand opposition that'll come in later. But you know, we were here first. We were smoking weed before it was cool, or something. But
well, that's what they need to start. Yeah, and the smart people. I mean, I know a guy that does medical growing here in Maine, and he is, you know, he's prepared for that. And he never did get a dispensary. He's doing a direct kind of grow thing where you can put growers that want to grow in touch with people that have licenses, and the one could be the caregiver. And so he just basically has modeled this so he gives space to these growers. Yeah, but he's very ready and has been preparing for the recreational side. And there's two things. One is the branding, right, and get a name for quality. But he has a good point. Bigger than that is, you know, this market of recreational, it's not going to go to the people that have their little marijuana lab and make the buds smell a particular way. You know, it's going to be a return on investment. It's going to be a business. It's going to be, how much does it cost in the power for the lights and this kind of fertilizer versus that kind to get a good enough end result. You know, it's like they don't just necessarily, in business, you don't necessarily want a higher quality end result. You want to optimize that end result to get the highest quality for the least, you know, for the most efficient cost. And so it becomes entirely a return on investment. And so that's what's going to have to happen. People are going to have to think marketing, like, you know, they're not going to have a captive market that's just happy pot's legal. There'll be you know, so you have to brand. And then the other thing is actually knowing what you're doing. You know, knowing, because there's a lot of people out there because of the underground world that know they can end up with a high quality product, but they don't really know why. You know, they know how to do it personally, but it's not like they could write it down on a list for somebody else to do it. So they don't have business that could scale. They don't really know. They're in the artist mode. So it'll be kind of chaos, but I think it's good. It should all be legal.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say it's kind of a little surreal for me because I met a former member of parliament who I don't think he got back in now, but he was in favor of legalizing for medicinal use. He wanted a few extra strings attached, but I think the bill that's gone through now probably isn't going to be especially restrictive in terms of how it's grown.
Oh, I was talking to you as if you would know what's going on in Maine, but in Maine we got medical marijuana, and they've got recreational just passed. But yes, I don't know if it's going to go through because we have an anti-recreational Fed, and it's going to take at least a year because it's not like it just becomes legal. Boom, it's legal. They've got to make liquor licenses and decide who can sell it, and whether, so it's got to go through our crazy Trump-like governor, and then I don't think that the federal government, they might do something. They might start raiding people again. So I'm not really sure it'll go through. But anyway, so you did know that. Sounded like you were saying you knew Maine had that.
Yeah, and I'm aware of there's a lot of complexity to it. I think in Colorado they had an issue where it was a sort of not in my backyard kind of thing, where it was legal within the state, but you had to get each precinct to say they were okay with having these dispensaries nearby, and they made all these. I think that's
totally fair. By the way, I think that's totally fair. Just like porn shops, you can have 5 of them in this town, or we don't want any of them. I think that's reasonable. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you heard this part of like, I'm over Roe v. Wade. We got this president, he's going to put in Roe v. Wade, and the Democrats have been making me vote for them, worrying about Roe v. Wade, and meanwhile they keep torturing people. Well, I'm worried about torture too, and the positive side of Roe v. Wade is it's not like they're going to make abortion illegal. They'll send it back to the states. And guess what? It's not just abortion. That will enhance states' rights, which means maybe we could go ahead and have legal marijuana too when a state does it, or maybe we could go ahead and have social, a lot of these things we can do right now. We have a lot of states' rights actually compared to a lot of federal kind of national systems anyway. But, it would be a terrible, terrible thing, but we've been so paranoid that we let these pro-banker, pro-war Democrats pretend there are liberals. Fuck that.
Oh yeah. There's the whole neoliberalism.
I'm also turning on identity politics. Like I saw Bernie say, well, I'm not really a big fan of it. It's like I'm from the same wing of liberalism as him. That there's a truth to the Marxist part of it's all economic, really. The racism is a way to keep the poor people at each other's throats so they don't gang up on us. But we also appreciate that, but you are from a group that has been oppressed and given a bad vibe and can't get a job and all of this stuff. So we will let you celebrate that identity. But really, in the end, an identity politics like women should support women and vote for women, that is also a bigotry and a racism. It's not good. And now I feel like, fuck it. I'm so happy we have gay marriage, but I kind of want to stop the torturing as well. You know what I mean? It's like, and what has happened is I realized these conservative Democrats from the Clinton wing, they get away with seeming like liberals because they're sort of okay with the identity politics. We don't hate gays. We don't hate blacks. Are they really for them? Behind the scenes, you read some emails where maybe not. And so they're playing a racket where they get to seem liberal because they don't hate gays, but meanwhile, fuck the worker. Well, that's the real liberalism, is the fucking situation of the worker, whatever their race. Sorry, go ahead. I'm ranting.
Yeah, definitely. The issue is also they were trying to present Clinton as the pro-black candidate, but this is somebody who was one of the most active supporters of the 3 strikes and you're out rule introduced in New York. So it's,
and it really pissed
me
off.
She was very much against black people and demonized black youth specifically. So, it's not like you can just go, let's play clean and pretend like none of that ever happened. And the guys in the can don't get to pretend.
It bothered me that they acted like she had some better record on civil rights when Bernie is out there getting arrested at a civil rights march while she was still a Goldwater Republican girl. So I did not like that. And, so it's kind of, Well, here's the thing too. It's kind of like people were thinking, is Trump really racist? Maybe he's just saying these things to get votes from racists, but is he really racist? And my thing is like, if you pander to a racist group to get what you want, that's racist. You obviously don't care about that group. You're making their situation as a group worse based on their race, and you sound racist. I don't care what's in your secret little heart. For all I know, you don't even have a voice in your head. You're just an animal behaving. I see that counts as racist, and that applies to Hillary, right? Did they really hate blacks when they said super predators, or did they just know that that would make them seem less liberal so that the Reagan Republicans didn't have to worry they might be voting for McGovern or Carter? You know, so they threw Sister Soldier moments. They threw the blacks under the bus. Do they really hate blacks? Well, no, but they'll throw them under the bus. You know, so like that counts like the same thing to me.
It's like Malcolm X said. Malcolm X either said or wrote, I think he may have written this. He stated that he actually prefers conservatives. He preferred conservatives because he saw the liberals as being just as racist in terms of their policies and what other things they might do, but that the conservatives would at least be honest with him about how much they hated him, whereas liberals would try to smile and pretend like they were his buddy.
And it's not just because of the honesty, but you could actually work with somebody that just out and out says, but your people are criminals. You could actually talk to that person. They could learn that what your character and go, you know what, they're not as bad. We were raised thinking, you know what I mean? You can actually, but somebody that just hides their racism under smiles of, we don't say racist things anymore, you know? So, I mean, I think there's it's not just like, it might actually be the most practical approach to take, you know, and because the person's honest, but also because you can work with that person. Like, for example, maybe of this is not really racially, but Reagan called the Russians an evil empire, but then he made best buddy friends with Gorbachev. So those were some awkward conversations, but after 5 or 6 vodkas, evidently they worked it out. You know, it's like, and the only reason they knew they had to work it out was because he had actually said those things. If he was saying the opposite but thinking those things, they never would have, you know, never would have come up. So, yeah.
Same with Nixon, probably. People have said that about his relation with China, that only he, as the most fervent major anti-communist in the United States, could have actually said that they wouldn't go to war or get involved embroiled in a major conflict. Yes, hello?
No, go ahead. Oh, hi, you guys. More peoples. Stizor, okay, he's no good. I'll show him. And then Joseph, I don't know. Joseph, don't do some hacker thing. I'm not in the mood. I had a shitty day. Who are you, Joseph?
Joseph is my...
Okay, that's right. I met you two before, I guess.
All right. I know. Good. But yeah, he's with me. He's cool. He's like, it looks like Jimi Hendrix. Just me. Anyone who looks like Jimi Hendrix probably got a fucking good sense of humor.
Well, this is why Gary's been lying his ass off, slandering me, trying to say that I said that Trump's not so bad. Maybe he'll be great. No, he won't be great. I'm just saying his policies are not going to be any worse than the other Republicans. And he is more likely than a lot of those Republicans to do that thing like Nixon normalize relations with China, right? Like he could normalize relations with Iran and people would buy it because they're like, well, if he said they're okay, I guess maybe they are going to be okay. I guess it's okay. You know, so if he does that, he might actually, you know, take the thing with Iran to the next good step. You know, he has that opportunity because you know, the Democrats can reform welfare and the Republicans can make peace. They don't. Normally they make war. But if they have that opportunity to do the thing that isn't typical of them, and nobody will cover it and nobody will give them a hard time. So, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Hey,
so that's
hold on. Slow down. Is Scotty saying that? What's Scotty saying? Trump's good for America.
No, he's. I've been making some videos to him again, which
I know. I've been watching them, Pat. I'm not retarded.
No, it's hard to follow. I'm referring to just one comment where he said in my Hangouts that I have some, you know, woo-woo idea that Trump's going to be great. He could be super liberal, it turns out. And I've never said that. I simply said basically what Vivian was pointing out. You know, China You could, I mean, Carter couldn't have normalized relations with China. Everybody would think, look, he capitulated. But someone like Nixon, that's an anti-communist, or is known as, he could secretly be liberal enough to normalize those relations. And so,
yeah, but that was in China. That was.
I think that Trump might do some of that.
No, I think the problem there is
like with Russia.
No, hold on.
We're about to go to war with Russia, and I guess it's okay now.
No, we're not that retarded. We're definitely.
I don't mean we were really going to go to war with Russia, but everybody.
Don't be stupid. Are you shitting me? Like, hey, remember the Cold War? Yeah. Do you know why we didn't do that? Because we both could blow each other up. It's the same game. It's just,
you haven't elected Tom Clancy president, okay? You're not going to war.
Yeah, even no, I don't care who the fuck is running the presidency team of Donald Trump. They are not that retarded. They will probably go half retarded.
What do you think about Iran? Because he said he was going to overrule all of the...
No, there's too much money in the world, man. They're not going to do
Well, and
shit.
also China, every European country and China...
Nah.
Are for
you don't drop nukes on countries anymore.
They said they'll do it whether America does or not. So even if we fall out of it, it won't probably matter.
You don't drop nukes anymore. You just rob them or nuke them with like money problems. That's how countries work these days. They just nuke each other with money, and they're like, oh,
well.
You know. They do.
If
you look at the currency market,
okay, now the Iranian one, there's a lot of international pressure. Normalizing relations with Cuba, however, that seems like it pretty much was an executive decision that Trump had said specifically he would reverse. And yet it's also true that Trump may have illegally done business in Cuba during the blockade. So how's he really going to come down on that? I don't think that he will re-radicalize our Cuban relationship.
That's all just rhetoric. After shit he said, he's gone back on already. The fucking wall. You can't even build a wall through fucking...
Well, I noticed
between Mexico and fucking United States.
I noticed with Cuba, he had always said, we're going to reverse all that unless they agree to be a decent people. And it's like, well, how about the 100% literacy rate and the life expectancy that's as long as the United States? And so he can just go, oh, it turns out they agreed to be decent. We'll keep that deal.
No, he's just governed by fucking rich fuckers, man. I mean, they've got a vested interest in being best pals with the south of Mexico and all that.
The fact is, if there's an oligarchy in the country that he can work with to his own personal ends, I suspect he will be a very corrupt president.
Well, of course.
And he'll make the terms good.
To be fair to him, in the annals of history, he wouldn't be the first, and he definitely wouldn't be the last. But this is
I think, Piero, I have something.
Be a cynical boy.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm talking too much.
I think that Trump will be compared to Andrew Jackson. I think he will be compared to Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, that's maybe insightful. I think there's some truth to that.
Oh, I don't know, dude.
Because Andrew Jackson was the same kind of thing as far as some real terrible things based on sort of a racist interpretation of the world.
One of the guys who got rid of the fucking Federal Reserve.
Yeah, he literally just well, no, it's more the Federal Reserve.
And he did the Trail of Tears for the Cherokee too, though, right? So
he wasn't that much. I mean, I'm not saying he was safe.
He was really. Oh, no. Trust me on this. When you say he got rid of the Federal Reserve, that's not the whole truth.
I got to change my laundry because of this shitstorm I had today. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, okay. What's your answer about Vivian? Is that your name, Vivian?
I'll just clear up this point, and then I've got some good news.
All right. Fine.
Do
I win anything?
In Andrew Jackson. Nope. Okay.
Sorry. I was just inquiring.
Okay. Sorry. All right.
Andrew Jackson.
Yes. Anyway.
Continue.
Yeah. He hated printed money. The irony is that now he appears on the $20 bill. But it's really weird.
He didn't like the hate. He didn't like the printing of money. What he disliked is who printed the money. A central bank. He knew exactly what that means. It was the bankers he was escaping. Actually,
and he caused a massive depression.
The reason why
he caused the first depression.
Hold on a minute. He was from Europe, right? Okay. And that guy, he was, I think, one of many of them. If they would have came back to him, they would have that chopped off, right, for treason to the crown. I think last time I checked.
Well, no, he was the 7th president of the United States. The United States had been formed for a while at that point.
No, but I'm saying they're founding fathers
still,
and shit, right? And all that stuff.
Final what, sorry? I didn't hear that last part.
Founding fathers, you know, them dudes.
Yeah, Jackson would not have been one of those.
No, but he based all the shit on that stuff, though, didn't he?
No, he was considered...
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Okay, well, maybe he would have said so.
Because it's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution that there is no Federal Reserve. And he was a constitutionalist. But what he didn't mind is money. Right? Didn't mind money. Because that's why the British broke away from him. Because the fucking Crown wants to start taxing the poor bastards. The colonists had their own cash or their own bills. And the Crown wanted to slice the pie, you know, wink, wink. And he knew better because that was the merchants of old in Europe anyway. Always wanted your garb.
Well, I thought it was more of an internal in the United States that basically the wage workers in the United States who had become more.
No,
more
it was
numerous.
passed by the House of Commons, you soft twat.
I'm back.
It wasn't even passed by the House of Commons, it was passed by the King. Was it King John? Can't remember.
No, jeez.
It was the,
We're not
no,
talking about George Washington's era here.
Oh.
We're talking about Andrew Jackson, who came a lot later, who came nearly 100 years later. Well, not quite actually, but no, actually not even that. It was near that time.
You're as bad as me.
Yeah, maybe about 50 years. I'm not great with dates, no, but he was not one of the founding fathers of the United States.
No, I never. No, I'm not saying he was, but the fucking Constitution of the United States, what they set up by the founding fathers.
I'll look up real quick. Actually,
there shouldn't be a fucking central bank. It was only in 19. Sure. Was it? How many central banks have the United States had? 3. Like this is the 3rd one.
Yeah, I think 3 now. This is the 3rd one.
Was it 1910? Probably 1910, 12 or some shit like that. They had the first Bank of America.
Oh no, much earlier.
1829 to 1837.
Yeah, it was ages ago, right? But that was set. That was fucking. They hated that shit. And that.
So
how do you think that happened?
They established a new one.
Depression before it happened. Right?
You know what's really weird to me is I've gotten so old. I was growing up where it was a big deal that America was 200 years, and it seems so long. But it's not that long because now I'm old enough. That was 76, so it's already like 240. So like 100 years to me is supposed to be half of our history, and it's like significantly less than half already, just because I put years on.
I don't know, man. When I went to school as a young boy, fucking hell. I'm sorry to say this, but America was just a fucking paragraph in a history book. Because that's how much
I know. If you're trying to relate it to your kings, it's like, dude, you only need a couple of kings.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You can only relate it to a couple of kings, then it's over.
That is interesting.
All the 90% of the kings the names of, nothing to do with us.
I know, but they're all. I don't have to think of 2. I don't have to think back 2 queens, and that's already. In fact,
who was the guy in the revolution? Was that
queens.
George?
2 queens, and your country doesn't even exist. How crazy is that? No, but think about it, and like, that's just 2 grandmothers. So that's weird. Like, we've come from feudal times.
I know. Well, as an American, it's really weird.
Now, right?
No, I really think. American idea on history is
unamerical
because it is so long to us, and yet it isn't, because 50 years and you got 25%. So a 50-year-old guy, you had 25% of our history. It's so short. I remember we were doing this symposium when I was working for a British astronomer who went to Oxford, and we're at a school that was founded down in Santa Clara in the 1500s, I guess by Spanish or something like that. And so I think it was the 1500s. I'm like, wow, 500 years or something. And she's like, well, I went to the university I went to is 1,000 years old. So I'm like, and it never occurred to me. I'm like, I was in my 20s I was like 18. And I was like, it hadn't occurred to me that there were institutions on Earth that were 1,000 years old. I mean, maybe the Catholic Church. I knew it existed.
There's a pub in Ireland that's nearly 1,000 years old.
A pub, yeah. It's like a pub. Are you
Yeah.
kidding? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be.
No,
that
it
wouldn't
is.
be
it
alive.
We've got a-
is like
I've got a
formed
swing in my backyard. It's 1,500 years old. What are you talking about? We got a treehouse that's 4,000 years old in the backyard. No, or I thought it was
I like
funny
that
is
shit
when they
though,
did
though.
those genetic studies early on, when they started to get the genome de-raveled, and they did some like a woman in or a guy in Ireland, I think it was, that was related to some 15,000-year-old cave Cro-Magnon, cavemen bones they'd found, and found they were directly related, like, from 20 miles away. I'm like, he's been living there 10,000 years. It's fucking amazing. That gets me about the white supremacists too. Is like, I can get it. Most of the world has a reason to say, let's be separate. But in America, how the fuck are you going to be separate when we're all already
Well,
mutt? None of us were here 10,000 years. Even the fucking Native Americans barely got that.
That is so funny, dude. Because you know what? I've just literally posted a video. I was watching the Royal Institute videos the other day because I was bored, as you do, on YouTube. And I was literally listening to a geneticist basically say what you said, but you said it funnier. So thank you.
The funny thing is that, France is going through this whole nationalist thing at the moment, but genetically speaking, they have very little connection to the Gauls, the Celtic ethnicity.
No, I'm sorry,
Vivian,
do you want me to post the Royal Institute? Everything you just said is
not
true.
You're trying to say I'm boring. You're trying to say I'm boring.
No, I said
the way I'm saying it is boring. No, it's okay. I know I'm not cool. It's okay.
Do you ever check who comes in your room? Like, seriously, I feel bad now because one of our good friends, Infinity, over here. Thank you. See, finally got some recognition. It's because it's because you got a picture of a black guy, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just get ignored.
That's suppression shit. That's how we roll, nigga. What are you getting? Anywho, yeah. Oh fuck! What was we talking about? What was we talking about, Vivian? Explain.
Oh! I was actually going to say that there's some good news.
What is it?
The good news is that Ireland is now going to legalize cannabis for medicinal use.
Oh, I thought you was going to say something fucking else. So.
Irish people, but I promised good news.
Irish people are going to keep just getting stoned. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but like now legally, and for reasons.
You know what? The funny thing is, now the intake's going to go up in recognized people who are actually weed smokers, and nobody will be shocked. That's that's the funny part. It's like everybody in society, right? I don't care what background you come from and shit. Everybody kind of knows a social construct, right? Don't we? We recognize one because we're in it. Yeah. That's like me trying to not know how to put a jigsaw together. That'd be stupid. It's like, that's what logic. This is funny. Life is like a virtual 3D fucking puzzle. Most logical people can put jigsaw puzzles together. The retards struggle a little bit. Get the point? So, yeah.
Yeah, well, some people aren't very. You have to study comprehension a little before you can get good at identifying constructs. So some people, I've been amazed by the number of people I've met in the last year who can't figure that stuff out. I just don't even get it.
Yeah.
But it's like they've been living in a hole for the last 20 years.
So
like all these. Go ahead.
I was going to say another good news. I don't know if you guys have been following DAPL, but you probably heard a little bit about this pipeline thing.
Yeah, it's
evidently Harry Han was just saying, and I looked it up, but the Army Corps of Engineers, Obama, just turned down the permit. So he's throwing that to Trump. So that's a good thing, because I just thought, why would you not, even though I know you'd let that pipeline go through if you were in power, why wouldn't you stop it and let Trump deal with it? And so that's good. That's really good news.
He should have just banned that shit. He's a fucking slacker. Should just ban this shit right out. It's fucking Native American land. Just build around the fucking thing or whatever.
Well, I think it's really important.
Don't even build it anyway. I mean, it's fucking.
I would love a candidate brave enough to run on. We need to we need to be honest people. We need to keep our treaties with the Native Americans.
No, we need to just look at what we need to do, right?
Give them that land
hold on,
back
hold
and
on.
stop building shit
Fuck
on
that
it.
shit. What we need to do is just respect that we live on a planet and it's finite. Look, if people want to fucking destroy the fucking planet, then that's their business. But let's see how long that lasts. The only time humans get off their ass is when shit hits the fan. I just don't know if it's going to be too late before we realize we just hit the fan, or whether we're still spinning in the fan and just didn't realize it yet. If you get my point.
Well, the
So,
numbers of
fucking
species we're still losing, I mean, it's still crazy. So there's
Fucking
certain
oceans
species we've
dying,
helped,
bleached.
but we are killing, so,
Yeah, it's 6 mass extinction.
like I think
It's
the global.
on the
I mean, I
way.
don't want to. I don't want to
Hey,
seem
if
as
it gets
happy as
warmer, we
infinity.
move the cities, but all these mass extinctions continuing at this breakneck space.
Nah,
Yeah, we could
the
be left
thing
in a
is,
desert with, with
the
all
last-
the rats. It's us, the rats, and the
yeah, but they
cockroaches.
wouldn't. But the difference between them mass extinctions and our own, or the one that we seem to be wanting to fucking run towards like idiots off a cliff, is way shorter. The dinosaurs were on the planet for 76 million fucking years the last time I checked. How long have we been here for as humans? Well, I don't know. Give or
Maybe a
take a
million.
couple of fucking 100 years, because it didn't take us that long to fucking get from a wheel to an iPad.
Actually,
Talking about
it did. It might.
Oh, well,
it
you
did
get the
take
point,
us
right?
a few
If you look
million
at the
years.
listen, in 4.5 billion years, we're just like tick on a toch at that point.
Yeah.
That's the
yeah,
point.
yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
But-
So what I'm saying is, we've only got a short window. Well, if we wanted to be, to either go extinct because we're fucking retards, or figure out a better plan and act more like an organism instead of some fucking psychopathic visionary thing that requires a god or some shit. Let's get on with the job of survival. We know how it works.
Well,
Why the fuck do we spend shit tons of money blowing each other up when we could spend it fucking exploring the universe, which is right there going, hello, this is your
Because-
mission, explore me. And we're like, oh, let's fight over fucking God and fucking money and stupid shit.
Well, you see, the thing is, it's people can be quite egocentric sometimes, you know.
And he's always in checks all the time.
I mean,
You guys know who Mark Blythe
the
is?
politicians
Yeah,
don't have to
he's
say
a
themselves.
Scottish guy. He works at I forgot his
Brown.
university.
Brown
But yeah,
in the U.S.
Yeah, he's fucking
Well,
awesome.
I knew
The
his
austerity
face.
shit.
I knew
Banged
his
on the
face,
money.
but it never clicked. Gail / Grey Text Gail said to me about it, and so I was looking, and it finally clicked.
He's
And
good
I
at-
was familiar. I've seen him on Democracy Now, but he's good. I want to promote
Nice
him. He
boss.
has a very, very smart.
The guy just
informed
says it how
analysis.
it is. He just
Yeah.
tells you just got shafted. This is how it works. Listen, I was poor, raised in Scotland, went to a state college,
Right.
fucking and all that shit, born on the welfare system, and look where I am now, fucking professor. This
Yeah,
is
paid off his
exactly how
loans.
the system works. If I can get from there, I'll tell you how exactly I got from there to there. He's
Well, what
fucking
I like
awesome.
about
love
him is it's back
That's
to this
weird.
he's got a message that's like identity politics needs to be put on the side burner, and he analyzes how things like
Systems.
austerity lead to disrest.
Yeah,
How you can see this stuff coming and actually you could do something about it.
because of the
And so
markets.
that's what we need.
I like him. He's really, really good. And the way he bashes like austerity and stuff, wow.
Well, it's kind of good
Trust-
too that he knows how to tell a story and all that. He's ready to be a talking head celebrity. He's entertaining. He chooses funny anecdotes. You know, he's
No, but
very
his anecdotes
he's
are
presentable
shit,
in
and
that
he
way.
gives you that stuff though. He gives you that, and he's like, "This is the argument," but he never can. He never. The thing I like about him, he doesn't criticize the system that is capitalism. What he says is, "This is how it gets abused," right? Because we know how capitalism works. That nobody's stupid, but if we know that someone's playing Monopoly and someone's gaming Monopoly,
Yeah.
we know that, right? And that's the,
Yeah, that's an
that's the
interesting
wealth gap
point
right
because
now.
a lot of the
People are
stuff he
pissed.
says, you could say it was there was a socialist, let's do things differently. But really, the main thing he's saying is, look, if you're going to do capitalism
Do
and
it
you
right.
do austerity, you're going to get far right-wing and left-wing movements, irrational left and right-wing movements. So if you want capitalism, all you got to do is share some of that wealth, bro, and they'll keep voting for you. So how about you do that, because you'll still be rich. And it seems like a pretty good argument because I think we need to improve our world, but we also just need to run the world the way we understand in the meanwhile, right? And it could be done a lot healthier than the way we're doing it now.
Well,
It'll still be corrupt.
capitalism does not work.
Well, it does. You're just going to make it like
it
extremely
absolutely
efficient.
does not.
No,
it
if
doesn't.
Well, but part of the argument here is the reason it doesn't work is because when they have a big productive boom, they just want to, like this plant of Carrier. Carrier wants to move its plants to Mexico, but Carrier is the most profitable division of the company that owns them. They don't have to move. They're already making more money than any of their siblings in this company, the other divisions. So the problem with capitalism is that greed of sustainable isn't good enough. We want $69 million in the next couple of years. We're all going to make $100 million on our stock options, and we're going to be super happy, even though we're destroying the system. And that's the problem with capitalism. And Mark Blythe is more like, well, you don't do that. You don't move.
It goes far beyond that.
It
goes way beyond that.
Yeah,
then you get Trump.
He does. He goes way beyond that in terms of how it's a social construct. You got what I'm saying? The whole,
Dinosaur is a social construct, honestly.
Hello, Valentine.
Your base is a
Hello.
social construct.
Yeah, but anyway, he goes onto it in a way deeper way. I like that about himself.
Yeah, no. Well, and it's non-ideological. I mean, he's an academic, and he's studied these
Talks numbers
internationally, and so he's like, here's some pretty straightforward patterns.
Yeah.
They're real. That's it.
Well, he said the whole Brexit thing and shit was coming anyway because if you look at the social unrest and shit like that, and he's an economist, so we just goes by the numbers.
Austerity, basically.
Yeah, if you impose a certain thing on someone, they're going to get all freaky about it.
What's cool about him is he points out that the austerity could also lead to getting a communist version of Trump, and that's not good either. If you want to get rid of the extremists,
but you can get a Chairman Mao of Great Britain.
No, you're not going to get a communist version of Trump. You're honestly not. I think that this is the weirdest thing that has happened in response.
Not a good communist. Not a good communist, but you could so a zealot ideologue that is not practical.
I think we're shitting on ourselves. I think we are shitting on ourselves by doing this whole, it's our fault as the liberals, we're just as bad. No, we're fucking not.
No, but for example, he was criticizing the Greek leftists.
What? Wait, dude, you're a social conservative.
No, my kids.
No, you're not.
No, but for example, he criticizes the Greek leftists as also impractical.
I don't know what I am, dude.
They're there because of an austerity thing, so it can go either way. On the other hand, he's pretty liberal, and he's really, most of his warnings are like I saw one of his talks that was Trump Nation or whatever. It's like the world. It's the trumpets of the world. And he talked about Trump type stuff all around the world, and the really scary ones, people in power, are from the right. But he had some examples from the left, too, of people that don't lead rationally. They lead because people know they're getting fucked over, and they don't want to get fucked over anymore, and they vote for these people to say, I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, but it's more of a...
And they take it up the ass.
But the issue...
Only if you're paying, apparently. But not in pesos.
I just want to interject something real quick. Paul Ryan is going to be on 60 Minutes here.
In 60 minutes.
Oh, I want to watch that.
I don't.
What's 60 Minutes of CBS?
I'm just being jealous.
Yeah, we could maybe stream it.
C-SPAN doesn't work overseas anymore.
Well, if you can, the thing is, the audio doesn't come through. If you can stream something, but if you share your screen, the audio from it doesn't come through on Hangouts.
Well,
it's a huge thing.
You could use
I would appreciate that, because one thing I'd like to do is play more.
Just get like experts.
So, yeah, if you
OBS,
use your open mic, I'm into that.
Yeah.
I'm on headphones, so I would have to go off headphones, and then I just don't.
Or whatever.
I think Piro wanted to stream a bunch of videos anyway, right? So we could comment on them and shit.
Yes, and I can't really right now the way we're doing this stuff. So, but if you want to stream that, we could watch that. That'd be great. I'm into it.
Where's Amendum when you need him, la? What's this whole Amendum shit?
I think he's gonna be gone now for a while, because I'm over babying him, and that's the only way we ever have had a conversation.
Okay, you gotta explain can you explain the open border shit, like what actually happened anyway? When did this happen and what happened?
They got into way more than just open borders. I mean, they were.
Well, he said that me being for open borders is like if I was a white supremacist. Like it's a position so extreme that the person is automatically deplorable. And that's his position. And, and I've used the word open borders because I'm willing to take the hit for saying it extremely, but I don't believe no borders. I believe in like a cell membrane.
They can check
your criminal record.
This is the whole thing that I really hate communication. When people say like open borders, you just limit, you just go, what you're trying to say to someone is because we're so lazy. You should just say the sentence.
Okay.
I want people who are educated to come to my country.
You can add a YouTube app. Have you tried adding a YouTube app to the Google Hangouts?
Yes, there is a YouTube app, and you should check it out because they might have fixed it. But in the old days, it would only do the audio through Hangouts if you were in a non-live Hangout.
Well, I've seen plenty of people do this. So
okay, so
I can do it with my broadcast software, but not in Hangouts.
Okay.
I've got software. Anyone got Minicam or any sort of shit?
So basically, like the open borders was a part of like some bigger, larger issue, I guess.
I could feed it with Minicam. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I am running over here on Windows. I'll do that for next time to see. Yeah, I could maybe do that kind of gaming it. That's how I used to do on the Mac.
All right, but Piero, so the open borders thing was a part of like some larger issue, I guess.
Well, the real issue was that I called Gary. I said he either had dementia, where he had temporary to permanent amnesia about who he was talking to at any given moment, or he was a big fat liar. And I did that because otherwise, to entertain myself while trying to listen to him slander me in lieu of a conversation. So that was what it really came. Because then, when you do that with Gary, he's like, that's disgusting.
Yeah, he doesn't
I believe a person would call another person a liar without having millions of links, and he doesn't even fucking link the people he's replying to anymore. So it's like, and I'm supposed to link to a clip of you lying about me. I'm talking about the fucking video from yesterday where you don't remember what you said.
It's weird because he would admit to things he would admit to things you said that he said. And that he said he didn't say in the video that he's making to you. That's why I said all of these straw men, how does Gary manage to defeat them all, or something to that effect? And then
on the vegetarian thing, he said I think humans are special and that's why I eat meat. In reality, I've long had my position because I have been a vegetarian that it's a moral failing that I still eat meat again.
Oh, bollocks.
But anyway, but whatever. That's what I say about it. I don't say humans are special. And then I said, you're the one that says humans are special. That's why you can push the button and kill all the lions and tigers and the gazelles that they were going to eat.
Are you shitting me?
So you think it's special. And then in his video, wait, let me finish. In his video, and this is the last minute, in his video, he's actually like, I never say they're special. I say they're special because they have an extra responsibility. I don't say they're special. I say they're special because they have a special responsibility. It's like that. You're the one that says they're special. I mean, you have a reason. You can't say I believe blacks are evil, but I don't believe blacks are evil because I have a reason. No, that's the reason you fucking say it.
Like, at a point, you have to ask yourself, does Gary suffer from some sort of dementia? Or
that's
if he is
saying.
lying,
He's saying yes.
I mean,
that's what he's saying.
Like,
well, he does. And
I'm
sympathetic because he admits he has an anxiety thing. I'm totally fine with him going, you're a fucktard. But it turns out when he's misstating my position, no, because he's got thousands of viewers, and sometimes they wander over to my comments, and they think I'm a different person.
What? Pyro, you're the fucking cunt.
And they get angry because it's like,
well, and they only know what he's saying, and he's lying on purpose. He knows better. I've talked to him for years. I know he knows I don't say humans are special, so it's okay to eat meat. He knows. but he says it anyway. And then he talks about people lying about other people. He's lying, and that counts on purpose. If you have dementia, maybe it's not on purpose. So it's dementia or an amnesia or you're a big fat liar. And so I just went back. I said, that sounds like a big fat lie, but it might be dementia. And then the next one was, that's the dementia, or maybe it's a fucking lie. He doesn't like that.
Gary's funny. I love his meltdowns, though. I've got to be honest. As much as he's so wrong, I love his meltdown.
I'd say the only new thing in my attitude
I want to cartoon
is
Gary.
that he plays to his audience like a fake motherfucker, like the news.
Fake. He's just
Like people that know they have a captive audience, like a Fox audience that isn't going to look anywhere else. They can say whatever they want. That's what he does, and that's not okay. That's bad. That's bad character. It's bad citizenship in the nation of conversation.
I don't judge him.
I think he just thinks like everybody around him, because everybody who's talking to him is human. He's just full of all this misanthropy, and it just doesn't stop when you're talking to him.
Well, he wants to criticize me. I happen to know Gary, I think, pretty well. And you know what it is that he's failed at making the world a better place. And he feels bad about his own inadequacies and his ape side. And so he has to trash it. He's not going to raise himself up he's not going to deify himself to say, I'm an awesome person. And as a result, he has to make everybody else is even more deplorable than he feels. That's what's going on.
Right. So
because other than that, he likes conversation, and people that like conversation are usually learn to be decent enough to have one.
Wait, apart from Momentum, breaking news. The Italian Prime Minister's just resigned. Bye-bye the Euro, is what I'm saying. That was one of the pins of keeping the Euro going.
How? Like an individual, how is his resignation part of that?
Well, because the guys who are going to replace him want to get a fucking, the Eurozone. And then we got Angela Merkel coming up, and wasn't it Austria? I haven't checked.
Austria, yeah.
Did they vote for that far right dude?
No, he didn't. He lost.
Did he lose?
Yeah,
Okay,
he
that's
lost to
interesting.
Alexander von Henderson.
The FIFA far right, yeah, that's good.
He's a left wing. I think he's more of a left wing guy.
Yeah, he's lefter than the far right, put it that way. So he's okay. But yeah,
But he was trying to do an austerity thing.
Who? No, they just
This Italian guy.
They
lost,
no,
he
we just
lost,
wanted
right?
to get out of Europe. The France one's going to be interesting. I don't know which is first, France or Germany.
Hey, that's
I think
another thing
Germany's
about
in
Mark
September.
Blythe. He was saying America can actually handle what's going on better than Europe because with the European Union, he talks about this mathematics where basically Europe is fucked, and you are going to have these Nazi type parties.
Because it's
getting
going
stronger
to be like fucking World War fucking II.
Trump could be Trump could end up a
gonna...
flash in the pan, but you guys have a structure that's going to keep making those people more powerful, including the whole parliamentary kind of approach. Representational democracy means that those people actually end up in government.
Not necessarily. There are some undemocratic problems with the EU that may prevent that, or may at least limit the amount they can actually do. I think, to be honest, it is a flash in the pan right now. What's happening with Germany?
The European side of trumpet.
The European side of the far right in Europe.
You know what I like? I like
maybe
Blythe's
it's wishful thinking on my part, but
I like Blythe's term trumpets and the idea that there could be left-wing trumpets, that we just use Trump as what we're talking about. These buffoons that get in power because the competent people are such assholes. The competent people rape the workers, and then the buffoons look better to the workers.
No, but this is the problem. The left and the right have been the same bitch for like the past, 40 years. The left and the right have both sucked businesses and corporations cock so much.
Well, not for the last 40 years, but for the last 20.
We're cock done out of corporations dickage. That's the point. And when you're all dicked out, then you get dicks that rise to the top.
Money doesn't discriminate, man.
Nah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course, I agree with you, Money.
Guys, I'm just saying that's the way the world works, dude. If people are too busy buying shit,
I
then they don't give a
don't- I
fuck
don't-
who they elect them.
I don't think so. I
Oh,
think
hey,
there
I
was a
just noticed
European
Mike
leader
was
who
in
said
here.
in
Hey, Mike.
response to there was an economist from the EU, I think, who said that the failure to elect Hillary Clinton marks the end of the neoliberal era.
I
of
hope. Oh, I
economics.
hope. That's what I'm hoping. That at least that we have to. At least that's our prize we get to take home out of this, and that's maybe
Yeah.
worth it.
Yeah, I think honestly it would be worth it.
Yeah.
It's gotten to such a ridiculous extent now. Where
Well, and that's why
government-
we're watching Corbyn, because that's another thing as on the world thing, because the Blairites are the, you know, there are European, there's a plenty of European examples, but of these pro-business, quote unquote liberals. And if Corbyn can, if he can win the Labour Party back, that'll be a major, like an omen or a signal that internationally we can repair our labor.
That's not going to happen. Trust me. Jeremy
You never
Corbyn's not going
know.
to be our next prime minister. No way.
No,
You don't
I-
think he can de-Blairify? I mean, your Labor Party was more traditionally
fucked.
actually liberal than our Democrats ever were.
Yeah, I know.
So if he, why he seems like he should have a better chance.
Yeah,
of
no,
bringing
no.
it back to that. It's only 30
Okay,
years. of-
okay.
No,
Why
hold
don't you
on,
think
hold on.
he'll
No,
be
wait.
president? He'll be prime minister?
Brits on average are still very conservative and still like the Queen. You'd be surprised how weird Brits
Okay.
vote when they vote.
English
Seriously.
people still like the Queen.
No,
It's-
just
it's
Brits
not-
in general. Shut up and stop trying to make it so fucking weird. It's Brits in general. The most favorability is for
great.
the entire United Kingdom. That's Brits. The last time I checked.
Okay, okay.
So relax your tits, boy.
Well,
I'm
Pfizer, you're
not
right.
trying to make it weird. I'm not trying to make it weird.
No, I'm just going to Steve.
Okay. Well, it's not going to. That's not going to be as much of a factor, or maybe it'll be more of a factor, though. If Scotland leaves, that's my point. If Scotland leaves the UK,
Can't even
which
get
is
in.
plausible, if they want to stay within the EU, then you'll have a lot more people.
They can't
of a
stay in the
traditional
EU.
spent.
I'd still be surprised
They can't
if
stand the EU.
the UK
What-
No, they
leaves the
can't
EU.
because they don't even meet the fucking requirements. We
I'm
signed
still
with the
going to be
United
surprised
Kingdom.
if
Can
I'm
you get your facts right, please?
You guys, I'm
If
going to be
Romania-
surprised
if Romania
if
can
the
Shut
control
up,
UK
most of it,
leaves.
they can't.
retard.
Sizor, probably the
Dude, don't
UK
call me a
isn't
retard.
even going to leave the
No,
EU.
hold on. Let me just fix this problem. When we signed up, it was the United Kingdom. If
You're
Scotland was to
fixing the problem.
leave, they couldn't join the euro because they don't meet the requirements. You fucking tool. Go and
That
look at
doesn't
the
matter
Maybe they
because
won't have
that
to
doesn't
leave.
matter.
Maybe they'll leave the
You know,
UK.
they can
before
leave.
Don't
There's nothing
call
wrong with them
Vivian a
leaving,
tool.
but they can't just
Yeah.
go and join the
But
EU.
also, you're being
fucking nilly.
You forget
They're
that.
already
that
in. They're
I'm
Germany-
just
to change
saying.
anything.
Don't
Wait, can
call
I say
Vivian.
something?
Oh, Jesus.
Don't
All right,
call
I give
Vivian
up.
a
Yes,
retard.
I'm wrong. Even though
Okay,
it's not
Germany-
so
Just
fucking
call
it
it
out.
out. That's all I'm
Sizor.
asking.
Whatever.
Wait, can I ask Sizer something? Sizer.
What? I'm not going to
Germany-
say anything.
Germany and France are pissed off at the UK for this. When the UK, if they actually do leave,
Yeah, because they're trying to get out
Yeah.
while it doesn't explode.
they will easily say,
Have
"Sure,
you seen-
Scotland, you can be a
have you
member
seen-
because that's a way to slap the
Have
UK
you seen?
in the face."
Go and watch that Mark Blythe video.
Don't
Right?
listen.
And go and look at the
Sizor,
exposure.
hold
Yeah,
on.
our
Sizor,
banks and
You're
their
just
banks
like
are
me now.
crazy town, dude.
Sizor, hold on.
I'm going to sleep. Fuck off.
Oh
You're
my
not going
god.
to sleep.
Okay, okay.
You're not allowed. No. Sorry,
Yeah,
you're not
I'm gonna relax like a podcast in my mind. It's all in my mind.
No. None of that's approved.
All right,
Sorry,
Pierre,
no.
go ahead with what you were saying.
Disapproved.
Go ahead, Piero.
Okay, well, I already said it, but I'll say it again. No, the France and Germany are really pissed at the UK if they leave. They need to make an example, and plus they have economic interests that can be advanced by making the London banks have to not take part for a while or work a little harder. So they could let Scotland into the EU just to smack the face of the UK. So they, if Scotland can break off of the UK, they have a lot of reason to think they'll get a
That
quick,
doesn't
a
make
quick
any
waiver
sense. That
into the
doesn't
European
make
Union.
any sense. How
It
can
makes
total
Scotland?
sense.
How can Scotland slap the UK when it's the fucking? It wouldn't be the UK.
No, the
anymore.
European Union would be slapping
What?
the UK by letting Scotland in.
Scotland couldn't, even if they let Scotland in, Scotland's broker than Greece. You can have them if you want them.
They're not more.
They
broke
can't
than
even
Greece.
get in. All right,
That's the
it's not as
point.
bad as Greece.
Well,
They
no,
also
that's
have.
right.
they
All right,
also
Mr.
have
fucking
good natural
contract
No, that's
That's
true.
resources
I
as
don't
well.
think they'd be doing it out of a
They
love
can't-
for
no, but they
Scotland.
can't-
They'd
they
be
can't
doing
get
it
in.
because
Dude, it'd be like adding Greece. Seriously, Scotland are broke. The only thing Scotland sell is potatoes and fucking whiskey. Calm your tits.
but that's the reason to
pretty
leave.
sure they
You
have
guys
more
have
than
been,
that.
no,
There's
you
only
guys have been
12 people who live
abusing the
there.
Scottish,
What? I don't
this
give a
time,
fuck
and
about the
now
Scottish. I'm
you've been
English.
keeping them
No
broke
offense to any
for
Scottish people.
800 years or whatever.
Yeah, what? Like I give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. If they want to eat
Yeah, they
haggis
do
all
give a
day,
fuck. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a fucking national
do
party, now,
fucking
would
give
they?
a-
If they didn't care.
why would I care? This, well, how many people live in England and how
Well,
many
you're
people
just,
live in
I
this is
can
the
tell
typical
from your
thing.
accent,
we
you're
don't
just one
care
of these
any other
elitists.
part of
Yeah,
the
I am an
UK.
elitist.
We
I
don't
don't
care
care.
about
I'm
any other
English.
part. It's
Couldn't
just
give a shit. If they all want to separate, so be it. There's more people here than there is there. That's how shit works. Just saying. More people
It's
who live in
not-
England than anywhere else in the United Kingdom.
that's irrelevant. That is irrelevant to whether or not
Yeah,
if
it is
Scotland would be
relevant when you
suitable.
fucking talk
They
about
have,
how
they
an
have an
economy
educated
works.
population. They have a
And who's
mostly work-ready population. They could integrate into the EU quite well.
They
They're
can do
working. They
whatever
also
they
have a proven track record within the EU.
They can do whatever they wanted to. No one gives a toss. But they have to join the euro, though.
They
In
might have to.
reality. Yeah,
The
in
main
They don't
reason
reality.
necessarily have
the
to.
main
In
reason-
reality, right?
The main reason, as an American, just watching from outside, it doesn't look like it'll happen, is because the
Does it
euro
not?
is going to have this huge crisis of whether it can even go on. There's going to be other exit campaigns with these other right-wing countries, including all the countries where it can't succeed. So they're going to try it everywhere, and there'll be so much chaos. I think playing games with Scotland will not be on the radar.
It's
But-
not coming. Even the Scottish know that's a stupid idea. It's just there's some kind of Western uprising that's happening, and even the governments don't know what's going on. To be fair, they're just like, "Oh shit, it's all going a bit pear-shaped." And you know what that is? Because the banks have got away with fucking murder. When you let the banks rule the roost, yeah, then you know who's king and queen at that point, Paul.
Well, that's another thing I liked about Mark Blythe, is that he was making a point that I've been making to Gary, which is, look, I have my ideas on how we could fix the tax structure and how we should arrange things, but basically it's more simple than that. The rich have to start paying taxes again, and that's what Mark Blythe says, is like, basically, we have to get back to where people with money pay taxes.
Yeah.
that'll pretty
It's-
much do it. That'll
No,
solve it.
it's literally that fucking simple, dude.
Yeah.
It's literally that simple.
It's like any tax, old school taxes, new kinds of taxes, whatever. It's got to be
Just
something.
fucking
involved.
make them up. I don't give a fuck. The fucking what the fuck tax? Yeah, give me your money, bitch. Yeah, this is called I'm going to tax you because I don't even know why, but give me your money, and it's set at 1.5%.
Well, the nice thing I would
No
think,
such thing as
not
rich
liberal,
anymore,
is
man.
I would rather not have taxes, right? You want an economy where you keep the money circulating. If the people with money, the businesses and people with money in the bank would just always invest that as soon as possible because they aren't going to
Play the game. We need them to gamble.
then it would all work out. So if there was a natural way, like you could even have a law, you can only have so much money in the account before we start taxing your money that was in there. You can, if you keep it 5
I
years,
just
we're gonna
realized
start
something.
taking an income tax.
I've just thought of the unified field theory. We should just make the planet a giant casino. That would just
Okay.
be perfect.
How does that follow from the
Basically,
unified
it is
field
already.
theory? I know
It
you
is
guys
already.
love
You
to
just
play
don't
around
notice
with
that
physics,
because you're
but
like, you're one of these
God,
Liverpool. You
am I
still live
the
in
only
Liverpool
person who's
area,
thinking
actually? I don't
casino
even
right
know.
now? Is that
Where do
me?
you live?
I'm just thinking that's just a great idea how to run a planet. Just a giant casino. That'd fucking be awesome.
Well,
Well,
if you that makes
that's
you a
random.
Republican, basically.
Well, who would be the banker though? We'll have to decide that shit, right? Someone needs to be the banker.
I could go for some chips right now.
Stizer, where do you live?
In a house.
No, what part of
Good
the
answer.
UK?
Really, I thought you
Oh.
lived in a hole in the ground.
Well, I do try my best, but you know, being like 1 story up, it's kind of hard to get into. the game.
Stizor, stop being a troll who lives under a bridge. There we go. Stop living under a bridge.
Face lives
There we
under
go.
a bridge.
I like my bridge.
Hey, Sizor, have you seen?
My bridge has flowers and it is pretty. And it's
Has
giant.
anybody seen the new series of South Park? Has anybody
What?
seen that?
No.
No, I have not. Wait,
What?
Is it any different from the
Puff?
older seasons, or is it like?
Yeah,
like a
with the
lot.
member berries and the trolls.
Yeah.
My stepson watches it.
Okay,
And,
can someone
but they're
unblock?
both great. The troll thing is so funny because it's really about South Park audience. And then the member berries
do I have
is
to
just
do
a
it?
great meme.
How is it about
Do I have
South
to
Park's
do it?
audience?
Piero, can you like let?
Yeah, do something, Pedo.
unmute
I got
Geithner?
mods, but I can't be
Yeah,
asked.
but I think don't you have?
I don't have mod controls.
I've got them, but I'm facing the opposite way, man.
Did
I'm
you
just
leave and come back, Mike? Because I said hello to you a while ago. I thought you were on dock at that minute.
No, it's just
my mic's
broadcasting.
not working unless y'all can hear me.
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear
We can hear you.
Oh,
I
okay,
can't
cool.
hear you. What?
You're a
Hey,
little
welcome.
faint,
Right.
So,
but
Kermit, it's nice to see everybody. It's nice to see you, Infinity. It's nice to see you, Vivian, Stazor. Always good to see you, bud. I also been catching you streaming from time to time too.
Oh
Twitch,
yeah,
good
Caitlin
stuff.
hadn't given you controls. You got
And
them.
good to see you too, Piero.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Cheers.
broke it off with Gary.
Wait,
Oh well, it's happened before, so you never know. I wouldn't put too much stock in.
the thing is that we also
That's
mentioned the
sense.
fucking Vic thing. Who I know, Stizor's favorite person, Vic.
Who? Who's
Yeah, we
Vic?
need your antithesis.
Yeah, Vic. Yes, I think we need to bring Vic back. I think.
Who's Vic?
Yeah, Vic should come
Who's
back.
Vic? How the hell
How do you not remember who Vic is?
Who's Vic?
I got a bad memory. Yo. Leave me alone.
Dude with the
It's like, well,
he
he's
had
that
the
guy
Ryu
that you
ninja
just
mask.
totally tweaked off and railed on all the time, and they're like, that could be anyone.
I know, seriously,
Who?
like you couldn't even stand the sound of Vic's voice. That's what was hilarious to me.
Look at
Him and
Lola.
MMA artists, like Jesus Christ, MMA artists fucks with Stizor just by being in the same room with him.
I do not compute.
Well, here's the funny thing. I mean, basically, that whole movement is very much like social justice warrior, right? Because they're like, you guys say too many bad things about people that look like me. And you blocked me once, so I'm not going to come because of my sensitive feelings. I need a more safer space. Like, fuck it. Go get your safe space then, hypocrite.
Yeah,
Hey,
he did
I
hate
gotta tell
sis.
you something, though. I gotta tell you something, Piero.
Go ahead.
Damn. Didn't I say that Trump was gonna get North Carolina?
Yeah.
Now, how about this, man? You watch RT News, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm pissed at them now, man. They are so pro-Trump. It's got like that crosstalk show.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I still watch them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Go check out their go look at what they didn't posted here, and go look up the KKK riding through that town. That's close to home to me, bud. That's real close. That's like right down the road for me. And like, yeah, I know that whole area and stuff like that. And that's not the first time the Klans have been riding around. They've been doing that shit as long as I can remember, growing up here. So like,
But it's not the problem, though.
yeah, it is a fucking problem.
No, but
It is
It's a problem.
Ain't that the fucking problem?
Well, yeah, because they run shit. I mean, they don't think that they don't run shit down here in the South.
Well, that's
They
the
might not
question of,
control
you think they're going to be
everything,
emboldened like this, or is this just, flash in the pan, he won, or now you're going to see this?
This is
You're gonna see them
why.
activating,
This
feeling
is
empowered.
this is why we need people like Vic and MMA here, because like we can get their reactions to this type of shit happening.
Well, yeah, but I mean, go do it. I'm not going to do anything about it. I've already
True.
agreed with you. I think he was a little bitch just because I got a and I didn't mind talking to him.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing because I've never heard Piero say that. That sounds awesome.
Kurt got a little pep in the step today.
Oh my god, I heard Piero say that. He
But
was
yeah,
a
I
little
also haven't really had a
bitch.
chance to talk to you since the election.
Well, they're
in general,
provoking me
Piero.
into it.
But yeah, I
They're
haven't had a chance to talk
provoking
to
me
you
to act
since
like
the
I don't
election
know
anyways.
how it works because I normally wouldn't like to say that, but fuck 'em.
It's fucking hilarious.
Come
huh?
back and be brave or not, whatever.
Like fucking Gary. Yeah, Gary brought out a side of you I hadn't seen in a while.
I'm trying to make a transition. I'm not saying I'm going to be a better person on the other side of it.
Hey,
Holy
listen,
trying
man.
to get there.
Conflict. I'm telling you this right now. Conflict is good for the soul. Just everybody, know your limit.
Well, when you have a president like Trump, that's one of the things I know. The underground gets all more cocky. The underground pushes it. Suddenly there's all nude plays on Broadway or something. scaring people to shut them down or whatever. You know, so it's like, fuck it. The underground, I like it, and the underground thrives under these fuckers. We don't make the mainstream until a little later, but you know, we all flare up. So that's what, you know, and it's not like it's a good thing Trump win because now we can flare up and be really strong. No, but that's where we are now. So now we do the civil disobedience thing.
It's a cycle, man.
It was always always pretty so grim to begin with. I'm sorry, Stars. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm just saying. It's a cycle, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it right there. Because, like, I mean, like, if Hillary won, they still would have fucking swept in the fucking Senate and the fucking House. And
well, I think it all went together. If she could have won, then it wouldn't have swept that way.
I don't know. I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, it could have because it was individually based and whatnot. But
I just don't think America just wasn't like up for any of these fuckers. And the only people who bothered to vote were Trump voters. I can't see many people voting for Hillary.
I was really worried about
she's
that.
The most disliked person ever. In America,
about that factor where the biggest voting block is people that don't vote normally.
I mean,
you got some inspired.
Like, I mean, she was the only and she was the only candidate that the DNC was willing to put up anyway. So
yeah, like
I'm actually glad that he got a significant portion of African American and Hispanics because then we can hold him that those people obviously didn't think he was really racist. He was just joking about that.
Look,
so we can hold him to it. Right, he has people that
it doesn't matter,
don't
right?
want him to be racist.
No, the problem is
but he will
we're confusing two things. We're confusing like economics, like that Blythe guy was saying. Yeah, no, you're confusing economics, right? Because the people at the bottom were getting fucked out of the way. They didn't even care because Hillary Clinton was seen as the establishment. All right, and as much as you don't like Donald Trump, most people don't. Some people did. And they did because they're broke and they want someone to fix some believable imagination system. And the rest of us are living in shit streets and trying to work our ass in another way. And that's the majority. But sadly, we don't vote because we know the game that's being played. And they're the people who don't vote. The people who know the system best are just not interested. They all sound the same. They all talk the same. We're too cynical. And then maybe we'd have one vote now and then. I don't know. But most of the time, the people who get off the ass, they ain't Clinton voters. Put it that way. The Donald Trump voters. He was always going to win. I said that. I said, I don't trust the country that's voted for George W. Bush twice.
You know what? I'm about to say, I remember you saying that shit, Stazor. I remember you saying that shit.
That's one of the things I don't like about it. I know. It's like if America makes Stazor right, we've obviously fucked up.
Oh, come on now. That's a cheap shot. Hey, good to hear you, Infinity.
That's not cheap.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bush got it twice. And they love
don't
that
trust
motherfucker.
America, man.
My point was not totally sophisticated.
Trump makes Bush look like fucking George Washington. I mean, this is a new level of absurdity.
Oh man, we were already at this level of absurdity.
I kind of feel like we're in a parody. I kind of feel like the reality we live in is a parody of like
I think
America.
So. Put the timeline.
We're
the dark timeline.
It's like we just become the Twilight Zone, and now we're watching the Twilight Zone while being in it.
Japan attacked Pearl Harbor.
Exactly, like we've shifted into a dark timeline and nobody realizes it.
Yeah, it's just like
goddamn time travelers.
I'm gonna say this. I've said this before. Infinity. I've said this to Infinity and to Puro. My president is going to be known as when he grabs you by the pussy. That's our president. When he grabs you by the pussy.
I know. If he ever does anything good, we should stick with that. It's like, oh, Trump did grab him by the pussy. Yay.
I don't like the whole normalism.
Oh, grab that infrastructure by the pussy.
All joking aside, the raping is about to begin very soon once that motherfucker's inaugurated. Y'all think
Rape for everyone. There we go. When he grabs you by the pussy. That's what he's known for. Jesus.
No, but not the good kind of rape.
Oh my God, man! That's what our president.
Oh
is
yeah,
known
it
for,
has to
man.
be the politically correct kind of rape.
The
That's
politically correct.
No, the bad kind.
That's how that should be referred to.
that is what our president is known as when he grabs you by the fucking pussy, and it's just that. I mean, it's funny, but I don't want a fucking meme to be my president. What the fuck?
Well, the thing is, I know of
Teacher
people that
Robert, I'm
voted for him
cracking
because
it.
of these religious conservative Roe v. Wade.
It is.
So
Well,
let's
this is-
throw in
I
their
don't even-
face,
it's
man.
no
They
more
don't like that
not
he's
even
a
just
pussy.
America. That's a bizarre.
Man,
Dude,
they
my-
poison the
dude, our
water.
president
Yeah,
is
I've
a
said that
water.
before about
They poison
how
the water. They poison the food. They poison the fucking air. The people are fucking sick.
What were you saying?
Yeah.
What were you saying, Infinity?
no the people that the religious right, you know, they totally exposed themselves in this election as being complete and utter frauds that we knew they were the entire time, but this just
And even
solidified
useless-
it. I mean,
They're so useless and Christian. They couldn't even beat Donald Trump. I mean, fucking hell. At least the fucking what happens to the Christian
Not a
rights in
spine, not a
America?
spine among them.
No, I love Trump.
Old age.
Also, Mitt
You got, like,
Romney
yuppies who are
is
fucking
groveling to him.
Republicans.
Mitt Romney is groveling to him for a job now.
I'm
trying
really
to find a lot
interested
of
to see if
money.
he gets that job.
That's
I am really
sad.
interested because I think he's just making him grovel, right?
Yeah.
That he grovels and he'll give it
That's
to
exactly
somebody
what
else.
he's
If he
doing.
actually gives him that
How
job,
sad
I'll be
is this?
amazed.
Like Chris Christie. Like he kept
Chris
him
Christie.
around for he kept him around for like a little bit, and then he kicked him out too.
Well, yeah, that guy. Well, you know, Christie had put his son-in-law's dad in jail.
Yeah.
So
And
that
then-
was like maybe that was inevitable. If we see that
also-
all around, then what's in face? Romney isn't a serious option. He's not going to really.
Also, Ben Carson is coming back. That's awesome too, because he's apparently a part
Oh,
of the transition.
he's like a
team.
big cute teddy bear, man.
No,
I love
he's
him.
not. Like,
Yeah,
no,
He's
Ben
a big black
Carson
teddy bear.
and Sarah Palin. It's like
Never
Sarah
even
Palin.
opens his
Oh my
eyes.
God, Sarah Palin. Yeah, that's
Oh
amazing.
no,
One
Dr.
time.
Palin.
Yep,
I
HUD.
mean,
Dr.
this
Palin.
is
This one
this is.
time, this guy tried to stab me.
Palin is like
Don't
Chris
stab- don't stab
Secretary.
me
Can you
'cause you wanna
imagine
stab that
it?
other
Jesus
guy.
Christ.
See, this is what I see. This would be fun. This would be great if it were in a
This is
comedy
real?
show.
This is
See, this
real.
would be exactly. This would be amazing if it were in a comedy show on like a
memes are
show,
The
but
memes
not
are
in
real.
my fucking country, man.
That's it.
These are
That's it.
the
This
memes
is
are
my
real.
country.
All memes
Yep.
must be fake.
Nope.
The fate of my country is being decided by fucking Ben Carson, man.
Nope. Oh my God, I forgot my luggage.
I wish I could do a Ben Carson impression. I don't.
Seriously, this right here is why I escape into fucking anime, man.
Just say like 15, and you'll probably sound just like Ben
Okay,
Carson.
I'll let
Next
you
one,
win.
elected Vegeta
win.
president or something.
Fuck you, you win. You
This
win.
is why I escape
You win.
into fucking anime, man. Cause I don't have to deal with this shit when I'm watching Naruto. Fuck that shit, man.
We need to build a wall to block the anime and make the Japanese pay for it.
Like, dude, I can't.
Did you hear this crap that Trump was saying about trying to convince the Japanese to adopt nuclear weapons, or saying something like, "Oh, if the
yeah?
Japanese want nuclear
yeah?
weapons, they can just go ahead and get them."
What?
Yeah.
They don't fucking want nuclear weapons, you
They
fucking
see
moron.
firsthand.
I don't understand this. Like,
Well, that's why he has to put all these military
He
leaders
has no idea
around
what he's doing. He
him.
has no fucking idea what he's doing.
Yeah, because and it's probably
billionaires.
unprecedented, all the military leaders he's putting into positions.
Just
Also, he
names-
wants
names
to-
on
Number
paper.
of
also,
billionaires.
he wants to have an
Got, like,
open dialogue.
Billionaires already.
He wants to have an open dialogue with the heads of businesses about jobs and stuff like that. So, which might make some kind of sense in some abstract way, but not in the way it's being executed by Trump, who is just lining everything with like billionaires. The person who's the head of the secretary of education is a woman who's
Betsy
only
DeVos.
known for donating money to the Republican Party. There you go. That's what she's known for.
Yep.
Well, doesn't she support vouchers and all that stuff?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like squeezing money out of the public sector to
So,
give it to
yeah,
the private sector. Yeah.
Okay, now we're going way back in the conversation, but someone said, I think it was Piro, or maybe it was that neoliberalism might be defeated now because of this election. So. No, that is so 180 degrees wrong. Neoliberalism is now on a massive course because
How do you figure?
Well, what do you think neoliberalism is?
Well, I mean the third way, Clinton, we love war, torture, and.
Well, you're redefining neoliberalism then.
Well, what do you mean?
Economic model neoliberalism, which is the same as anarcho-capitalism, at least in theory. It's aristocratic capitalism. Yeah. What about it? How's it changing?
Oh, it's going to take even more. It looks to me, anyway, at this point, like it has even more force. The public sector everything's going to be moving to the private sector.
But the argument is that no, it's the older school neocons version, and so the neocons are going to get to run that, because that's the thing. The Clintons have been trying to sell the same stuff, the same wars and wagging the dog, and now they don't get to.
Oh shit!
It's going to be the conservatives.
Did y'all hear Obama just killed the Dakota Access Pipeline?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
That's very good.
Hopefully it will last long enough so that they can have a break, and regroup up there.
Right, just to regroup. So it's good for them, and why not do it? Throw it to Trump, and he'll probably, but let it hang on his shoulders.
Yep.
Exactly. I think that's the whole thing. Is like he almost probably feels compelled to do that, to put it on Trump.
Yeah, but it didn't look like he was going to, and I thought
he has investments in the damn pipeline.
They won't even do something liberal when it's in their political interest.
This
I figured.
So pretty typical Obama, though. I mean, he's very measured and doesn't do things in a crass way. Typically,
right, like the whole gay thing. I thought he totally.
Man, he should have banned that shit.
Well, that was Biden.
That issue, and really, he just timed it. And he pulled it off. So, gay marriage and.
Do you think it would make a difference if Biden had run in the election just to talk shit?
Nah, Bernie Sanders should have won.
He could have won, but almost any of them could have won because nobody. I mean, Hillary's one of the most hated Democrats ever.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders was the best. He had more chance than Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is not liked by Americans. Just even Democrats and Republicans dislike the bitch.
Yep.
Well, I don't understand.
American.
Completely irrational.
Don't like her. I didn't say they have to be rational. I just said they don't like her.
Well, I don't like her because as a liberal, I remember when she did the Predators thing and all the progressives. We realized it was terrible back then, and we had to watch. No, it's fine. Look, the Democrats are just responding to what Americans want. White men are upset.
No, not at all.
I didn't like her for that, and I didn't like welfare reform. Some of it turned out a lot better than I thought it would, and not as bad as I thought it would. But that's why I hated her. But I came around in the election and realized, she's competent. She does her job. She tries to think hard about it. And at this point, I just want competency. I'm tired of the buffoons, So I
don't know enough about that whole Predator comment, I guess. But do you really think that she's bad for the, for the minority population in this country? I just don't think so.
I think she's bad for the world. I think, when we think of politicians now, I don't think we should think of our countries. I think we should think how they represent us internationally.
That's a good idea.
What relationship do we want with
the executive branch.
Personalities, think, no, they're supposed to be representing us, kind of shit.
But now we have a clown representing us.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this was just
hold on. That does have. Look, okay. In the times that we're living in, yeah, funny, Donald Trump. But dude, throughout history, we've had ass clowns left, right, and center.
Mm-hmm.
You can blame any society, and you can look back and go, yeah, what a tit he was. Everybody's
maybe so, but
it's time to be brave.
Can you think of another Trump in the past?
No. Okay, look. How long has history been? Not that long. How long do we want to go forward? Even if he's a total complete ass clown, there's some way, fuck knows how, that twat won't do something weird, and we don't get other weird leaders either. But until we start voting. That ain't gonna change. We need to. If we're gonna change the weirdness at the top that we're experiencing right now all over the world, really, then we as just normal average people need to just say, nah, this is the way the system should be for fair-minded people. And okay, we'll take this side of the planet. For you retards, you have the half. That's simple.
It sounds kind of like Piro's divorce the country idea, honestly.
I don't know. I just tell the truth, man.
Well, that was more of a planetary
Yeah.
plan.
Sorry, I'm stoned.
Divorce
you went off on
Don't
a
blame
tangent.
it on marijuana.
Oh
That's
yeah,
not the problem.
I haven't smoked. in
Bro,
like
did
5
you
years.
wait? Did you tell Sizor about your divorce the country thing?
What?
We
You
need
can't
to
divorce
divorce
a
the
country.
I'm sure he's heard that one.
I don't
Well,
even
right
care.
now, what I'm thinking is,
move
you know
along.
what? We're just going to do the states' right version. They're
Right.
going to take Roe v. Wade, and our consolation prize for that is states' rights.
No, I don't care. I don't
Wait.
live in fucking America.
So like, so basically, your idea is just to divorce the states by state, or what?
Well, no, my idea is still that we need to split the country into multiple
a
countries with
A
different
coalition
presidents.
of secession again.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think we're going to lose Roe v. Wade, right? I think that's one of the ones that he's probably going to stick with, making sure the Supreme Court is anti-Roe v. Wade, and we lose that.
Anyway,
But that's
hold
not
on.
really about abortion. That's about states' rights.
Hold
So
on,
if
wait,
we lose
hold on,
Roe v.
wait.
Wade, then suddenly, we can go ahead and have programs in states like these liberal programs. So I think fair
I
trade.
was just thinking of Mad
You
Max.
guys really
like,
don't like abortion. I guess anybody sane should just move out of Mississippi while they have the chance.
Do you think we should have like a Mad? You know what I would like? A Mad Max kind of like world, actually.
Oh my God,
Because-
Sizor, we need to take over together.
What do you
man.
mean? That's
Yeah.
what everyone points to when they say how bad things could get.
No,
Yeah.
No, we don't want a Mad
no,
Max.
That's the
No,
problem
hey,
because
hey,
our
no.
leftists are like that. Infinity.
Can you shut up? No. If you look
Your
at
face
like
gets shut up.
if you look at the film, right, in like where Mad Max is actually Mad Max, not the shit before where he's in like the whole weirdness. Anyway, when it gets all shit batshit crazy, that's better than what we kind of got now. Though. But it kind of represents it because what we live now is the same thing, but it's just like a facade. It's just fake bullshit. But you're still living that like fucking outback.
Where
Driving car over the barren desert. Yeah, that's called your life.
I
the
think
last
you're
time I
over my
checked.
head at this point. I don't
It
understand.
doesn't matter.
basically, I think I get what Stiles were saying. Basically, we live in a world where, I mean, you kind of do have, like, we have food deserts and shit, and
It is the same thing.
Yeah,
It
like,
looks
we
the
have-
same.
like we have like how expensive everything is. Like, yeah, just the way the world.
Yep.
But it's
Well,
not
the
really
thing
as
that
bad
strikes
as
me
the
is that
warlords
we could
think,
actually
guys.
get to the point.
Yeah,
where
it's
we
not really
actually
as bad
have a
as in
Mad Max.
Somalia, where the warlords actually take over, and all
Well,
the
that could-
terrible
that could
parts of
be-
that movie are real too.
Did you never see Mad Max, the new one, dude, with that bitch got her hand chopped off?
I did.
It happens in Mad Max too, dude. Just
Well, then
saying.
they can't argue with that.
Yeah. I mean,
I
the
thought it was a
Thunderdome,
really good
Tina
movie.
Turner. It's
Hey, you know what?
Well,
This
Mad
guy
Max is just the-
Mnuchin, you know this guy from Goldman Sachs, Mnuchin, that is now going to be our Treasury
right, and what did
Secretary.
Donald Trump
He
say in the Open
produced. He's
Universe?
one of the funders of that Mad Max
What-
movie.
Yeah, what did Donald Trump
He's
say?
a liberal. Blah blah
Donald Trump
blah.
in the
He's a
alternate-
Democrat.
Donald Trump in the alternate universe said, yeah, all them Goldman stack spankers and all that for fucking
Goldman
grabbing.
Snacks.
Yeah, Goldman snacks.
So
The
it's-
tasty.
Goldman Snacks. That's hilarious.
Anywho,
Copyright that company.
yeah, well,
Goldman Snacks.
yeah, I know. Yet the retards. So they I forgot what I was gonna say. Now you fucking killed me, flow, bitch.
Okay,
Goldman
that's
Snacks
the pot.
fucks you up.
That part is the pot. That thing
Yeah,
is
pretty
the
much.
pot. The rest, no. No.
I don't know.
And if we do have this episode, I don't know. I mean, at least he got 1,000 jobs. Yay! Like, that's the only thing.
That was totally a PR
Yeah,
stunt.
You know what?
Nothing
The
else.
thing is, you know what's the disgusting thing about that is it was just a PR stunt. But
Yeah,
why didn't
pretty
Obama
much.
do it? Why didn't Obama do that PR stunt, or maybe one that was
Because he's
more
leaving
real?
office and he couldn't
Because
be
they don't give a
asked.
fuck. So that's the whole point of we might get peace
I
with
mean,
China or
yeah,
whatever
but-
through
but-
him.
But the way
We
that
already talked about that. You really think
we
he
might
doesn't give a
benefit from
fuck,
a
and that's
PR
why he didn't do it? No.
Yeah,
What?
but the way he
He
fucking
doesn't give a shit. He's part of the globalists to move the jobs over there, sadly.
Well, the governor, what's his face, the new vice president, he already, Mike Pence, he already told Carrier to go pound sand like a couple of years ago when they were trying to create jobs.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't know that.
Yeah, so yeah, that was over this whole. They were Pence, and they were trying to get through some kind of energy bill that would have created jobs. I don't remember all the details, but yeah, he basically told him to go pound sand, and I mean that state is not Obama's responsibility, and going in and making a deal is not how you govern. That's not how policy works.
Well, the thing is,
the reason why Obama didn't do that is because it's a bad idea. Because all that Trump has done now is say to companies, "Hey, just threaten to move jobs overseas or to Mexico or whatever." And, and then we'll make some kind of deal with you that's going to be completely lopsided.
But Obama wouldn't have to do that version. There's another version, which is, look, if you're going to move jobs, you're going to lose jobs here and hire that number of people somewhere else. You're not going to get government contracts.
Oh yeah, he could have done the full force.
So that part of the threat that would work, or he could have even done the very same thing, and at least he would have got a check mark. And Hillary, no, what I'm saying is, if he'd done it, even the stupid version that's bullshit politically, if he'd done that, Hillary, 6 months ago, Hillary would be president. So it's stupid politics. Even the like, they won't do something liberal even when it will help you politically, and that's why it's good with the DAPL thing, because I don't think
we already talked about that, though.
If Hillary would have won, he wouldn't have stopped the DAPL. They're stopping the DAPL to throw it to Trump, and that's smart politics.
What he can't operate like that. He can't because he's not gonna operate from the way Trump did in that case. He's going to operate from a policy standpoint. The same way he did do something like that with.
I wish there was just a policy about that we just said about the government contracts. Like,
well, you have to pay your workers a certain amount if you're gonna get these federal contracts, and you have to pay them a certain amount.
I would say
he did that. So
if you are a company that's entirely based in the United States, that you should get 6 PowerPoints on your when you bid. Like that should help you. The ratio of American workers, and I'm not isolationist, but that's not isolationist. That's just saying that let's do our federal funds making local companies rich. Would that be a good idea?
Well, look, the problem is that globalization is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. No one's doing anything about that. You can try to implement some kind of policy to mitigate against it, but it's not going anywhere. Neither is, and this is what people aren't talking about enough, is the automation issue. So if you keep the jobs here, you're just going to force companies to implement robots even more.
Well, that's another interesting thing about this Mark Blythe
Same thing with the minimum wage issue, by the way.
That's an interesting thing about this Mark Blythe guy I was bringing up earlier, is he is talking a lot about robots are coming. And this is the problem with austerity and stuff, is that all working class people are being threatened with robots taking their jobs. And whether it's even going to happen in 50 or 30 years for some of them, it's now a part of their angst. And maybe we need to get to the point where not everybody needs a job and we just share the wealth generated by robots. That, because if the robots are taking all the jobs, we wouldn't mind if we could go, fishing. We don't even have to be rich. A lot of working class people, they're not wanting to be rich. If they can just live off the labor of some robots, that would work out. And he's like the only person I've seen in the mainstream saying that kind of stuff. And I think that's a major thing. Is what kind of economy would you have?
But that idea has been out there for decades.
But they never deal with it at that political level of, hey, no, this is really happening.
Well, they tried to deal with it in the civil rights era.
What do you think?
It got pushed down. Martin Luther King got killed.
Oh, I think we did cross purposes because I was just talking about the automation aspect of we need an economy where if robots
what
did
I'm
all the
talking
work, we don't want to let some
No,
people starve.
that's what I'm talking about. They addressed that in the civil
So-
rights era.
Oh, well, maybe I don't know what you're talking about. I
Yeah,
mean, maybe-
this was addressed in the civil rights era. It goes way back. That's the whole reason why the basic income came up in the first place was in the civil rights era in this country.
But because of like a automation reason though.
Yeah, because they had done studies on it
yeah, interesting.
prior to that.
I'll have to look that up. Yeah,
and it said that automation was going to start having an effect on the economy and having an effect on the poor and all these jobs that they basically predicted that all these jobs that are producing all this wealth now and making the middle class strong are eventually going to start getting hit by automation.
Well, Mark Blythe's point is it's not like we have to have some people that still work with the robots in the factory and everybody else lives off them. But what if you had to work every 3 months? Oh, it's my month on. People could still do it. But if that's actually how much it takes to be sustainable, then that's what we should do.
Well, I agree, but that requires
that money and putting it in, Trump's bank account.
That requires a structure.
Well, the fallback is going to be pitchforks, right? As this actually happens, there will be a point where the kids are born and know what the fuck, and at some point it's pitchforks and people are going to get killed, and whatever idea is in the populist's head at that point about how we could run things with the robots, they'll have a chance to try it by actually, burning down the White House. I would like to do it a little bit more gentle than that.
Well, I think the rich
and this is all after I'm dead anyway. I don't think it's going to get to that point while I'm alive.
I think the rich and the powerful are entirely prepared for pitchforks. They're actually planning on it in many ways.
Stizer and I are becoming robot overlords for Cyborg.
Well, that's true and it's false, though. In the old days, the ruling class would capitulate, even give up empires and stuff, knowing that if the mob gets too crazy, you'll be deposed and another king will come in place, if not a democracy or a communist.
Well, we have to end the whole aspect.
In other words,
wealth
they're vulnerable to this
in a very small, tiny space. It's ridiculous. It's a dumb idea in the first place.
Okay,
there should be no such thing about as billionaires.
They think the rich people right now think they can push austerity. In the old days, they used to try to buy off the poor people a little bit, buy them off, and so they wouldn't and now they're just like, oh, fuck you, we're gonna austerity you and everything, and we're gonna drive around rich, and it's like, and your rights enough, you're not gonna put. And so I think they've lost track of, dude, you got to at least. You have to have the bread and circuses. You can't have a bread and circus capitalism and then stop the bread and circus.
And at least in the West, they've convinced a large portion of the population that that's actually the right thing to do.
Yeah, but it doesn't last. Like the laws of socioeconomics, they won't last.
Pitchforkers, the people that you think are going to rise up. No, they're saying, yeah, austerity, do it.
But don't you think it's like they're burning a finite amount of fuel, and the steady state solution is that eventually the pitchforks will come up and a bunch of crazy people that have nothing to lose, right? You keep producing people with nothing to lose. Eventually they'll mob up on your mansion and kill every rich person they can find. And
it's possible, but at this point it would take a vast turnaround,
I think it's like wealth exceptionalism. They think somehow the rules of history may have changed and they can get away with abusing people forever, and they sure have stretched it out a long time. But I believe that it can't last forever, and yet I'm a peaceful person, and that's the last direction I want to go. And I'm kind of glad that if it comes to that, it's probably after I'm dead, because I have revolutionary sentiments, but I don't want to kill anybody. It's not really, but those people will come along. That's geopolitics. People that are just like, fuck you, I don't care, I want to kill you. Gary out of his house in the streets with a pitchfork, and you're fucked.
Well, there's a number of things that could happen in the future that will impinge upon all these issues we're talking about. And one of those is the environmental issue. And I think that's the major issue.
Well, right. And to me, climate warming is actually the second on a list of us still causing the mass extinctions. Because global warming, animals have a chance. Some will be wiped out anyway, but a lot will migrate, right? As the green zone they want to be in moves.
They are migrating.
But we are actually still killing them with the DDTs we didn't make illegal. So that's a bigger problem, because I do believe that's a store of.
Well, it's also
medicinal
maybe
cures.
the main one is habitat. I mean, we're just impinging upon their habitats, and they cannot survive and are dying off.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying the human problem in the habitat, the direct one, is still bigger than the fact that we're actually fucking with the whole planet with warming wise. But they're both big, and I agree with you. I think that's the biggest issue, and it didn't come up in this election series of debates, and it didn't come up in the other elections series debates, really.
Well, yeah.
So, for the last 20 years. So
yeah, because well, I think in this case they just totally misplayed everything and totally overestimated the American public and their ability to judge character.
Well, and took them for granted. I mean, she should have gone to the places where she had supporters, but no, take them for granted. Well, that didn't work out.
Well, it was a different.
Hey, I got to tell you my
blame her
conspiracy,
so
though.
much.
I think it was stolen. I think that Trump's side did election fraud, and it was stolen.
So because of the issue with the exit polls.
I think they got a lot of early vote. Yes. And I think they got a lot of early voters thrown out. And I think those exit polls show a kind of fraud. And I think that it was narrow enough where fraud makes a difference. You know, I don't believe there's millions of bad votes, but I do believe in given counties, there can be 5,000 or 6,000 here and there that adds up. So if it's close. So, and I know it's a conspiracy theory at this point, but my smell test is, I don't think Trump really legally won, and I wouldn't be surprised if in my lifetime it gets proved, like 20 years from now. After, you know, if I live,
I would feel much better about our America if that was the case.
That's right. That'd be the silver lining. That's why we can hope it's true. Please, America, you're not as stupid as I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still angry over it.
You got robed. It wasn't your fault.
I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's amazing. Who would have thought?
Donald Trump is the
because I was one
president.
of the first people going, well, he's not worse than another Republican, but he can't win. But I think he might, and it's possible. And so I was kind of one of the people going, hey, no, this could really happen.
Yeah, and
I never really thought it was going to happen right up to election night.
Just another Republican. He's not worse than other Republicans. I mean, maybe certain ones he's not worse than, but good Lord.
Well,
I mean, the guy's
okay. The end thing is, I admit that I still thought election night.
His own self-interest.
On the other hand, all of election night from moment one was, oh my God, he is going to win. And when early in the night when Florida went, I'm like, this is really bad. And so there was no moment during the election night. So like before election night, I thought Hillary was going to win. Then as soon as the results started coming in, it was like he's going to win. And then it just got worse and worse the whole night. God, what a terrible experience.
It was bad. I had to work late that night, and so I was, I had it on while I was working, and yeah, it was just dreadful.
So what do you do for work? Can you mind if I ask, or is that too much?
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Okay, go. Just curious.
We all make a suicide pact, and if Trump actually gets inaugurated, we just kill each other, kill ourselves.
Hey, Michael.
Hey. Whatever.
No, because I got this house, and it's basically what I've always wanted, is to work and live just in the middle of nature. So I was gonna move to Canada, but then I got this house, and I was like, well, if Trump wins, we'll see how it works out. We'll just give it a chance.
Because maybe they'll move the border down.
Well, we've had, so what? Italy. I was gonna say Burley,
Canada will annex Maine or something.
That would be good. I'd be totally into that if that comes on the docket. I'm voting for it. Yes. But you know, we can survive it, and part of American exceptionalism is, oh my God. But you know, other countries have these crazy guys, or a porn star president for 4 years, or you know, it's democracies are built to handle this kind of craziness. It's not as bad as when you got a king who sires some child who's a buffoon, who's going to be your Lord Monarch for 50 years. You know, it's not as bad as that. So, I
Right,
mean, we
but
shouldn't panic.
you can't look back in history and come up with an analog, because the consequences, the situation that we have now, the consequences are so much more drastic.
Huh. Well, you mean because it's happening to America,
Because this is global.
or because it's the 21st century and we're on the
Because
cusp
the
of
entire
such
globe,
serious catastrophes?
the entire globe is on the line. It's not just, oh, we've got a bad leader and our country is you know, going to struggle.
Well, but part of what's going to happen is this America is the leader of the world. When we have presidents like Trump, that stops being the case. If we drop out of the Iran deal, it's not over. China and all of European countries are going to continue with it. So what'll happen is we'll see the dollar fall again. You know, we were worried about that, and then the euro's so shitty we stopped worrying, and now that'll happen. You know what I mean? It's like there's this pushback to the fact that maybe what's going to happen is America's hegemony is going to end.
Well, I think it goes.
We lose
further
out.
than that,
America
though.
loses out.
I mean, you're saying that's the worst case, or?
Well, no, the worst case is, okay, my worst case is the same as I was saying before. I think, one, we could see civil unrest of guns and death in the streets where militias fighting Black Lives Matter or whatever it is. I think that, and then the really worst thing is if he picks some fight with a nuclear power, decides to invade, you know, North Korea and telegraphs it so that they nuke South Korea. That would be the actual worst, right? Because there is no remedy to that. That's just a disaster where once it happens, you find out what that shit's like. You know, it's not like there's any way to. And I think that there, you know, what's the likelihood? Not that I know. I'm just sharing my little, you know, idea of my worries. I think, you know, I think it's 50-50 something on that level will happen, that we'll have rioting in the streets of America enough that dominates, and or, you know, much less than that for some sort of nuclear accident. You know, that's where having all of these military people in charge is maybe a good thing, because I don't think they know that an all-out nuclear war wouldn't be good. So that was less. But so those are my worries. Other than that, there's worries that aren't even worries anymore. Like, I basically have just accepted we're going to lose Roe v. Wade, and we're going to have conservative judges that won't help liberalism for 60 years. Sorry. Okay, we wanted to do better, but that's not going to happen. So, okay, move on.
I don't know.
I mean, I'd be curious in your take on that. What do you think the real risks are?
Oh, environmentally, that's my concern.
That's one you just got to sign off. We're gonna fucking kill the environment for 4 more years.
Environment, yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah, no, we're gonna be drilling in Yellowstone or some shit.
Well, if we increase our CO2 output in the United States, and if we back off all these climate agreements, that's going to have an effect across the world. And we could push this thing even further. I mean, right now we've probably already got 2 degrees C above the baseline baked into the cake. We could. It doesn't take much to push that further, and we could be doing that. Once you start playing after that point, I think we're in big trouble.
See, this is the thing. I have a weird view about the global warming, because I think that we could handle that with money, right? If Manhattan's going to get flooded, New York has to be rebuilt inland and things like that. It could be handled with money. The displacement, handling the earthquakes, and or not the earthquakes, but the you know, flooding or whatever. We could, you know, deal with that with money to mitigate that. And that's why I say, but the mass extinctions being continued, poisoning a place that's still pristine, you there's no coming
Well,
back from
the
that.
mass
And
extinctions
this
aren't
is
gonna
where you're
stop,
going to
and-
get medicines and stuff still, is from the fact that there's a natural world around us and we are still killing it. And instead of stopping, it looks like we're going to finish.
Look at all the shit we're gonna. This 4 years is going to be I think a free for all, for business. And look at what we've already done, even when we've tried to mitigate against economic growth in the environment. And the many fish populations are decimated. We've overfished in so many places within the ocean. It's ridiculous that, certain parts of the tuna population are down 90%.
Don't forget Fukushima, guys. Hello.
Well, if you have an entire, I don't know that Fukushima itself is a problem. It's only a problem because we don't know exactly how that's going to play out. It still hasn't been, settled. So, but if there is some sort of calamity that causes a major collapse of some sort, then you have to worry about all these nuclear facilities throughout the world. That could be a big problem.
That's true. Well, that's why global warming, it'll be a problem because we haven't done anything, and so it'll all start to happen at once. There'll be so many threatened communities and nuclear plants or whatever that we
Well,
won't.
I think you're way naive about it.
Well, I'm just saying that we can mitigate it with money, but the problem's going to come around so much at
New
once
York
we won't
City,
be able to.
Look.
Well, what I like to say is the one nice thing about global warming is
you had a Katrina, happen 3 times in 1 year. Think about what that would
so
do.
we won't be able to scramble around, right? We'll be overwhelmed by it because
exactly.
of those kinds of things. I agree. That's why I put it way up there.
Major environmental calamities occur within a short time frame. Right. It's just too much for the federal budget to manage.
Well, basically, with global warming, though, we're going to lose Florida is going to be underwater and Manhattan. So, like I like to say, it's not all bad.
But when you put it that, well, I don't like it when people put it that way.
I know.
When people say, "Oh, this area is going to be underwater," and it's not. That's not
funny.
The issue.
I feel bad.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not talking about that. What I mean is, the issue isn't that they're just going to be underwater, which will eventually happen. The issue is that as time moves forward, there's going to be higher and higher tides.
Right.
And higher storm surges.
We're going to have a bunch of these storms like Hurricane Sandy, where it's not about the fact that it's going to be totally flooded in 100 years. We'll all be gone by then because a series of 50 hurricanes will have ripped the place to shreds, killing thousands of people at a time. So, yeah, it's a problem.
The
I
upside
agree.
is that Trump Tower will be part underwater, right?
Well, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to point out the positives here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really sad though about killing the species because we've had enough success. You start to think that, hey, we're doing well, but we haven't. We slowed down. We've not killed a few endangered species while we've kept making all these other species endangered. So we're going to end up with all the species endangered, and then we're just going to lose them basically. And so to me, that's like something that we could do something about right away, whereas the 2 degrees or whatever it is that's baked in, we are right now going to have to just react to that, right? That's not preventable. Killing the rest of the habitats that we didn't kill, we could prevent that before we actually do it still. And we're not taking any moves. And people like Trump and all of the trumpets around the world prove that it's not going to happen in the next 10 or 20 years probably. So, yeah, we're seriously fucked. And the world, Mad Max.
Well, most people aren't even aware of what's going on. They don't even. They're completely oblivious to the situation. I mean, no one. If you bring up, we're in the 6th mass extinction event. What are you talking about? No, it's true. we are, extinctions are occurring at a level that is similar to what occurred with the extinction of the dinosaurs. And they're just not aware of it. People don't know what's going on. And what makes anyone think that you should expect for us to continue on this course of these massive extinctions, and we're not going to be eventually in that chain of events?
It's irrationality.
I mean, it's just, well, yeah.
We're in an age where it's really celebrated. You just believe whatever you want, whatever you like. It makes you feel happier. Liberals and conservatives, but the most dangerous version is on the conservative side, but it really is everybody.
Yeah.
Just believe in whatever they want. Oh, the Earth's flat. Why? Because it makes me feel more special. Or, whatever it is. Or Hillary is a serial murderer. Why? Because I like to think that.
Well, I believe Stizer is a Klingon because look at his forehead, and the Klingon race will save the environment.
No, I'm talking about controversial things.
Oh, well, right.
I think Stizer, you take that as a compliment, I would assume. I always did when people said I was like Spock. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll be right back. I got to keep moving my fucking laundry.
Whoosh, breather. Well, golly, you two pity partiers talking about reality and shit. Well, damn.
Yeah, fuck.
Let's get this party going. So do you recommend there, Infinity? Do you think we should all go camping and light more fires and, like breathe more methane, get more cows out there? I mean, what do you recommend? I mean, even if we had Hillary in, I'm not sure she even has the impressive, Green Party approach towards let's just lay down solar panels all over Arizona and power the whole United States electrically, or I mean, I'm not certain who's going to have a robust jackknife the oil companies approach, and I'm not, I think oil is good for trinkets, toys, and new items. I don't think we should have it as fuel, though. I mean, same thing with oil. I don't know.
Well, you're not going to get the trinkets and all the other stuff without the fuel.
Well, I mean,
it's a byproduct. Those are byproducts. So if you don't have the market demand for the fuel, then you're not going to get the byproducts.
Well, you don't think that they would just supply oil for what is considered a byproduct? No,
I doubt it. What's driving oil is fuel, primarily.
Yeah. Well, I just want plastic, little medicine caplets and all the plastic shit in the world.
Yeah. Well, that's another problem is plastic. I mean, we currently have 5 gyres of plastic in the oceans right now that are slowly killing the life forms on the planet.
So if we get rid of oil, then we can't make rubbers, and then more people get pregnant, and then it overpopulates. Oh, it's a bad cycle.
Well,
how do we get out of this?
You go back to lambskin, I guess.
That's right.
Which is not as effective, but you do what you have to do.
Maybe like in Stizer's
neck. Probably just make them more expensive. I mean, they probably would still use some sort of some sort of substance that could be produced in a laboratory. It would just be more expensive.
I was just thinking that where Stizer's from, they mount the sheep instead of use the sheep, right, Sty? Sty, how's your love life? Is there any views that you could tell us about? It's been a long time. How you doing? How y'all doing?
I think maybe he bowed out.
Crickets. Yeah. Oh, well, and Shredang, Vanity, Faith, and these two-party conversations in rooms with lots of people, that's kind of rough. We need to mix it up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. We were kind of mixing it up there, and then it just became me and Piro going back and forth. I guess we bored everybody.
You know how you left brain thinkers are.
I think it would actually be right brain.
Oh,
Use tinfoil condoms. Your kids won't get autism.
It's ribbed for her pleasure. It's scratchy for her. Yeah, I don't know how you smell a tinfoil condom. Can't think on that one. So is Sajang? Is this Sajang? Is that a guy? Is that a girl? The Star Wars player? Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hubba hubba. Nice cartoon. Yeah. Uh-oh, Pyrrha's back. Everybody, great.
Hello.
I'm gonna roofie myself before Pyrrha gets started.
Face is a roofie. Personally, I think the your face thing just always works. I don't care if people disagree. Your face disagrees.
Oh. It's my new icon. I don't even know how it's showing up. Sweet mother of pearl. So should we talk about politics and state rights and stay there? I don't know. I was kind of hoping for a faith fight, but don't know if it's going to happen.
I don't see why that would happen. Let's talk about how aggressive you've become. What an aggressive guy. So aggressive. Kind of an anti-SJW type.
Very hawkish.
Hawkish.
Yep.
And plus your part in the evil clown conspiracy, where evil clowns take over everything. And as far as I know, that's what Trump is. So again, I'm a little bit suspicious of you.
You guys do notice how that whole clown, hate on the clowns phenomena kind of pittered out, and then Pizzagate arose like a month after. It's like helping out the clown population, the new Pizzagate thing.
You know, clown history is like paralleled zombies. When I was a kid, it was like a funny thing that, don't you think clowns are scary? Or you've learned some people were always scared of clowns and cried at the circus. And it was like, oh yeah. And then now it's like, no, that's what everybody says. Yeah, clowns are scary. Clowns are creepy. So I think it's related to the zombies. It's just a theory.
I'm trying to go back to the outside chat to see what's going on.
Oh, right. I have not paid attention to that at all. Carmel's in there. And Hairy Hand.
Now, let's talk about what a douchebag Gary Amendum is, huh, everyone? Douche.
Sure. Okay, I'm in on that. Let's do it.
Hey, Gary, you're a douchebag. Douchebag. Let's go into.
Well, you know what?
There we go.
I have this codependent thing where I like crazy people. I'll put up with a lot of stuff. I'll be the one that works, and I'll translate what you say. But then I realize, no, he lies about me to his audience, a bunch of people that never watch my videos. So he's just doing Fox News disinformation. And it's not just about me. It's about all of us, everybody he talks to. The people that watch his channel are getting this idea that our whole community has a bunch of positions we don't actually have, which is fucked up. It's actual fucked up. It's not just, is that fucked up? It is fucked up. And so, fuck that.
Yeah, I mean, that's who Gary is, right? Like, reality.
Well, I know it's obvious. Why did it take me so long or whatever? But
reality through a Gary filter is a very bleak reality indeed.
Well, I never thought of it that way because I feel like I'm in this conversation of people that take part. So people I've talked to, whether they agree or disagree with Gary, they've watched me, they've watched him. And so, okay, fair enough. They have a negative opinion of me. But that's different from the fact that, no, he has an audience. It's a fairly big audience for our kinds of videos. And he just lies to them and you know, he tells all his audience he's arguing with totally different people than he's actually arguing with, just to make himself look good, just like Fox or any other pandering bullshit.
Yeah, because, and the thing is, Gary doesn't really go through your entire video. He kind of stops a lot too and cuts you off when you're in the middle of saying something. So
Yeah. That's the biggest problem with his videos.
And then he projects on me that I don't watch enough videos, because I've admitted I watch some of your videos. I watch the whole thing when I watch it, and so he turns that into an accusation when it's really him. He doesn't listen.
So his audience has this completely different, like, idea of who you are. Like, they probably have no idea who the fuck what your actual positions on things are outside of what he said, so.
Right, and these are people that might still disagree with me, but they don't even know what they're disagreeing with, right? Because, yeah, they're so far off. You know, you'd think I was thou art that on, you know, metaphysical spiritualism, and yeah, I'm like a Quintica. No, I'm like Kashify, or I'm on Akanavad on Hinduism, and I'm, you know, these are all positions that might exist here and there, but why mix them up? Because he will call Anakanavad something he isn't, and me something I'm not. Whereas he could just be criticizing us for the real disagreements we have. That's a decision. It's not like Gary's not smart.
Hero, you're really dishonest in how you present things.
Pretty much, yeah.
In a way, yeah, you can't have a debate honestly.
Yeah.
Stuff
pretty much
as factually as they are.
And that's so fucking, that's exactly what he fucking said. That's exactly what he says, though. He does, because, and it's kind of a pattern. You're dishonest.
You're doing like one of those Michael impressions on Majority Report. That's like in Mendham if he was Quintica.
But it's true, though. Like,
that's what I was doing Quintica. Totally.
I know, but then he was hearing in Mendham, and I'm like, that's basically in Mendham.
It is, though. That's what I'm hearing. That's what he says. You're dishonest. You have all of these positions that you don't have, and he knows what your actual positions on these issues are. Like, in the same video that he makes to you, he'll just unconsciously admit that he was lying about what he said, and then just continue talking as if, like, it'll be completely lost on him that he just contradicted himself like 50 times about the fucking video.
Well, the dementia thing was a dig, but after those series of videos, I realized, no, it was also actually insightful, because he actually doesn't remember or bother to remember or worry about remembering what he's said in his videos. And often he is like saying to me, well, I never said anything about that. Why'd you bring that up? You can't focus. It's like, you brought that fucking shit up. I went in my notes because you brought it up, but you're right. I'm not going to go waste the time clipping your video to prove it, because who gives a shit that much? Not me. So, and that's like,
wait.
He seems to really not know he's done that.
That's the thing too, right? That's the thing. His videos are really fucking long. So, and he crams a lot of information that's bullshit in those videos. So you have to sort through all of it. But then it becomes exhausting because there's so much to sort through.
Yeah.
And it's like this weird, and it's like, how do I fight all these fucking straw men?
Well, then there's no point in having a conversation if there's that many straw men involved.
Well, there really isn't. Yeah, so that's a sad thing.
Because you're just gonna, the more you try to respond to it, the more straw man you're gonna get. You know?
And
so the unfortunate thing there to me is I'd still appreciate that Gary, stays in the battle, but that's not enough. That doesn't mean there's enough for a conversation just because somebody else continues to keep talking.
Well, I'll tell you where in your exchange, I didn't watch everything, but I watched a little bit of your exchange, and within that exchange, I would say that it kind of does have a point that you need to stay on track on a particular point, because that conversation, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that the both of you need to be on, one particular subject, because it did get kind of off over here and off over there, and all these avenues that you went down, because you have a long history, I guess, and so all these other things come up.
Like, yeah, it's like you got all these past conflicts that you guys have had just sort of got pushed into this issue, and it just sort of blew up. Like, you guys were talking about smoking and all this other shit.
He was.
Yeah, he was actually. Like, and again, he'll say shit like, I never said that, and then he just goes on to contradict himself, and it's like, what?
Right then. Yeah.
Like, I couldn't it just blew my mind at like the shit he said, and it's like either he doesn't realize what he is saying, or he does and he just doesn't care.
Or Trump is contagious. And
yes.
Got it.
I agree with that position.
Well, that was my approach, and it was kind of a joke approach, but now I think, no, that's really it. Like you said, he either knows and he's doing it on purpose, or he doesn't care, or it's this psychological mixture of it's in his best interest. Like Upton Sinclair said, it's hard to convince a man that something isn't true that his living requires him to believe, or something like that, and it's kind of like, whether the corruption is because of the self-interest of going ahead and lying or whatnot, it's it comes to the same thing. And I think it is to promote his channel and the fact that he's always wanted to have a movement, and he's actually using us, me and whatnot, for his attempt to have a movement. And I can cooperate with that by trying to make stuff smoother.
Because you're the other.
And I'm not refusing to talk to him either. It's like, it's just that, well, you're going to have to make some of the stuff smooth. And then I'll make videos to you when I feel like, a battle of making fun of another person like you do. When I, which sometimes I'll be into that. It'll be the right Friday night where that'll pass some time.
And because you're the other, and it's necessary to have an other in any, in particular types of
right. And like all dysfunctional relationships, it's the people that have given you time of day, they get punished with your fucking psychosis. Instead, you can't have it. Like, I feel like all of us that have talked, including to Vic, oh, hey, Vic should come back. Why? Because we appreciate that at least there was a conversation. And you said stupid things to us, and I got to say they were stupid, and you said my stuff was stupid, and that was okay because at least there, thanks. There's a conversation. Not everybody even wants to give my idea about antinatalism the fucking time of day because they think it's crazy, and it is crazy. You could be thankful that somebody goes ahead and partakes and give them at least a modicum of respect, as human beings. And I always thought, well, Gary has this kind of an emotional anxiety thing that prevents him from doing that. And now I've realized that's just me making an apologia for him. He is smart enough and could know better, and it's in his best interest, the way he sees it, to just lie about people and to his audience about who he's talking to and what they're all really talking about, and it's it's like Fox News.
Well, the thing is that Gary, being a Klingon without having sex, he doesn't get to go through the mating ritual. So you're like the woman in the mating. He's yelling.
I miss you in Brandon's rooms. I really do, Michael. I miss you being in Brandon's rooms with you. It was amazing.
What, in Cropper's room?
Like, yeah, I miss you being in Cropper's rooms, man. You
Cropper give up or something, because I haven't seen his.
I think he did, but I miss Michael being in Cropper's rooms, man. It was like magical, and he made Edward sad, and it was funny. And then I had to pretend to give a shit so that like Edward wouldn't feel bad. It was amazing, man. I love you, Michael.
Well, I'm glad I can contribute. I mean, thanks.
All art is performance art. Michael. All art is performance art. That's what I was getting at. Like, you're writing a novel, it's a performance art. You perform alone in your room and record it with a pen, but it's still a performance art.
He made
And that's
so
what you did with your aggressiveness.
He made.
You have paid the toll and become a terrible person, but it was all for society.
He made so many of Cropper's guests, I guess, angry. It was hilarious. And then Edward would just get so upset. And he'd just be like, well, I can't have this conversation. And, like, it was...
That sounds really funny.
Like, it was.
What were the subjects that were in dispute or whatever?
Liberals, so here's my favorite. So, liberals must be destroyed because they protect the Muslims, and the only way to defeat the Muslim ideology is to destroy the liberals.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's what Edward said. And then I was like, listening to you kind of makes me want to watch an anime, because it's like, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He has us fighting each other, and we gotta protect the Muslims, and just all sorts of crazy shit. Like, it's just how, like, and then Cropper's just kind of like, yep. That's his whole reaction throughout everything Edward says. It's like, yep.
So, Michael, I've been teasing you. I don't know how much but to get a fair characterization, like what you had tried and have tried or were doing in some of those hangouts, Cropper himself, that's what he's done. He used to be more like, I'm an intellectual guy that thinks about Ayn Rand a lot. And then he went, fuck it, it doesn't matter, whatever. And, grab the pussy, and he just became this alt-right thing. I think on their side, there's a lot of people out there going, you know what, maybe I should just be an asshole like everybody else has always been in my whole life, it seems like. And they get places. And so everybody's kind of like, oh, maybe I'll get someplace this way. And that happened to Cropper. And he showed up again in this state after we didn't see him, 5 years missing or whatever. And then he comes up, the same kind of Mr. Cropper, his voice, a lot of stuff, what he says, but in reality, totally changed. This weird alt-right. I don't really care about my ethics that I had.
Because he's drinking and he's like in Boston or some other city outside.
Right, he's just like, I'll do what everybody does on Instagram. Fuck it.
And he ain't give a shit. Like, that's like, he's just like, this is my, like, when I was in fucking Cropper's room, he's like, Kaylin, tell everyone who fucking annoys me to shut the fuck up. And I'm like, okay. Like, that's literally, like, my job right there. He's tell people who annoy him to shut the fuck up, because he just didn't really give a shit for the most part. It was hilarious.
Yeah, you really need the term alt-right. I mean, is that a euphemism? Maybe.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So are we the
alt-right? Let's call them.
Can we be like?
I mean, I use it myself, but
can we be the shift left?
I have to wonder.
Can we be like the shift left? That would be awesome. Or the tab left.
Or the leftovers.
I like that. Or the leftovers.
I mean, it's pretty clear to me that alt-right is just white supremacy.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious though, right? Like, I remember one time where he was arguing, where Vic was in there, and then they were arguing about the existence of God, and then Vic kept bringing up these like fucking leprechauns and shit, and like it kept pissing off Cropper, because he's like, why don't you make an example in reality, not with fucking leprechauns? And he was like, hey, let's tell them to shut the fuck up. And I was like, okay. It was hilarious. Oh my God.
Excuse me. Infinity. I think it's like this. I think that the white supremacists, have taken over the alt-right, and because there's plenty of racism in there, it was easy to do. But the way they see themselves, a lot of it is just the South Park Republicans. Like, we're not racist. We should be able to make racist jokes. And they have been in denial that, yeah, well, the real racists love you guys. Trump's not really racist. Why do the real racists love him, though? They're coming in with you. You're the fucking stinky baby, and they're the goddamn bathwater. And I'll throw both of you out at this point. But they think they're just South Park Republicans. Like, why can't I make a racist joke? Because I'm not racist. So now is the real test of where do they ever get off of this train that they got themselves on?
I don't
Because
think
I
so.
think they don't think they're racist. They're like, I'm not really racist. I wanna bang a black girl. You know, so they're not
Yeah.
racist.
Well, they're confused about what racism is in the first place.
Yeah, but aren't they going to learn? This is going to be a learning experience at least. But there's so much denial in fantasy land. I'm not confident they'll learn, but it's definitely going to be an in-their-face, experience one way or the other. But I think they might be able to face it with denial successfully.
Chris Rock said about the election, he said, "Don't worry, everybody, it will be all white again."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think alt-white is a way to go ahead and refer to alt-right and emphasize the fact that, and also even if it's not fair, because it is fair. You know what I mean? So even if those South Park Republicans are like, but I'm not actually racist. I have a good friend that's black. That it should be painted on them the reality of, well, it's racist what you're all doing. So
maybe that's one
racist.
reason why
That's a racist enough for me.
Maybe that's one reason why Ben Carson and Sarah Palin are getting positions in the cabinet, because
is she really going to get a position? HUD, I guess I read.
No, that's Ben Carson.
Oh my God! Is that confirmed?
She's getting Veteran Affairs.
So. Oh my God!
She's most likely going to get the VA position. I think.
Oh, VA. I'm sorry, not HUD. VA. That's
she's
what I
getting
heard,
VA. He's getting like.
But I thought he'd said I thought he'd said, oh, no, I'm not really serious. I can't run it.
Yeah, well, he changed his mind.
Yeah, because he's a part of the Trump transition team, apparently.
Okay, everybody, hush. Steinzor's going to say something.
Steinzor, I love you deeply.
You love his face.
I do. I love all of your face, Steinzor. Even your massive forehead there.
Yeah, your satanic, evil-looking face. We love it.
In Liverpool,
why? Because
they throw livers in it. Steinzor throws livers in swimming pools at Liverpool. Come on, Steinzor, say something, anything.
Sorry, are you like really high right now?
He's lost control of his audio. Don't leave your computer, jerk. Cuck.
Fucking cuck.
Where is
Hey, everyone, look, Ann just showing something.
That is a flashlight. No, that's a lighter. Alright, there's a lighter.
Why did Carmel says criticizing Islam doesn't
here?
make people racist? What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Bates, you talk a lot in DOS Spook's rooms.
Basically,
no, I'm going to be quiet and polite. I won't say.
basically,
I see how it is. You're sexist.
Basically, I think it's referencing how whenever you hold on, my mind. What did Carmel say again? Or Camille?
She said criticizing Islam isn't racist.
Baby,
she says, okay, she says it doesn't make people racist. She didn't say it wasn't racist itself. It just doesn't make other people racist when you do it, I guess. It's okay.
Maybe it's like a general retort to the arguments before about the alt-right being racist or something.
Well, yeah, that would be a very limited view of their positions on.
She said she thinks criticizing Christianity is okay, though. No, she's saying she doesn't really think. She called that hypocrisy. I criticize all religion. I don't know what you're talking about, but I also think that all immigrants, regardless of their religion, should be welcomed with open arms and given jobs.
What is this about? I mean, you can criticize religion. No one's saying you can't criticize religion. Where's this coming from?
Well, it's that Muslims are like sand people. They're like a race in Star Wars. So when we talk about them, we're kind of being racist. Right, Carmel? Why don't you pony up and get in the room, sister? Tell us what you really think.
All right, hold on. Let's see.
The Greeks hated the Arabs because they thought the Arabs were too effeminate.
The
Too much
thing,
perfumes and silk and things. Many
the
nice
thing,
things.
the thing, Camille came in once to argue with Kiro, and that was just crazy.
Just, it's Carmel. It is Carmel.
Oh, so it is Carmel. I'm sorry, I keep mispronouncing your name. I don't know. It's me being retarded. Sorry.
Well, we have a history because she thinks I'm part of some giant conspiracy of gang stalking her. I'm not.
Carmel, you can come in. You won't be attacked or anything if you come in. That way you can like put forth your own position.
Yeah, come in, Carmel.
Great.
You should come in, Carmel.
I just don't understand where all this. Oh, you can criticize Christianity. That's okay. Criticize Islam. Oh, that's a problem. Where's that coming from? No one said anything like that in the hangout.
We do need more positions like that in the. We do need to bring in more positions like that, at least for a dialogue. I think.
Yeah, I would.
You think that because you're a liberal cuck? Fuck their
Yes.
positions.
Socialism.
So much cock. I'm
Yeah.
down. It's
Who
okay.
started all that cuck crap?
I don't know. It just came on all at once. It was. I don't know. It
To
was
be
it that
honest, I like-
conservative book? That guy that did the conservative book, maybe
To
was
be-
the guy
to
that
be
brought
honest,
it in.
I
I don't
like-
know. I
to
wondered
be-
the same thing.
To be honest, I like saying the word "cuck." It's really catchy and it's funny to me.
Yeah. No,
Let
me
me
too.
see.
I'm totally into it.
I
I also think it's funny that, it's like I'm the cuck and I'm weak because I'm not afraid of women and immigrants.
okay.
Like, you should be more afraid.
Okay. No,
Right,
that
okay,
was
I'm
sarcasm. Okay, I just mean people get wrongly accused of being Islamophobes for legitimate criticisms of Islam.
I haven't seen that happen. Usually it's the other way around. They're Islamophobic and people go, yeah, well, it's fine.
Yeah, I think right-wing Christians are like the Ferengi race in Star Trek, and Muslims are like the Sand People in Star Wars, and they're
That's racist.
we're in a hell of a melting pot these days.
You're
I think
racist, Star
sci-fi
Trek.
will save the day. Sci-fi will save everything.
Can I be a Romulan?
Well, we're in Idiocracy has begun, and any one of us could start "Ow My Balls," and it's going to be a hit. So
Can I be a Romulan?
I'm about ready to watch "Ow My Balls." I'm thinking this would be a relief from what I'm going through.
There's this 9-minute movie called "The Day My Vagina Took a Vacation," and it's literally about a woman whose vagina left separated from her body because she kept having too many
Oh my
kids.
God, that is so up my alley. What's the day my? What's it called again?
It's like the vagina vacation. There we go. It's like vagina vacation.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. That sounds great.
It's
I'm
like
a big
9
fan of that
minutes.
kind
More
of
like a
movies.
web video.
What's up?
Or like a web video than a movie.
It is.
Oh, I
But
see.
it's. Wait, did you actually watch it
Yeah, I watched it when it came out.
when it came out? I told you about it.
Yeah, I already knew about it though.
No, you
The only
didn't.
re- yeah, okay, this is what happened. The only reason that I didn't know what he was talking about because he misnamed the movie.
No, I didn't.
Well, that was clever.
Such a
Well, that was a
liar.
clever move on his part because now
He's such a
evidently
liar.
you're a liar.
Oh, Carmel is coming in. I'll come in. Hold on.
I'm gonna go get my M&Ms and caramels right now. Just anticipate. She's got me salivating. This woman is cray-cray, everyone. Just get prepped.
You're cucking your cane sugar by turning it into caramel.
And I
I
think
know, and because
Infinity.
caramel is one of those brown colors that is really funny.
That and Infinity is
Caramel, I mean.
That-
Caramel, you know what I meant, right?
Okay, what is this, Piro? So you're a part of a secret cabal? Do
No.
you have connections?
No.
Carmel Cabal.
Carbell. A carball.
I
You make your
like
caramel
caramel
with, like,
apples,
your-
but not the red ones. I like the Granny Smith ones.
Do you like? But are you using high fructose corn syrup? Or are you Are you using high
Probably
fructose
the
cuck
cheapest.
syrup?
Yeah, cuck syrup mostly. The cheap, not good caramel. Working class caramel apples.
Oh, methamphetamine.
Yes, that's what I meant.
God, how could we?
That's not funny because it's true.
How could we advertise a cuck syrup? I mean, really? I mean, I'm thinking of marketing that. I'm going to show you guys another marketing thing here in a minute.
Where's
Cuck syrupative. But see, the whole cuck thing is also funny because that book Cuckservative and that one alt-right guy that says I'm all right, he it's an infighting. It's not just against liberals. Liberals, you're so wimpy. We've been dealing with that for 40 years. It's the point at which they've turned on other conservatives as a way of identifying which conservatives.
Gary made a video to you and Fake Sagan. Did he?
Yeah, just the first part was to me.
Okay.
And here's the ironic thing, which I'll say to Gary if shows this to him. Gary, when I insult you and call you a liar, you get more polite. I don't like having to do that to make someone more polite. It's not in your best interest that you are more polite when I do that. So stop calling me names and you won't get insulted, and then you could be polite from the beginning.
Carmel's here, and I think that's more of that's weird because it's like a show of strength, I guess. Like you have to show strength in order to
Your face shows strength.
Yeah, Carmel is here, by the way.
Those are my favorite ones where you do your face thing where it actually comes out like super positive because it's automatically recognizable as negative. It's like your face is strong. Like, well, it'll take that back.
Alright, so what's up, Carmel?
The rebels in Star Wars are based off the Pat Taliban.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mujahideen.
Hello.
Hello.
Really? In the new one, you think so, or you mean somebody said
the old
that?
one?
Hey, hold on for 1 second.
That's not possible.
Hey guys, hold on for 1 second.
Yes, it is possible. No, it isn't. It's the 70s. Is old.
Anyway, what were you saying, Carmel?
Bullshit. I call on that.
I was just saying hello.
Hello.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Hello.
That's not good enough, Carmel.
I think that the old Star Wars is based on the Roman history of the Roman Republic. When they lost the Republic to an empire and whatnot. Very, very directly, like a ripoff of the Roman story with wizards in the future.
Endor is kind of like the Battle of Jotunberg.
I'll take your word for that. I'm not familiar with that battle.
We have a full house tonight, Kara.
Literally?
Yes. That hasn't happened in a while.
Well, that's because Trump is a boon to liberal media.
And also because we believe in wizards.
I fully expect some sort of grant from George Soros.
Actually, yeah, because Trump being in the White House generates a lot of views and a lot of articles.
Well, no, I mean, I'm serious. In the underground and also weird stuff. Like I noticed when Reagan was president as a kid, that's when UHF took off and started being like cable, and there was nudity on TV on the UHF channels, and a lot of stuff like that where it happens in the opposite. Like the president doesn't just set the tone; they also set the anti-tone. The cool kids are all going to do whatever it seems like the president wouldn't support, and so there is an opportunity. I'm joking about us being liberal media, but I think the people that are actually in it, David Pakman's and the Minority Report, they will see a surge of interest, and I think that's good. Not that I really like David Pakman, but I do subscribe to him to watch. But
I like David Pakman. He's
okay. Kind of boring.
I mean, yeah, because he does he doesn't inject a lot of his own emotions into the material as well.
Is
His
there
take is kind of standard too. It's a take that's already out there in the zeitgeist. He's not really innovating. Whereas like in the Majority Report, they do some analysis and have people on that do analysis that's unique. Like they'll find an idea, an insight that you didn't hear somewhere else.
To defend him a little bit, I mean, he doesn't really have too much money, and his resources are a lot more limited.
Well, you know what? He's on Free Speech TV. When I finally discovered Free Speech TV.
What the hell is that?
It's like they do funding drives. They're viewer supported like a public station, but they don't get any PBS kind of funding. They have Democracy Now! On. And then I started watching it. They got good kinds of documentaries and stuff. But David Pakman, that's where he's on TV. And that's kind of why it does look a little bit produced. He's on that channel. And also, Tom Hartman, that's where, like, Tom Hartman, he just does clips. You can't get the whole video, and it's like, because somebody owns it. Well, he has a radio program on Sirius, but it's also broadcast. The video we get is what's broadcast on Free Speech TV. So it's kind of interesting because I'm like, okay, well, if you put it that way, my Majority Report should be on there. The Young Turks should be on there. The Young Turks I have real mixed feelings about, but TYT Politics, that guy Jordan, he's great. He's for real. He's like they funded a real journalist in that organization.
RT, I think they used to be on the same network as RT, but then they separated from RT.
Is that Rock Tit, and is there a Miss Pac-Man? Camilla, can we talk about Muslims? What's happening to this hangout?
Do you guys have an opinion on Anna Kasparian? I watched this guy War Corpse, this anti-SJW guy War Corpse. And talking about Anna Kasparian, and it was painful because I really dislike her.
Because she made a fat joke once, I believe.
No, I never liked her. That showed what kind of person I really is. And she's the kind of liberal that I think undermines liberals. She's a liberal. And also, remember she talked to Thunderfoot. She's also a bro chick.
Okay.
I don't like her. I don't like her politics. I'm sure she's a fine person. I would talk to her at a party.
That's unfair because, like, I talked to Cropper and shit. What's up? Sorry, Camille. Go ahead. Sorry, Carmel.
That is unfair. You can't. Okay, if an interviewer interviews Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, that's their job to interview people. Doesn't mean they agree with that person. Are you saying that she's wrong for giving him a platform? That's ridiculous.
I'm saying the positions that she has that has come out is she is she wants to hang with the guys and sees things the way Thunderfoot sees it in terms of can't you have a little sexual harassment at your conferences? Why not? Oh, come on, man. Charles Arnello. And then she's a fat shamer. Of all the things you could say. Okay, when Alex Jones broke into the TYT set and she called him a fat ass bastard or whatever. What was Cenk? Cenk is not.
Wait, this is your problem?
Is not the perfect liberal in the world either. But Cenk wasn't calling him a fat asshole. He said, "Oh, what is the lizard people doing it?" He attacked Alex Jones for some real crazy shit Alex Jones actually says.
Okay,
and that's what you should do.
Okay, so your position is wait.
He's got ticks from estrogen and fucking potato chips.
So your position is that So I want to go back before I tackle the fat thing.
I also hate that Rubin guy.
I mean, that's fucking retarded. I'm sorry, but the what did you say about her thinking he's harassed? That's funny, but she's for pro-harassment. Like,
yeah,
do you have a clip?
I think so. In the same way that Thunderfoot is, where they don't look at it that way, but I do see.
Okay, but we have
that's resulting in that, right?
Okay, but you can have a disagreement, but there are disagreements.
Well, I said she's probably not a bad person and all that. I'm just saying, as a political position person that's up there glowing this political position, I don't like it. I think it undermines the left.
It doesn't undermine the left if she called Alex Jones a fat fuck. That is funny. I don't know why I find these jokes funny.
I don't really care either.
But that's okay. I was asking you because I see reasons to like her, and I have mixed feelings about the Young Turks. But I think there's some good aspects, and I think it's overall good that they're having a popular liberal network, basically an actual network online. I mean, I think that's cool. So if you guys like her, don't feel like I'm going to have the same feeling about you. I mean, I see things that are likable about her, but she gets on my nerves, and she is a fat shamer and a shallow liberal that I don't really think is good for us.
Because she called someone fat, like
Well, that's one, yeah.
And I'm sorry, like being fat isn't the same as like being gay or something or trans.
No, it's more like this.
Shit.
No, but Caitlin, it's more like this. It's like you're talking to a person who's fucking Alex Jones.
Okay.
And you got to think of something. Boom, on the top of your head. You don't have a long time. He just stormed into your fucking set while you were on air at the convention.
She said something out of
what you come up with is he's fat.
Oh, I know, but he's not.
The motherfucker is anti-vaccine. He thinks Sandy Hook was a fucking. How about he thinks Sandy Hook was fake with the false flag?
But she said something out of anger too, and like.
You think she told mom with a tranny?
I mean, so what if, like you said, so what if you, like, fucking insult his weight amongst other things? I don't really see.
But are you saying you do like her? I mean, do you watch Young Turks?
I don't even really like the Young Turks. I just don't feel like I just feel
that's
like
a good reason.
I just feel like your position.
Well, let me tell you. Okay, I'll be fully honest. She always got on my nerves. I always thought there was a little something that, to me, is not the kind of liberal that I really get along with, because I think it's fake. I think it's like she had a clique of friends who was liberal, and here's what you say to be liberal. And really, underneath, I don't see a liberal as I calculate what liberalism is. On the other hand, I wouldn't stab her in the back. At least she's part of a leftist press, and her positions are more in line with me than other people. So I have no problem with her. I think it's great. She's no Trump, and speak out against Trump. However, when someone like War Corpse goes ahead and they have this video trying to trash her, it's like, it's painful to see, because I'm kind of like, yeah, she is an elitist fat shamer.
Okay. Well, like you can criticize someone's position regardless.
Yeah, and I was curious what you guys think of the Young Turks in general, because it's.
I don't like here's my issues with the Young Turks. I don't like it's more like with Saint Huger or whatever. Like, some of his positions I like, but then I think he's too dogmatic at times. That's basically my issues with him. I think he's too dogmatic at times.
I don't like Jink. Yeah, that's my issue with him.
Yeah, he's too dogmatic, and that's literally my only real problems with him. Like, whether he's a dude bro or any of this other like buzzword bullshit, I could honestly care less.
Well, I don't like his. He can be dishonest sometimes. He can be
I will agree. Here's the thing though. Wait, I want to touch on what Infinity said. The thing is, and this is why I have mixed feelings about that. He does admit to being dishonest, and he does admit to using dishonest tactics, because he thinks that we're in a type of environment where we should, honestly. He feels like we're in an environment where we should be dishonest like the Republicans. And on some level, I can agree with that. Yeah, he has. He thinks that we should do some of the same shit Republicans do.
But not dishonest. But he's talking about things like #LoserDonald.
He's talking about things like he's talking about things like gerrymandering and shit like that, fucking with votes and shit.
Yeah.
And on some level, I can kind of agree with that.
But look, what his main thing is campaign finance reform, and he's smart about that. Plus, when all his people on TYT were saying, Trump couldn't win, he's like, I don't know about that, folks, for very good reasons that turned out to be valid. He didn't expect to be valid, right? He was just being honest. So I don't know. I think he's the thing that holds TYT together, because it's a lot of crap other than that, except for the best thing is this TYT politics channel with Jordan.
Russia.
He's
makes
fucking
him so
awesome.
dishonest.
Say what?
It's probably his experience working with Russia that makes him so dishonest.
What experience is that?
Because
being like a shill for Russia Today and stuff.
Because they used to be partnered up with RT, which honestly is somewhat unfair. I mean, you're partnered up with whoever.
And he got money. They got money from Al Jazeera as well.
Here's the thing, though, right? Like, it's a platform. So
I don't know about them getting money from whoever the fuck that was.
I mean, but it's like,
when Alex Jones went on there, he was attacking him for being supported by Saudi Arabia, and that was because Al Jazeera had been involved with funding them as well. They get grants. They apply for media grants.
I just want to throw out there, this guy, Greg Palast, has this movie where he predicted before the election that Donald Trump would win, and he would win because he would steal the election, essentially.
oh wait, someone was trying to talk, but we, I think, talked over them.
You know what? You can't do anything till you can prove it. I'm not the kind of conspiracy theorist that when I believe one of these conspiracies that would say, hey, you know, let's just burn them in the streets, vigilante. No, it has to go to the court, but I think there was shenanigans up there. I think it got stolen.
Well, I want to watch this movie because he predicted, hey, Donald Trump's going to win. He's going to win because they're going to steal it. And in the movie, they talk about why.
It's possible.
Throwing that out there.
Yeah, I saw him interviewed. I guess that's because of this movie, but I just saw him. Where did I see him? Democracy Now! Had him on now.
Well, before Carmel speaks, I wanted to say, Faith, I told Chris you would order her a pizza. So, okay, go ahead.
Is it caramelized onions on it?
Right.
Yeah. I guess they'd be caramelized.
I find that you're very troll.
Wait. Carmel, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I'm just listening.
Alright.
I'm just kicking back. I think Piero doesn't really like me. He doesn't really want me to be here. He kind of groaned.
No, well, you're here though, so you might as well speak. I didn't object. I didn't object. Well, not such that anybody gave a shit anyway.
Just like the Piero says, hey, I want to know your guys' opinion.
Anarchy in the USA.
And then he tells us his.
Break my rules. Break my rules. Don't tell me which paint to drink.
That's right. You can't manufacture consent.
I mean, which paint not to drink. That works better that way.
That's right. You can't manufacture consent by lying. That's true.
Did you read that book? Because I got that book on my shelf, and everybody should read that book. It's quite worth it and fun to read. Manufacture of Consent.
It's not fun. It's so boring.
It's awesome. It's the best. It's the most exciting thing you'll ever read in your life. It's like Game of Thrones of politics.
You sound like Trump.
It's terrific.
Who?
It's the biggest book. The book just
What
got
book?
10 feet bigger.
Manufacturing consent. No
I've
Is it
seen videos
manufacturing consent or the manufacturer? Wait,
No,
yeah, no, I'm looking at it. It's manufacturing consent. It's great. It's got the propaganda model figured out.
Yeah, but Noam Chomsky's just a bore, I tell you. I mean, writing.
Usually, but not in that case. You're just pissed because of his linguistics. Yeah, so he wasn't that great of a linguist. Overrated.
great.
Wrong. But when it comes to the manufacture of consent, wrote a great book.
Oh, it's a great
good
book.
Research.
Just boring. You know, it's like
boring.
reading
It's
an
exciting.
encyclopedia.
The most exciting thing you ever read.
Okay.
You'd love it. You're going to make a musical of it. Listen to my voice. You know what's a really good book? Have you ever read this book about cartooning called Understanding Comics by Scott McCloud?
I had that at one time. I like that book. It's very cool.
Best book on art theory ever. It applies to all art. Reread it.
Reread it.
It's great. No, it's really seriously, because the whole point is it's the negative space thing where in comics, he kind of proves that in comics, and he doesn't apply it to anything else. It's just about comics, but I think it applies to everything else, is that you have these 4 frames. How do you get so much information in 4 frames? It's because the real information is what's in between the frames. You know, 2 frames next to each other. It's the part you assume that connects them that fills out 4 frames into a whole little scene. And or however many frames, you know, and that's really that's true. That's how, if you want to be good telling a story, it's just like they say with music, it's the notes that you leave out. that are important. And, you know, it's what isn't in there, but's in between the things you put in your painting that give the painting meaning.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, but it
So
allows
that's
the
exciting.
audience,
And you will make a
it
musical.
allows
of
the
it.
audience to interact with the artwork in their own subjective way.
Well,
But it
that's
also
another one
allows
of
for
his
a lot-
points. Sorry, I didn't mean to
It
interrupt
also
you.
allows for a lot of misunderstanding to what the artist actually meant.
Or the
Which is part of the-
impossibility of really conveying the information, because all art is interactive. It's like if people are getting
Right.
their meaning in between the frames of the comic, the invisible part, then what you're really doing is triggering their own thoughts on it, which of course end up being all unique. So that's why
Right.
the artist really isn't in control of their art. But he
Right.
doesn't make that point, but it's implicit in there. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Well, I'm glad we
Also,
got
what
that.
I liked is that I always kind of got the idea that comics, when they're done right, really are an ultimate art form, because it's so abstract that it gets right. Caricature and political cartoons, they get right down to this essence of how we think about Dr. Seuss kind of ideas about how you actually think about things inside your brain, which is kind of like this fairyland of images. And so to me, it's awesome that it's a great art theory. It's all about comics, but it's universal.
Yeah, but it's not green eggs and ham. It's piss eggs and ham. I'd like to. I don't know what you're talking. I think he's a bad example. I think.
Do you even like comics?
I'm okay with comics. I don't whack off over them or anything. But
Well, that's why
That's
not.
the only thing they're good for.
Yeah. So you don't like comics,
your
basically. you're
comic
saying.
is that hottie shadang.
And yet you'd be great at comics. I mean, a lot about some of your style is very
true.
welcomed in the underground comic world, and you would be celebrated. You should make a comic then, just to.
Yeah, you'd be good at
Break
political
open.
satire. Dustboot.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on one of the. I'm working on 2 of those
You
pieces.
should make a comic book about running for president. Like an
And
evil clown runs for president. He looks mostly like you.
whatever. He was already voted in. And there's-
Well, that just means it's more marketable. It's always better to predict the future after it's happened. Much more marketable.
Well, did you guys see that they know that Melania Trump is part of the Illuminati, because there's no other way she could have you know, or that Michelle Obama is a part of the Illuminati. 'cause
Well,
she
I
couldn't have
personally
been
believe
the
she's an agent of the
Kill that.
KGB, it looks like. She's the mastermind behind all of this stuff.
What?
I think the original Melania Trump died in the 90s, and what we're seeing now is a body double.
I think that's also true. I think it's compatible with what I said. Very compatible.
She's the mastermind behind everything. Trump isn't really even a human being. He's like a very sophisticated robotic puppet.
You're giving him too much credit.
The comic, the Tom Tomorrow
Have you ever
comic.
seen an actual android? When they smile, their faces don't
Are
scrunch.
you sure though? I think he's more like a puppet master. He got 60 million people to vote for him.
No,
Doesn't
that
that
was
make him
all.
the puppet master, not the puppet? Or both?
He's connected
No,
to the.
because he's
He's
already part of
connected
a
to the
larger
hive mind.
conspiracy.
Exactly.
The
I
entire
do think that the
election
real
was
ruling
Hillary
class
Clinton.
that we have is is real estate, and so in that sense, I do think he's in the elite class that actually runs things. The people that can just hold on to a piece of paper and make shit tons of money because Boston real estate goes up 6% a year, even in a recession. In his case, New York, but randomly chose Boston there, but it counts everywhere.
Hey, would anyone else of you guys mute Stizer, please?
But I also imagine that he is kind of like the geeky guy none of the other billionaires like when they're all in Bohemian Grove. Put your clothes back on, Donald. Which might be a good thing. He might turn out he's the nerd of the billionaires. That could be, there'd be a silver lining and would work out just naturally.
It turns out
I
that
don't think he expected to win. I think
no.
I don't.
Not
There's part of
originally.
me There's part of me that he didn't want to win, and that's why he kept saying stupid things on Twitter.
Yes, that's exactly what I think. Holy shit.
Yeah. And I think that he's surprised.
Well, that was in South Park as well.
I think he was trying to sabatage himself subconsciously. That's what I think.
That was in South Park too, where
Oh my
the
God,
guy was running
okay,
for president
I
trying to lose. You
I didn't
asshole!
know that.
Shut up! I'm no good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think he was doing this shit for a publicity stunt, honestly.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he for
I don't
sure
think he
was.
was
He started out that
planning.
way, but even Bernie was like, "Well, I'm going to use this as a platform," and so the question then becomes: at what point did he decide, "Hey, it'll be good to be the king"? Maybe after he won. After he won, he was trying so hard right up till then. Then he's like, "Okay, well, I can go with this. Fallback plan. Plan B, everybody. Being president."
Yeah, plan C is give it to Ivanka when he gets tired of it. Like, come on, dear, pick it up.
Well, I think there is a chance he could get impeached just because he's wrong about this conflict of interest. It's right in the Constitution, and if he has enough enemies that they don't just, stop all law enforcement, it looks like he's the kind of guy that'll expose himself to that to prosecution because he always has in the past. I mean, he likes to push the law a little bit. It might be even okay to push the law a little bit in the sense that, oh, well, we all drive 5 miles or 20 miles over the speed limit. Maybe, but then when you're president, the ramifications are more serious, but also the amount of FBI that'll take it seriously becomes more real. On the other hand, we have a tradition of letting presidents break the law, so
Yeah, we do.
most likely nothing will happen. Usually they keep it secret, though, and we find out 20 years later.
Exactly. Or not at all.
Yeah, we're just going to you're gonna know right away.
Well, I think this guy's going to push the boundaries as far as he can push it, and I hope there will be people watching him very, very closely, and it's going to be much more difficult for him to get away with it.
Well, right, like right now with the DAPL, I've been pointing this out that the Rolling Stone had like this headline of, public protest under the Trump world. And it's all this, what they're doing to the protesters and blaming it on Trump. Well, that's really Obama's fault, though now he's just, I guess, stopped it. So he saved them. Good for him. But the real point is things that happened under Obama that were getting swept under the rug by the press that sometimes writes liberal articles. When it's Trump as president, they'll actually mention it. And so that's totally dishonest and bullshit. On the other hand, they should have been mentioning it the whole time. So from my point of view, at least silver lining, it'll be getting mentioned. On the other hand, it's kind of a lie because it's just like when Bush does something and they blame it on Obama, or you know what I mean? Everybody loves to do that, left and right. Blame.
Well, I'm not so sure we have to.
Opportune.
I'm not convinced we have to rely on the ultra liberals to report him. He's pissed off a lot of people on the way up. And you know the old saying, don't piss off too many people on the way up.
Right, a lot of wealthy people. And now if he funnels that money to Trump Industries or Ivanka subsidiary or there's other billionaires that are losing that money. So I expect a big full-on Game of Thrones with things we can't even know what's going on in Washington, right?
A million times, Pierre. I've never even seen it, but you keep referencing it like that's what we're going to see. And
well, I'm using it as the Machiavelli's The Prince. I mean, we're going to see some backstabbing, Borgia's kind of politics.
Incest.
Think Vatican in the 1300s kind of politics.
Ooh.
And that's maybe a good thing because the rich keep the poor divided against each other, fighting over racism and stuff. And in this case, it's the rich are going to be fighting each other, but that can hurt a lot of people.
Well, you're definitely going to have some conflicting interests. Some conflicting interests occur with this administration, I think.
Right. Well, like the whole Bush contingency that has Halliburton and Alcoa and a lot of the big industry, chemical and kind of industries in the United States as a cabal, I think they're a little bit out of it, and they're really powerful with a lot of money in the bank. So they're the kind of people, like, if Trump doesn't let them in on their piece of the cake that they're used to from Republicans and Democrats, then they might be the ones that help give the spine to some FBI agents that prosecute Trump because he's making all the diplomats stay at Trump Hotel or whatever.
And I thought what Infinity was saying about him pushing the boundaries is that he was going to make mechanical engineers make transformers out of every car or some shit, like some whack out thing. But
have you guys seen these robotic origami robots that are basically like made out of a robotic, shape that transforms into a bunch of other shapes and then can walk around and grab things by transforming? So like Transformers are going to be real. That's one I did not see coming. I thought that was just for kids. And it's like, no, that shit's going to be real. I'll be in my car and it'll be walking along and it'll be like, trink, 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 and then wings, jets, and then boat. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I guess that's an upside there.
Well, I assume that's what it means to make America great, and also just rocket packs in general,
Rocket, yeah.
Jetpacks.
Absolutely, jetpacks.
Pretty sure I was promised that.
Yeah, there was some implicit promises when we saw the Jetsons growing up that we'd get jetpacks.
Well, the original promise was that you get flying cars, but you have to wear leotards. So it's like, nope, no deal. We'll wait. We want the flying cars.
If you were going to, an honest question here, if you were going to predict the future, would you say it was going to be more like the Jetsons or it was going to be more like Mad Max?
I think we're at a cusp. And that's kind of that we could be either way.
I think it's both. I think the Jetsons live above.
I'm a terminal optimist. I have to go with the Jetsons, but the Jetsons with more trees, though. With more trees up there, more trees, more parks, more sky parks.
I'm the pessimist. I'm going to say Mad Max.
I have always loved, and it's become a thing, so I'm not alone anymore, post-apocalyptic fiction. When I was young, one of the reasons I like science fiction, you can have all this post-apocalyptic stuff. So I see this sort of allure, and I was into Road Warrior when I got in on the second one. And there's an excitement to it, but as a liberal and thinking practically, I'm like, no, because when you have warlords take over, it's always worse, and there's slavery for sure, or the equivalent, whatever they call the slaves. And so, yeah, I hope not.
I hope not, but it doesn't look good to me. It looks bad right now. And not just because Trump got elected.
But what if Cruz? Okay, not just because of him. Because I was going to say, what
that
if
just
Cruz
makes it worse.
Gotten elected, or there's other fascists that could have been even worse, But okay, not just because of him. Yeah.
Well, it makes it worse.
This whole austerity, worldwide austerity, is what creates fascism movements. Strength. It gives them strength, not creates them. Gives them strength. So, and I believe that theory. That's this Mark Blythe thing we've been talking about earlier. And so that means it's not done, that this Trump movement will get stronger, that we can backslide.
Yeah,
demographics
I agree.
Yeah, and
I think that might happen. I've told you. I think
we got Hispanics voting for a while.
I think he will win the next election.
Well, with this whole police state we have, he's in a good position to being able to read everybody else's emails in the country. I mean, that definitely gives you some points of advantage right there. And then the Democrats are going to put Pelosi and Schumer and keep their whole strategy the same. It doesn't look good.
Do you guys think the next best Democrat would be a Mexican Democrat or Hispanic American? Do you think that would probably be like
No, I think we need to get rid of identity politics. And if he happens to be an old white Jew, fine. If he happens to be
I don't think
a Muslim, fine. And if it happens to be a woman Hindu, fine, just whatever.
Just ask.
I don't think you can get rid of.
No, it's a great
identity
question.
Politics.
It's a great question because the Democrats are thinking that way. They think in identity politics, their only liberalism is identity politics. They're not liberal on in when it comes to Marx or any economic things, and so that's what they're thinking. What identity do we need to run? And that's
a
why
black
they'll
lesbian,
lose.
a fat black lesbian, atheist. That's what we need to run next.
Well, that would be a loser for sure.
I think any identity politic, even
that's why I'm saying you can't just totally ignore identity politics.
I think identity
that's
politics
a pretty good
is
example.
where
You can't run a fat black lesbian atheist.
Why not?
Because it's a loser. No one's going to vote for that
I
person
think you could if you
because of
no.
identity politics.
No, but it depends on if she's actually Bernie Sanders or not. Is she actually have her positions, or is she just playing an identity role?
You're living.
I think
in a
we can
fantasy.
elect anybody that actually has policies and happens to be
A black lesbian atheist cannot.
Michelle Obama could
black
switch
lesbian
sides.
atheist.
Let's be real for fucking 2 minutes.
No.
A black lesbian atheist cannot win.
How
the
are we going to make
presidency of the United
But
States?
infinity? If we're liberal, how are we going to make that not matter if we're the ones carrying the water and saying it still matters?
Because
Let them make
it does
matter.
matter.
Let them
because
make
it's
it matter. Well, let's
Because
run
it's
one.
real.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't matter.
Look, what
I'm
I'm
saying I
saying
don't
is
think
we
it
should
should
not
matter.
run
It just
someone
does.
because of their identity classification group. We should run them because of their ideas.
Well,
And if they have good ideas,
That's
it
true.
doesn't matter if they have to.
We're talking about like good strategy. To me, it might be a good strategy, not whether or not we should. I thought that's how I.
Well, what I'm saying is I think any identity politics from the left is a bad strategy.
But at the same time, you have to recognize that it's a real thing that exists in the world. That's the
does.
whole reason why you're saying
should.
identity
You
politics
have
is
the
a left
option of
problem. It's
losing
not a
with
left problem.
integrity.
It's a right problem, and the left is just responding to it.
But you could just lose with integrity on some subjects where you should never give in.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you run a black female lesbian.
If that is the
Why not?
person that had the
Why
best.
not? Push the envelope. I say push the envelope. It's the extremists that change things.
Well, the point is you should
Well, why
ignore
not
that.
and you guys are all saying
that
no.
and choose somebody that writes speeches people like to hear that are actually progressive. Like Bernie. Bernie actually has good ideas and they're practical about how to work with the opposition, and he works with the opposition. And so it doesn't matter if he's an old white guy or, oh my God, he's a Jew. None of that matters. We just need to
Piero, I'm
choose
gonna
somebody
drop
that
out
writes
before
good speeches.
Before I go, Piero, because I'm going to drop out, I got to go. But I wanted to say that I think Carmel's being maybe a lesbian, atheism, white woman, she could wear blackface, and then it wouldn't be an identity politic, and she could run.
So you got to go. So you've got to go because this is when Mormons have to face Mecca, right, or something.
Yeah, and I'm in on that. Well, have a good one, folks.
All right, take care,
bye.
Michael.
See ya.
Well, you live in Utah. Everybody knows you're all Mormons. 100% of you. Vout.
No, going back to what we were talking about, I don't think you're facing things from the right angle. Yes, yes, we need to have someone with good ideas up there, but there are certain. Donald Trump totally got elected on, well, totally maybe is overstatement, but he got elected basically because of the whole racist position that he took
gave him a few
from
points.
a long time ago. That's identity politics. We didn't invent it. It just exists. It's not some made up shit. It's just out there.
Agree.
No, but
No.
That's not so simple, because they had their racist version of the identity, and then we made identity politics where people are like, hey, you should vote for a black person. You should hire the White House to reflect the demographic skin color of the United States and things like that. And then we gave it this cogency like it was a good thing. And then now it's white identity, white billionaire identity politics versus the liberal identity politics. And guess what? All those white guys are like, yeah, I'm white, I'll vote my identity, like you say. And so they've just fed racism because they basically said, well, if you're black,
you're just saying that because of a bunch of idiots out there are going to double down.
They
on their
say
bullshit,
if you're a woman, you
then
should.
we should not. We should relinquish what we were doing before.
The liberals
That's
have gotten in the
bullshit.
position to say where if you're African American, you ought to support the brother for president. But if you're a good liberal white, you also should support the brother for president because he's never won.
Look,
lo and behold, surprise, a lot of white guys said, well, I'm going to support the white pro.
What, Piro?
Well, you said to acknowledge the reality of this kind of thinking, and I'm telling you, this is the acknowledgement of it. It is not about the reputation.
And that kind of thinking is what we are fighting against. You don't just give up the fucking battle. Because
wait. Let me ask you. Okay, wait. Right, you're making a good point, but let me make sure I'm getting what you're saying, that I'm disagreeing with what you're actually saying or not.
This is like
I thought you were saying that we need to give in. Like, if we have candidates, we need to think about they're racist. They're not going to vote for this black woman. And I'm saying we ignore that.
No, I'm saying you have to be realistic about what kind of, because I'm saying that it's a real thing that exists.
Yeah.
So some people that may be on our side might not be on our side if we go full force.
Okay, what I'm saying is it exists, and what we should do strategically is say, fuck you, we are going to go for the
that doesn't sound like...
Wait, hold on. I think so here's what I know Bernie was saying as a part of this shit. Basically...
Wait, I gotta check my laundry again. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Personal.
No problem. With how identity politics, at least is being phrased by some, we're alienating people who are white. Basically, that seems to be the message that I think Bernie was trying to get across, and that I've also heard, that we're alienating like white men. Because,
which is a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, it maybe not.
This is the same thing Piro was saying about white people are oppressed.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but that's missing the mark. That's not really saying what's going on. The fact that people that are white are in a state of oppression doesn't have anything to do with the fact that they're white. Whereas the fact that people that are black or otherwise or minorities that does have to do with
the problem. I think what's being said is that the focus is that we're basically attacking people. Some of us are basically attacking people for being white and because they're white, like they're white males, they're the problem, they are the problem. That's why their racism exists, etc. Like, I think that's basically kind of.
I think that's more of an interpretation than the actual message.
I mean, it's a message from some people. Honestly, you can't it's not totally like an interpretation.
But it's such a minority position.
I mean, it's a minority position, but it is a position that does circulate on larger social platforms like Twitter. It does. It circulates. So. It does, and that does.
That goes to my thing about how the internet is just making us dumber when it should be making us smarter.
And I agree with you. I actually agree with that position. It does. I'm not saying that this is some massive majority or this is the majority message. It's not, but it is a message that is out there.
I think that there's a little bit of jujitsu we can do by saying we sympathize with you, poor white males. You're being blamed as if you're all Mitt Romneys, and there's a bad reputation. Maybe you can't even get a job. because people think of you a certain way. They stereotype you. You know, it's not good to be stereotyped. Right? Jiu-jitsu, because that's what we've been saying about if you're African American or if you're a woman in a certain industry, and you know, all of these biases. And if we just accept that, hey, it applies to poor white men, or not even poor, but you know, working class people that happen to be white, they also have it, then you know,
But
we
it's
maybe
like I
we
said,
it's
we
time
don't
to
really
acknowledge that.
We don't really have to phrase it as jujitsu. We can just say we're exclusive to people who are being oppressed, whether you're white, black, or Asian, or green, or
But there's
orange,
different
Right.
or whatever.
I'm not saying it's a
oppression,
secret
there's-
manipulation trick. It's jujitsu. I'm not saying we lie about it and make it a fraud or a marketing thing, or emphasize that it's jujitsu. I don't even think of it as jujitsu, but it is for some liberals, because I said when I was on the thing with my wife that white males were oppressed too, because think about it, 90% of the people are working class, and they're basically oppressed to various degrees, down to pretty bad degrees, and so that includes white males. And people, my wife was like, really, did you say that? And there was a commenter, really, did you say that? And I'm like, well, yeah, I said that. I thought that was,
well, the
I'll
reason
do
why
that.
you're getting a
I thought all
comment,
leftists knew that. No, they don't.
the reason
So maybe
why
they-
you're getting a comment like that, Piro, is because, again, I told you this before, you're conflating two separate
Your face
items.
told me. Which two?
You're conflating there is a real racial oppression that exists out there. There's also a
Someone in the
class
chat is posting
oppression
some
that
money.
exists out there.
Right, but
Those are two separate things, and you're
but they're not
conflating
really.
them
See,
by
but they're
making-
not really.
They are.
They aren't. It's really all economic.
They really
and
are.
The racial thing is how they divide the poor people.
Someone posted
know
one
what-
in the chat on the video itself.
I'm saying that it's all economic. The real oppression is economic. War, economy, and slavery comes from that. And racism is just something that was invented so that when you, for example, in Hawaii, they had plantations, and they got a bunch of Portuguese, and they got a bunch of Chinese, and a bunch of Japanese, and a bunch of, various ethnicity, Filipinos. And by fomenting the racism between those groups, their workers, which outnumber them, are kept at odds with each other. That way, they don't join together and kill the foreseer.
Well, that sounds like a very
Yeah, divide and
top-down
conquer.
model you're presenting there. I don't think it exists that way. I think it's very
Okay, well, that's our difference then, because, yeah, I think that's pretty much literally the case.
So
There's
what is-
more psychology
What
to
is
it
it
than
going
that,
on
but-
with the phone call?
Hold
I don't know.
on.
Fucking
God
A,
damn
this
it.
is awesome. This is like the 21st century. We're calling McDonald's. I want a Big Mac. I want a Big Mac. Can you hear me, McDonald's?
They've been removed. They're forever gone from our hearts and our souls.
Forever gone.
That was trippy.
Well, like, I mean, you can point out those things. You can point out racism and oppression and classism and oppression like that. That is something you can do. The thing is that we just shouldn't use these as weapons. Honestly, hold on. What is happening right now? That is actually pretty hilarious. No, I'm sorry. I was
that shit on purpose.
This is hilarious.
Well, let's go ahead and connect to the suicide hotline.
All right, let's
Yeah.
talk to them. This is amazing.
We
No,
just
maybe
found
that's
out Trump
kinda wrong.
won. We've been partying since election day. We just found out. We sobered up and found out Trump won. We have
I wonder
a
how
problem.
This
They
is
probably-
amazing.
Hang
Wait,
up.
you
Do
can
not
check.
waste their time. There's
Wait, wait.
somebody actually committing suicide right now.
Oh, I want an infinity.
No, you can't do prank calls to the suicide hotline in
Yeah.
my chat
Alright.
hangout.
Like,
And
we have to
they're
do
probably
wrong.
already pretty taxed with the whole Trump election.
it. We have
No
to do
doubt.
it in someone else's hangout. That's what Piro's saying.
Oh
It's
my
just
God.
going to
did
get
you-
worse, too.
Yeah, you can start your own hangout. It's not like I don't know internet. I know it's going to happen. Seriously, of all of the troll things, the what's the thing they call when they 911 people?
Swatting?
Swatting.
Swatting.
That's terrible because That's not a good activism, man. And people's dogs get killed, and you want to talk like Gary complains about nihilists. People that do that shit, that's a kind of nihilism that's really, really
That's evil. Yeah.
so deplorable.
Yeah, it's evil. Do you think that could be the government doing it?
Well, that's funny you would put it that way because, yeah, they're the original ones. But no, I mean, when we're talking about swatting, we're talking about trolls that pull it off. But
Well,
even the reason that you can do it is because
do you know
they've been
it's-
doing it all the time. Do you think Chris Christie ever called a SWAT team on somebody? Probably.
No, but I'm saying, like, how do you know it's not the government that's actually doing it? That's behind it?
Oh, well, what I'm saying
Like
is I
Black
think
Ops,
you could find
like FBI
examples
Black
like
Ops.
that. You could find examples like that, but it's because I believe the trolls are also doing it. The trolls will,
Well, I think it
if
could
you
be
get
both. It
doxxed,
could be both.
it's easy. Right. Yeah, and in two
It
different
could be
cases.
both, though. It could be trolls and the government. It could be the Black Ops and from the government doing it.
Okay, well, one thing I was saying is that I think basically the fact that the government, that part of the government that likes the police state, wants to be
Right. That's what I'm
utilized.
saying.
They encourage people to utilize them. They want kids to call, to turn in their parents, that kind of thing. So so they are ready and waiting. So the trolls can easily call up, pretend to be the concerned citizens, and who's really enabling that it's even possible is the government. Because otherwise the SWAT team would show up and they wouldn't kill your dog, and they'd find out it was a prank call and go, oh, those assholes, and
Yeah.
they'd trace those guys down and get them. But they're more like, they go in guns a-blazing. Yay, you guys, we got a call. Ghostbusters.
That's why I think they might be behind it. Like, they could be in on it.
Yeah. Well, if you mean complicit and if you mean
Complicit,
possibly
right.
subconsciously, I agree. If you mean consciously, I'd have to think about it. I'm not sure. I
Yeah.
think they're played for fools, and the local news does not. Those people end up not going to jail. They get swatted, generally, right? It doesn't get so bad that those people get.
What about the
So
people
it
who
looks bad
do,
for them.
Yeah, the people that do the swatting, the trolls that call the FBI, they don't go to jail, do they? You ever hear about those people
I've
going to
never
jail?
heard of
That's
one
why,
getting caught. They
I mean,
would if they got caught, but no, I haven't heard yet of one getting caught. But I wouldn't be surprised if.
See, that's why I'm
But
wondering. It's all a little shady.
Well, because they don't. It's kind of like, why did the priest that didn't rape little kids cover up for 1,000 years or 3,000 years or whatever it is? Well, because they don't want the priesthood to look bad. So those people don't want to do anything or make a big fuss out of when a false accuser calls, because it could lessen their power, right? Right now, any old crazy person off the internet can call
Well-
them. They go out and shoot some people's dogs. They like that.
Right, but see, those,
freedom. They want that freedom.
well, no.
So yeah.
but no, I'm saying, why don't they put the troll? I don't understand why they wouldn't put the trolls, punish the trolls.
Because these
who
trolls
call
that do
them
it
and
know
waste
how
their
to hide
time
their.
and waste taxpayer.
Because the trolls that know
Like,
how to
why-
do it
why would
really
you-
know how to cover their
why would
tracks.
you-
They're not easy, and the cops are lazy.
Oh, come on, they can trace anything.
So the cops are lazy. They're not going to pull out the NSA and
Oh,
track you
come
down with
on.
all their power. They've got better things to do because, like we said, they're
They
complicit.
do? Do they really?
Well, because they're
They have better
complicit.
things.
They're complicit in. Who cares if there's some false accusations? At least we get to go and kill any dogs we want.
They can go and just like. No, see, that doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why they wouldn't get the trolls, catch the trolls who are calling them, and prosecute them
Yeah.
for wasting their time, our human resources, and taxpayer money. They could easily trace the phone
No,
call
not
and find those
easily.
trolls.
They
who are
could not
calling them.
easily do it. If you take any
Yeah,
care
they
at
could.
all, it's not easy. It's easy to hide yourself.
I bet they could. They could trace anything. Come on, the FBI, CIA. Yeah, something's a little shady.
Well, the SWAT is just some local police unit, so it's not the FBI. So the FBI has other things they're busy with.
They're busy spying on us.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
I do.
I know, me too. So what I mean by nobody, I don't know, but you know, it's just like it's
No, but
ignored
yeah,
as if it was nobody. I don't know, it's
there's
weird.
a general apathy about that.
You'd think everybody would care, and when you
I would
talk
think
to
they would
people, they
care.
all say they care,
They
but
don't
they
care.
don't really care.
They don't seem to care. They're like, I'm not doing anything wrong, so I don't care. That's not the point.
Yeah. It's especially not the point since everybody probably is doing a little something wrong. Yeah, well, that's the big thing that's made me not as upset about Trump is remembering how upset I am about Obama with the fact that he was supposed to dismantle this police state, and he didn't. He likes it, and he's willing to
Yeah,
pass
he
it
did, I
over to
know.
a Republican just so another Democrat can have it next. And it's like, really? I'm not into that. That's not okay.
It's not okay. Yeah, he did. He failed in that regard.
And once again, we're in this weird Orwellian doublethink where people have been told they're recording all of your cell phone calls, people. Really? Well, okay, whatever. You think people are walking around thinking every one of their calls is accessible to the government? No, they just ignore it. But we know, we've been told, it's been confirmed, and now they're passing laws to make it legal. And that's okay just because it's normal now, I guess. So why wouldn't it be okay if it's normal?
It's normalized. I don't know why people don't care. That fascinates me that people don't care. I mean, disturbed in a disturbing way. It disturbs me that nobody cares. Like, why doesn't anybody care?
I know, and if we were in an era where people just didn't care about politics, but everybody's so upset about politics and the corruption of this and that, but they actually just don't care.
They don't care.
They can't make up their mind. They spend time on it and think about these kinds of things, but it doesn't bother them if they're being spied on. Yeah, I don't get it at all. On the other hand, you know, I'm enough of a Democrat that part of it is like, I don't have to worry about everything. You know, it's not like I'm supposed to solve everything. I don't decide who the president is. I just vote. Now all my idiot, you know, fellow citizens decided something else. And what I do is go, okay, guys, well, good luck.
What do you mean? You're like...
It's not my job, and my country decided
exactly.
that other than the corruption and the cheating in the election, probably. But I mean, in principle, you know, it's not my place to decide. I want to decide. I had an opinion, but now it's someone else, and I'm supposed to not panic. If it's the wrong decision, well, it won't be the end of the world. We can handle it. We're tough. We're Americans.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as disastrous as people are predicting.
Right, because we thought, well, George Bush was supposed to be a compassionate conservative, and we got this preemptive war breaking the Geneva Conventions. Nobody saw that coming, but it happened anyway. Yeah. With Trump, we see this.
No, actually, we did see that coming, sort of. I think Cheney had his eye on the prize for 20 years. I talked about this before with you guys. I think we did kind of almost see that coming in retrospect. We didn't see it coming in the way that it came.
That was how they thought, but I didn't think they would just get away with acting.
He had his eye on that prize for 20 years before that happened. He had been planning that for 20 years, for a good couple of decades. There wasn't any. When you look back, you can see like, oh yeah.
But you remember when W first ran, we had the other dad Bush, liberal thing, and we thought, well, he'd be like his dad, and he was running on compassionate conservatism, which was basically his dad, you know, like a senior angle, and I wasn't happy about it. I thought he'll be shitty, but I thought it was going to be compassionate conservatism, like non-racist, not attacking other people.
Well, no, because Cheney was the evil puppet master.
Well, in the old days, Cheney was a fairly liberal Republican as well.
I think he's a psychopath. I think he's a lizard.
Well, we learned he was a psychopath, so unfortunately I can't argue with that. But I have to admit that it's like with Rumsfeld too, turned out to be a psychopath, but he in the old days had Rumsfeld's rules, and they were basically rules of responsible leadership from a Republican point of view, and they were all pretty good. You know, be fact-based and stuff like this, and then he didn't do any of it. So
No, they were
I
like
was
pimping the
surprised.
war
I got
before it.
fooled.
No,
Their
they were pimping the
careers.
war. Oh, they had that planned. It was like
Yeah.
the neocons had that all planned. They were
Well, we do
advised.
know it was planned because the PNAC had given the plan, but I thought, and I knew about that plan, but I thought, yeah, that's when they write their masturbation fantasies, the way they will rule will be a little bit more sane. And it wasn't.
No, war on terror, war on
Exactly.
they're
Let's
classic.
have 5 wars at once, and etc.
Yeah, classic neocon tactics like war on terror, war on terror, war on terror.
Oh my
It's for your
God,
own
what a
protection.
terrible idea.
Pimping fear and
Neocon,
paranoia. Yeah.
being a neocon has become classic. It seemed like a new thing to me, but you're right. I'm getting old. It is now old enough to have a classic mode.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Well, I think we will survive Trump because, I mean, Germany survived Hitler. How bad? It's going to be worse than that. I don't think it'll be as bad as Hitler.
Yeah, I think the Hitler.
Holy shit!
It's a little off the top.
I think it'll be like
Germany survived Hitler.
Germany survived Hitler. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Good. The pastries are.
That's how bad it's gotten.
Yeah, it'll be okay. Don't worry, anybody. Won't be any worse than Nazis.
Well, the dinosaurs survived the meteor.
Fuck up.
Whoa.
Fuck up, little fellas.
I feel so much better now.
Okay, good. I'm
What a sigh of
glad I
relief.
could help. I'm glad I could help. That's what I want to do. I want to help
No,
people
I just
feel
think
better.
I think the Hitler comparison is just way over the top. That's too much. That's why you were talking about the Young Turks. He does that whole because Hitler thing. I just am not a fan of it.
Well, the reason why people do that is because it could happen again, and you have to be
that would
vigilant
imply
about it.
that would imply genocide. Do you think that Trump's going to become a genocider and kill 6 million people? No, I don't see that happening.
Well,
Come
it
on.
doesn't have to go to the full extreme of what every single thing Hitler did. It could just be analogous to.
I do see Roger Stone or that Bannon dude possibly doing things like that. And if he just looks the other way or has some reason to whatever it.
I mean,
I
yeah.
have to admit, I don't see
putting-
Trump himself calculating that out as a winning strategy. Trump himself, I think, is more 20. He's more modern than that.
It's
He's
just
the
because
child
of the rhetoric.
60s-ish.
The rhetoric that he uses is similar, and it's not very sophisticated, and it's coming.
I think he just doesn't. He doesn't really express himself.
Well, you know how we've been arguing
with
with race realists in this YouTube thing we do.
You mean
Well,
real
that's
race?
Jeff Bannon or whatever. Is it Jeff Bannon?
Right.
Steve
That's
Bannon?
Steve Bannon. Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's the guys we've been arguing with. So if they get the chance to make a policy, they'll be like, well, blacks can't have jobs with the government because they're stupider. That's how they believe. So
Right.
that's where that stuff comes from. And when you saw Hitler take over, people thought, well, he's a buffoon. You don't have to be afraid. He didn't win the election outright. They made a coalition, put him in the front, thought he could be a patsy, thought like Trump will be an easy person to beat. They thought that. And then, one night comes and they didn't know he would pull Reichstag fires and shit. And it worked out and he managed to take control. So that's where that comes from. Same thing, Mussolini. Thought of as a buffoon, acted like a buffoon. All the smart, educated people knew he was a buffoon. Lo and behold, that sometimes works. And that's the Mark Blythe thing. He's saying when that works is when you have the people, the competent people, doing austerity, enjoying their wealth while they make the working people suffer. That is when you have movements where the buffoons take over because the people give them the power. And that's kind of what's going on now. So, yeah, it could be that we have concentration camps because the kind of people, the Roger Stones that come in, that's how they think.
Camps?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's not really that far out.
That's not at all far out.
because-
If they say every Muslim that comes in here, we're going to have extreme vetting, and that means you have to live in Muslim town, in I don't know, someplace down in the Gulf of Mexico or something, and it'll just be 3 months. but really it turns out to be years or decades, like, Gitmo. Why wouldn't that happen? And a lot of Republicans would go, great, yeah, they should live there, and we'll see if they're criminals for a while. They did it with Japanese, and they've had people even in this new cabal that mention that. Well, there's a precedent that in Japanese internment, see, it's okay to do. No, we learned it wasn't okay to do. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, but well,
so it could happen.
What do you think should be the policy, the actual policy? Do you do you just want a background check? What do you think should be?
Oh, I think
we already have an excellent vetting system.
What I think is if you come to the border, they should take your name and, your passport. They should do let you through, do a background check, anything they could do instantly. They should take a blood test, give you a tuberculosis, emphysema, I don't know, kind of a medical check. And then boom, there you are. You want a job? Well, if somebody will hire you, go for it.
Now you're getting on your permeable border thing.
That's right, permeable borders.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what I was doing. Thanks for saying permeable, because I feel like I want to be honest. Like, I never liked the word liberal, but when I saw it being demonized, I'm like, well, I have all these positions that the demonizers think of as liberal positions, so I'm liberal enough to say I'm a liberal and defend it because, I think that was more honest. And so I say open borders with the same spirit, but in reality, I don't believe in open borders. And you could put cameras along the borders. Why not a bunch of webcams? Watch what's happening, and that's, so it's not open. It's like, let's have them. And they're like, permeable membranes. Like, so,
I agree. Permeable.
I think it'll become more popular too, but we'll see.
What, permeable?
Thank you. I'm glad you agree. Nobody else seems to.
I agree. I agree with you.
No, I don't agree with you in total.
I did think it was funny, though. I think it's totally reasonable to disagree with that, and I could see reasons and stuff and both sides. But with Gary, it was kind of funny. Like he said, it made me like a white supremacist. It was so bad. Those brown people can't come over here. Because it was kind of like, well, I find your position a slightly white supremacist sounding, anti. But it isn't really anti. I mean, there is economy and borders, and there's reasons to business interests do want to sometimes have wanted liberal immigration just so that they can, lower the price of labor, and I'm not denying that. So there's definitely, I see the con to that.
Yeah, no, allegedly the agriculture industry relies on immigrants for their labor. Relies on it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
in California, the home repair industry relies on it. The way you get people to do stuff is you go down to Home Depot and pick people up in your pickup truck. Then they go build a house.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want something done, hire a Mexican. That's true even here in Dayton. Like I said, I was talking about how we had that windstorm a few years ago, 2008 or 9. And we had a huge influx of Mexicans into Dayton. And they get stuff done. They don't mess around like Americans. They're not like fat, lazy, spoiled Americans with our labor unions.
That's racist.
They're hard workers. No, that's racist in a positive direction then. Oh, you mean against Americans? I'm racist against Americans?
Yep.
No, they get stuff done.
You're self-hating.
Complimenting them.
You're self-hating white-ish. You're self-hating white-ish.
Well, they get stuff done because they're being exploited, and so.
No, it's also a hard work ethic.
They are kind of being exploited. They have a good work ethic. That's what I'm saying.
There really is a good work ethic in that.
I think Americans have a great work ethic. Americans.
Yeah, no, we do too. Yeah.
Americans work more.
That's why we should welcome the Mexicans. There's nothing better. I mean, they're totally North Americans, just like us. What's the fucking problem? They're great, and their food's better. Let's get over it.
Welcome, Mexicans. We love your food in Mexico.
And also, we like a hardworking guy that takes a nap at 2:00 and still is functionally hardworking. I respect that so much.
We respect your culture. Can we wear your sombreros and your
eat your fajita?
Your jalapenos?
We would like your fajita-filled jalapeno, please.
Fucking quesadillas are amazing.
Right.
Holy shit. Oh my god, quesadillas are amazing.
Oh yeah, and you can make a billion different kinds of quesadillas. Well, basically, Mexican food, not only is it delicious, but they've made like 100 different dishes out of the same 5 ingredients. How creative is that? That's like one. Got to be. That's an achievement culturally. You're racist to think that, Piero.
What is it? Cheese.
I love Mexican.
Cheesy quesadillas. Oh my god! Like chicken.
I really like Mexican everything. It's a great thing.
Never got into burritos as much, but quesadillas are my shit.
I love burritos.
Well, what you mean, like quesadillas with stuff on them, or just a cheese?
Yes, with stuff in them, like a chicken cheese quesadilla.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's listening to experimental jazz?
One of my main, yeah, that's nice. One of my main things, really.
I didn't know anyone could hear that.
That's cool. One of the things is that that I've been thinking about is that people need to realize that some of our differences come down to our preferences. Like if some guy that I think of as a total racist, it's really just that he just doesn't like the smell of curry. I like the smell of curry. So we're going to have different political opinions on who should be allowed to move here and there because I actually enjoy this experience of these other cultures, including the fact that it's not my culture, but I get, I get to have this particular lamp in my country that's like adds atmosphere, but it's not a lamp. It's human beings that have their own food and culture that they bring. I think that's a good thing, and some people feel uncomfortable. They would like everybody to wear the same kind of outfit as them, and it just makes them feel better. And I can be sympathetic to those orgish sorts of people with no personal identity. I can be sympathetic, but we're different. So, that they're trying to convince me all the time of why we shouldn't have, immigrants. There's this one racialist or whatever he called himself that I've been arguing with, and he was all like about the low IQs, like the Aborigines in Australia have an IQ of 60 and they'll never form civilization. And so I was like, so you do agree that the Jews should take over the world then because they have a high IQ, they test high in IQ. No, in that case, we've got to watch out for them because they'll use their intelligence to outsmart us.
Well, allegedly, Asians have the highest IQ. So should they take over the world? Like, what does that have
I think as a group, the Jews do have the highest.
No, yeah, it's the same argument, whichever one and whichever test you would believe and stuff. But, both cases. The thing is, they don't really want that. My argument was, first of all, a civilization has a place for a person with a 60 IQ. There's no problem. We got stuff you can be helpful with. No problem. We love you, bro. And then two, if they have their own country and they can never form civilization, we're better off with them over here where we can integrate them into civilization. How about that?
Well, my argument is that the averages describe nobody. I mean, they describe...
Right, but I'm saying I'm moving, again, a jiu-jitsu kind of thing. I'm moving to the fact that even if it's true, it's not true about races, but it is true about certain individuals have a 60 IQ. That's okay. That person is welcome in my civilization. I know there's things he can do that are useful.
You are welcome in the kingdom of Piero, person with below average IQ and questionable hygiene. Welcome to Pirotopia.
Well, I'm just saying averages describe nobody. It's just like it's when it doesn't really say anything. I'm not really saying anything. I'm just describing as a little group of people in the mid-range of the bell curve.
Yeah, because average is such a vague. It's really vague.
It's vague.
Yeah, it's vague.
Kind of describing nobody, really.
Yeah, especially in terms of like the human population, it is very vague.
Yep.
Well, it actually depends on what your standard deviation is as to how descriptive the average is.
15 points is the standard deviation. 15 points is the standard deviation for IQ tests, for most IQ tests.
Oh, really?
I'm just saying it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really describe anybody. It's just describing some like average Joe, average Jane. What does that mean? Doesn't. It doesn't really describe a human being. Just by saying, okay, the average IQ is 105 for most Americans, 100 or 100 to 105. And by describing everybody, you're describing no one. That's all I'm saying.
There's also problems perhaps with IQ tests and actually determining intelligence and in the ability to grasp concepts and things like that.
Well, there's
Hello.
But,
Hello.
Yeah, but you can take. Have you ever taken an IQ
Hello.
test?
Can you hear me?
I have.
I have.
Can you guys hear
I
me?
took one, the
I
first
can
one
hear
took.
you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. My audio went. Okay, sorry.
See, it doesn't measure how educated you are. It measures your raw potential. Is what it measures.
It does.
It doesn't measure. What
Some of it does involve
No.
education.
IQ test when you're 5 years old. I took the first one. I took one when I was 5.
Yeah, I know, but
Well, the
they
tests are
try
biased
to
towards a certain-
figure in your education from your age point.
No, and it measures how quickly clerical speed and accuracy and your ability to perform certain different like abstract.
Well, I guess there's different.
I might still have that. I
IQ
might have the Weiss. I could probably show it to you guys sometime. My father was an organizational psychologist, and he one of his colleagues, just as we were guinea pigs in this experiment, while he's getting his PhD test. Yeah, and there's like little blocks, and you have to put diagrams.
Yeah, well, fuck
put,
science. Make America ignorant again. No, make ignorance great again.
Make America.
No, it doesn't measure your education. It doesn't measure what you've learned in school. It measures your potential. Your raw potential.
It measures a certain kind of pattern finding, I think, not other.
Right.
Well, I can tell you from my experience of taking it.
Clerical speed
It
and
searches
accuracy.
for example, one thing is it measures your oral, like jousting skills, your comprehension, and your verbal skills in the language that it's given in, for example.
Well, I remember one of the questions on the IQ test I took when I was very young was, who is Charles Darwin? So that would seem to indicate some kind of education.
That's not an appropriate question for an IQ test, in my opinion. No.
Well, like I said, there's different forms of IQ tests, so it just depends on which ones you're talking about.
Okay, it's not supposed to measure your education. It's supposed to measure your raw potential, like your ability to retain information and perform abstract like puzzles and logic puzzles, things like that.
Well, the one I took, yeah, it had lots of puzzles and things like that, and lots of putting. It had like you had to fit a pattern together with these little blocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one I took. The Weiss, the blocks, the red and white blocks. Yeah.
That's the one. It also had the question about who's Charles Darwin, and I'm pretty sure it had other questions like that in there.
Well, I thought somebody was playing the guitar.
Yeah, I'm playing.
That's you. That's great.
That is really nice. Like I said, that sounds really good.
It sounded nice all the way, but it also sounded a little bit live. And then I just listened to it and I thought, oh, he's got it playing on the Pandora in the background. That's rude. No, no, that's awesome. Yeah, no, that sounds nice. I don't remember knowing that.
Who's playing that?
I'm just noodling around on the guitar while I'm talking.
So what's going on, Para?
I don't know. Well, like, okay, what's going on? And you use my name, so like in my life, I'm feeling pretty good. I have more time for a lot of this bullshit just because when I'm working, I feel a little more relaxed, right? When I'm not working, I spend 8 hours a day looking for a job and then another 8 trying to make a website or some idea. And now it's kind of like I can just work. So I've been working like 56 hours. I just billed my first 56 hours. So that feels good. Plus, it's a really nice company because most of the companies in the contracting world suck. This is great. And the company that, so I'm corp to corp. I work for a company that then found the job, and they find really good jobs. And so I'm working for this a very cool company that's doing state of the art stuff, some technology that's just been out in the last year. It's really great stuff. I would be looking into on my own. So that's good. So because I'm trying to make as much money as possible before Trump destroys the economy. I want to build up a few years of a mortgage, and I'll just let my power turn off, and I'll eat the rats. But at least I got to pay my mortgage. I don't have to leave the house. Because I'm only leaving in a hail of gunfire. You read about it on the news. So yeah, I got my plans. I think they're working out.
That sounds like a plan. For sure.
Good. It gives me confidence. And no snow here, but it's cold as winter. So this is my first seeing. So and that's turning out good too because my house, the heat is, it can get bacon in here, so that's good. So not worried about the whole. Because I'm on the lake, which is beautiful for 3/4 of the year, but it's going to get fucking cold. Every little breeze off that frozen lake is cold as shit. But yeah, the house is all toasty, so that's good. Seems like
that's why I couldn't live up there, man. I just can't deal with it.
Well, it's not as cold as people want. Like I work with this guy that's in Herndon. The whole company is remote in Virginia, and he's like, oh, so cold, so cold. But we looked it up, and he's 48 degrees. I was 41. It's not quite as cold as people think in Maine, but it does get pretty cold. And we will have some, 20-degree weeks, maybe even a little colder, which it gets a little hard. But it's not like my wife is from South Dakota, rather. And, it's like 30 degrees colder, the average temperature in the winter there than in Maine, even though it's more southern. Because, the Atlantic, how the whole Gulf Stream brings heat up the Atlantic. And so the Atlantic's 50-some degrees. And once it gets below freezing, that makes a huge difference. That becomes a big, it's warming our area when it's
what's like the coldest day there, typically?
Well, in a day, I've been some days where like for a week, and it's getting a little warmer, people said, than it used to be, but it would be 20 for like 4 or 5 days at a time, 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
But that's the coldest? That's the actual coldest?
Yeah, except for at night. Those nights, I've been out there and it's gotten down to,
yeah, that's what I mean, like 10, low 10
and 8, and in the middle of the night. No, but the worst is it can be 30 degrees, and when the wind kicks up, that will just freeze you.
Cold.
Yeah, no, it's not very cold for people that are. Or I lived in Colorado in high school, and that was colder and more snow.
I mean, it gets like 0. It's not uncommon to get like 0, 2 degrees, 5 degrees. Here in Dayton, it's colder in Dayton than it is there.
Right. Yeah, no, so it's kind of, and I've started to realize, I think this is something I'm not supposed to be telling you, that Maine has created this impression on purpose to keep the massholes out. I'm blowing it, man. I'm the worst newcomer ever.
Well, it's still too cold for me.
Yeah. But what's also cool is it really is just the 3 months where this kicks in, and spring and fall and summer are like just lovely. You know, we had really warm, almost summer-like days in the fall because it had, you know, it was already heated up. So when the sun came out, it was back to summer real quick. And then in the spring, it's cold, but the sun breaks out and keeps coming out, and it's very nice, brisk, you know, and this eventually the flowers and the bugs come back and stuff. So I'm really digging it. I never want to leave. And then also just being in nature here. I don't want to, this is what I always wanted to do. So too bad life sucks anyway, but
it is pretty though. That is pretty. That's a pretty setup you have there.
This picture that I've got up there, oh, and I have it pressed down too. That's all you've been looking at. Sorry about that part, but that's on my lake. I took that from my boat. This is a little bay on my lake where some eagles live, and that's some land I would like to buy if I could.
Yeah, that's, why buy it if you can just enjoy it looking at it? What do you need
There's
to own
like
it?
20 acres there, and I'd make a big camp, and we'd have online debate contests where you could win a trip to the debate camp. And
is it vacant? Like it's just empty?
in all seriousness, there's an old road that isn't, you know, doesn't go through, but it exists. In all seriousness, I was thinking with retirement that the way to retire is, you know, I'm never going to put a bunch of cash in the bank, and I've been spending retirement, what little I had to start up here in Maine. So, but in Maine, people come to camp. Like if you have a bunch of little cabins or a little house on a lake like this, you know, you can rent that and Airbnb or just rent it as a vacation rental and make a, you know, a lot of money off of it just for renting it for, you know, 5 months, 4 months of the year. And it would be fun retirement if you're 70 and you're got to toot around in your little golf cart, shoveling some shovel and sand got washed away.
How many people live on the lake?
Well, you know, how many? I don't know. There's probably on this lake, it's 2 ponds that are connected, and it's like about half of the houses or less than half, probably a quarter of the houses are year round, and there's got to be 100 or even 200.
Oh wow! So it's a decent sized lake.
It's like 5 miles long and a half a mile across, or it's in one port. It's almost a mile across. We're on the littler pond. The other pond is deeper, but they're both kind of stretched out. So yeah, and mostly it's all cabins. Like most of the people don't even have the option to stay in their cabin year round because it's down some little road that's steep and you know was never made to drive up. Even if it was plowed, it would be hard to drive up. We have a pretty decent road. So on our road, there's like 7 or 8 houses. 3 of them are year round, and that's pretty rare. Nice. And the guy at the end of the road keeps our road functional, so that's good.
Yeah, reminds me of this cabin we used to go to when I was married up in Ontario. It looks just like that.
I went to this bay.
Very, very low population.
I was gonna say it looks like Ontario.
I went to this bay at dawn one time, and there was just a beaver swimming around right there. Which was, I didn't know, but I thought they had to have a dam and like streams, but I guess they don't really give a shit. And then there's a family of eagles in there, and they had the couple had 2 baby eagles. So we watched them grow up. And every time I went to this bay, every single time I saw somebody out of that eagle family. It was awesome.
Yeah, it looks just like Ontario, eh?
Yeah, it does. It's just like it. It's pretty cool.
I went up to Canada when I first got here in the summer, and I thought, oh, it's going to be cold. And I'm like, no, the days get really long. It gets really beautiful up there. The lakes up in Canada are also really like a ripe fruit in the summer and whatnot. And though I went to Montreal, and it was so humid, it was like, this place is like tropical.
Right.
It's hard to take. But yeah, it really is beautiful up there. And I mean, I think Maine is basically just the southern extension of what you get, at least in Quebec. just comes down to the coast here. It's more like a part of what's going on in Canada than it is, the West, California, and where I'm from, and which is totally different. On the other hand, it is like all of New England. So in a way, that whole ecosystem definitely goes all the way down the eastern coast, really.
Yeah.
At least to New
and
York.
Appalachia. Well, in Appalachia, you've been through Appalachia.
Yeah, really. Yeah, my mom lives in Virginia. It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Ohio's just like Appalachia or like Virginia in terms of like, not just like it, but I mean, it's it's mostly forests.
Yeah. I never really realized that the eastern coast of the United States is one giant forest. Like it's a forest.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The whole way everywhere.
Yeah.
I had no idea. That's awesome. I love forests. I had no idea. I thought I grew up, they would tell you it was like Jersey City, the whole East Coast.
Yeah.
Like New York's not even all like that. That's a lie.
Yeah, Ohio's like that too. Like Hocking Hills, there's tons of forests. Except in the northwest area, it's kind of like.
Well, North America is the only place right now where the forest is actually the only place on Earth where the forest is actually expanding right now.
Where?
Oh, that's interesting.
In South America, Africa, all the forests are being depleted, but in North America, the forests are actually increasing over the past 100 years. Actually,
coming back. That would make sense.
Yeah, I went up to Timmins, and it's completely forested up there. There's absolutely nothing in northern Ontario.
Forests like these snowbound places, right? They don't like when it's a little bit dry. Trees really like when it gets frozen in the winter, and they have it freezes all the bugs. They have a chance to take a respite from being attacked by all the living things.
Right?
Sleep. They have a chance to sleep. Well, yeah, the roots are still active, but.
Fira, I'm glad I found your channel, man. I found it through this guy with long hair, man. I don't even know how it happened.
Just a guy with long hair?
Are you?
Yeah, like long blonde hair.
Oh, really?
Amanda?
Does he look Robert Plant? Was it Robert Plant?
Robert Plant.
Okay, there's a striking resemblance there.
Okay.
Are you sure it's not Peter Frampton? Kind of does look like a rock star.
I consider Robert Plant the friendly, non-insulting version of that joke.
Yeah, you were having like some kind of debates with him or something like that, and I thought it was like a open hangout or something, but it was just you two on there.
That happened recently. Well, I've tried a lot with Gary, and frankly, I've always had a dream Gary and I could start a Crossfire type talk show, but I think he's too much of a slanderer and a liar.
If you had
demented liar,
a debate, a moderator, and then somebody to automatically, each had 2 minutes, and then you had somebody if you could automatically mute Gary after 2 minutes, or Piero after 2 minutes, or 5 minutes,
not
whatever.
Me. You don't mute me. That plan that won't work. That plan.
I know it wouldn't work.
No, seriously, I thought, because I like arguing with people I differ with, but I think it's a mental problem on my part that I would put up with too much of the slander. And it just occurred to me because he has a bunch of viewers that don't watch my channel. And my headset is I've talked to him for 10 years. So I'm thinking back when we all had a few hundred or whatever. And basically everybody that watched him would see my video because it'd be a reply and you just click on it and people would have, they could find out what I say from me. And now it's like, no, we're past that era. And there's just a bunch of people letting themselves be informed. And it's not just me. It's everybody he argues with. They only want to have Gary's view. And it's a big fantasy world where they could pretend there's this person out there that has this view and have this feeling about it. And then they feel good about themselves. And why should I allow that? Why should I participate in that? It's not very healthy or smart. You know, it's not the moral thing to do, that to be sympathetic with like, oh, Gary just loses his cool. That's not really, that's
Well,
enabling.
yeah, I
That's
don't.
enabling. That's the problem.
It
That's
is
enabling
yeah,
is the problem.
it is enabling. It is enabling. I don't believe in supporting people's pathologies, but sometimes it's like, what do you do?
Well, I do still believe in being tolerant. And so being tolerant and enabling a person's pathology is always a fine line.
Right.
And frankly, being open-minded, I would just assume people go ahead and, you know, risk it an extra step or two and make sure, because, you know, try to give people a chance. But I've been talking to Gary for 11 years, and it's like,
I know. I've known you guys for quite a while, actually.
How long have you guys been on YouTube for?
I know all your positions, really.
I forget,
I've
but
heard
it's got to be more than 10 years.
Wow, man.
Yep.
I just stumbled across you guys about 2 weeks ago.
What is your name?
I think it was 2004.
Carl?
I heard about YouTube.
Carl?
So I
Okay.
got on there. 2004.
Well, I've been on YouTube since. I've had a YouTube account since 2008, but it wasn't until like 2010.
I was political blogging, and there were a lot of political advertisements that people would link to say, hey, look at the latest advertisement, and they would be on YouTube, and I found, oh, YouTube. And I made a channel and started talking about politics, but then I realized people were actually talking about philosophy directly. And that must have been around
Carl,
2004.
Do you make videos, Carl?
I have a couple channels. On a few of them I make, or on 2 of them I make videos, but not really. Like, I've mostly been just like a watcher, kind of, just like, I've got a lot of subscriptions.
Okay.
Face is a watcher.
Yeah, like, but I've kind of been more into like the whole conspiracy side of YouTube, I suppose would be the best way of putting it.
Oh, hey, let me tell you my current conspiracy, because it's been a while since I was on a conspiracy, but I think Trump stole the election. Like we'll find out he hired Russian hackers to hack into the machines in Wisconsin level of, I think
that's crossed my mind.
I have no evidence. I'm just saying, I don't want to perpetuate a lie, but we should throw him in jail. Lock him up.
He's been kind of cozy with Russia.
Based on no evidence.
Yeah, and that's ironic to me, because I'm all for Russian reset. I play a video game with a bunch of Russian people. We don't need to be at odds with the Russian people.
Exactly, man.
And also, we are the ones that fucked up the Ukraine. We should have just let the Ukraine be. When we fomented that coup, Russia really was forced into its position of doing something about it. And now we should back off of that. Still, it's funny to have the Republicans being, hey, don't piss off the Russians, man. You're gonna cause a war.
I think the problem's been under Obama. The war hawk kind of mentality under Obama is very similar, I think, to the Bush war hawk mentality, where nothing really changed.
He perpetuated it 100%. All the programs with their same acronyms.
Yeah, and I think that it was really foolish of him to go that direction. Maybe, but we need to understand that there's stuff going on behind the scenes,
right,
where we don't know. When a president or a president-elect gets debriefed, they most likely get told, yeah, this is something that you can't do. Yeah, you're never going to be able to do that, promise. Stuff like that, like closing Guantanamo Bay. I'm sure he wanted to do that, but that never happened,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not willing to think whether he did or not. But I mean, there's certain people that would have just done it, even though there was consequences. But there's truth to what you're saying. And I have to admit, every once in a while, I've been like, why doesn't he do something about the DAPL, at least politically, to throw that to Trump? And then today he did. Or why is he not doing anything about, the homosexuality or whatever? But he finally did. And at first he was defending Doma, but then in the end he was like, head fake. And so he's definitely done some good things. I mean, the things that I have to give him credit on that I really, really appreciate is the Cuba and Iran, repairing those relationships. There was no reason for them to be so fucked up. And I think he's done something that even Trump can't undo. At least in Iran's case, but probably in both.
Well, I'm hoping that if things don't go I hope that there's no more war. I hope that all of that stops. No more drone bombing 16-year-olds and all this nonsense that's gone on over the years.
I think he will continue that though, because the people that he's got are.
Yeah, I think you're dreaming if you think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think he's going to drone.
It's going to get worse.
Yeah.
Jeez, the thing is, this stuff needs to stop. It's pretty ridiculous, especially to people outside of the United States. I'm not sure what it's like in the U.S., but it just seems so crazy, just like never-ending wars, war after war after war, it seems at this point.
Right, and you create actual generations of people with grudges
Exactly.
when all we want to do is sell them iPhones. And they're not going to buy our iPhones because we fucking killed them? Stop killing them! It makes no business sense. It's psychotic even from a greedy point of view. Or especially from. So yeah, I don't know. We're in a really weird state.
Well, I honestly think, I'm from Canada, but I'm glad honestly that America elected Trump over Hillary Clinton. It sounds kind of bizarre, but I think that what was going on under Obama with the wars going on in 6-7 countries now, I think that might somehow stop, but I
don't know what makes you think that.
Just that Donald Trump, he's kind of trying to be nice with Russia, and not topple the Syrian government. As crazy as Assad is, what would replace Assad would be just as bad as what replaced Muammar Gaddafi. And if you look at all the stuff that Muammar Gaddafi was doing for the Libyan people, I'm not like an Islamist or anything like that, but he was a bad person. He did a lot of crazy stuff, but when it comes to if you want to go study abroad, the Libyan government would pay for you to do that.
So you think the United States should support those actions that are occurring in Syria right now, where they're basically the whole situation with Aleppo, where they are that's having way more effect on the civilian population than anything else.
But the whole problem is that this was created intentionally by Obama's government to foment rebellion in these places. They have been arming.
Whoa! What do you mean?
Well, the Syrian rebels are very similar to the Libyan rebels that overthrew Muammar Gaddafi, where they have been armed by the CIA. There's CIA operatives on the ground, and it's just made stuff so crazy at this point in Syria that it's.
But the rebels weren't. That didn't happen because of the Obama administration.
Well, maybe not Obama himself, but the people who I honestly feel like I go back to Dwight D. Eisenhower's the military-industrial complex.
Well, but wait a minute. I mean, the whole Middle Eastern situation that occurred a few years ago with the Arab Spring didn't happen because of anything the United States was doing.
Well, the CIA has had people on the ground in these countries for the past 30, 40 years, and they've been constantly agitating.
That doesn't mean they control everything that happens.
No,
wait, wasn't there something that? What was it that triggered the Arabic Spring again?
The food shortages.
But I mean, and then was it? Which country was it? The Egypt one?
Basically, it went on over all of northern Africa, stopping at around Algeria, and it went on into some of the Gulf monarchies, and nothing really went anywhere there, but it was mostly Egypt, Libya, and Tunisia. And Syria now.
Well, I was trying to remember.
Egypt was the big one, but I can't remember the origin country.
We needed it in
Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia they saw it coming, and so they basically paid off the public by increasing social programs.
The
right,
whole
by
problem-
not doing austerity. That's the
Yeah.
Mark Blythe point.
like
It's
the
like
whole
these capitalists can keep their game going. They just need to remember that one of the things you do is share the wealth. Don't do austerity.
Well, I think you get rid of the rich people. I think that's
the
what
globalists are encroaching upon us. We must destroy them.
you wipe out the rich. I think that's what you do.
Well, my idea, my crazy internet level of idea is, I think, how about this? If you just make a law where if you import goods, you can only import them from companies that pay the United States minimum wage.
that'll mean that all of the third world countries, like, we need to understand that most stuff that's made in the U.S. or that's made for U.S. consumers is made in almost slave-like conditions. So
Yeah.
the African workers, the Bangladeshi Indian workers, the Chinese workers, there's no way these corporations like Apple, Microsoft.
But maybe there's a mind thing we could do to point out and just change the idea of minimum wage. And here's why I say, like, Carrier is the most profitable part of their parent company, is one of the things. Let's make it a meme. And they are moving to Mexico anyway. But if they had to pay minimum wage, $7.80 an hour, whatever it is, in Mexico, they might not. Maybe they still would, because maybe up there, in Cincinnati or wherever it was, they're paying $11 or something. So maybe they'd still move, but it would be a lot less likely. And then they'd have to pay for the gas and the shipping, because they're selling that shit back up in the U.S. So I think it would be a nice natural way to say, look, I don't mind if Indians get jobs and improve their conditions. I just don't want to compete with them at 50 cents a day. I'm willing to compete with them at the minimum wage and then fight a political battle to make the minimum wage $15 or whatever.
Well, we all need to understand that
I think it would work.
Yeah, there's basically an oligarchy that's in control here in North America, and they want to keep wages low and profits high. And if that means, for instance, bringing in, say, low-wage earning Indians or some minority group from Nigeria, as long as they can keep competition for the jobs, they can keep wages low here. But so it's basically the same problem. We're going to have things built here, and they're going to try and bring in more people, the capitalists, basically, to keep wages low, because people here expect at least, like, now there's this huge thing that people born in the States, right, and in Canada are all advocating for $15 an hour. And that's the biggest threat, I think, to these corporations.
Yeah, no, and that's a good movement for us to do. That doesn't matter that Trump's president. That'll actually be helped by having a president.
You're living in a
that's opposed
fantasy
to
world. Are you going to really pay $7,000 for a smartphone?
No. Well, the thing is, if these...
No, you didn't listen. Carrier is selling air furnaces made in Cincinnati, and it's profitable. It's the most profitable. So they don't have to move to Mexico. Right, they can go ahead and pay. And
that's fine for that issue.
And when they move to Mexico, they're not lowering their prices of their furnace, right? They're just taking the difference themselves. So you can pay. You can let them move it to Mexico and pay minimum wage, and they don't get $68 extra million, and they might stay in the United States. But maybe because they get $5 million, they'd move to Mexico. Fair enough. That's competition.
Yeah, but I don't think you're dealing with what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'm not getting it then.
Yeah, well,
so what are you saying, Nintendo?
Well, you every time you buy a smartphone or laptop or something of that nature, you're basically supporting slavery.
Exactly. You are doing that.
But you don't have to. These people that moved down to Mexico and are moving to Asia as soon as the TPP is passed, they're not losing money now. Their businesses are already sustainable. They just want to keep more of the money for themselves.
Well,
so you can make those things in the United States, and it doesn't make a $700 cell phone.
Because they're trying to keep more of the money for themselves. That's the whole.
Well, you were saying that if we don't do slave labor, then we're going to pay $7,000 for an iPhone, and that's not true. We pay the same price for an iPhone, but the people that own Apple stock don't make as much money off of it, and they're still rich. So I see it as a win-win.
But you're ignoring the fact that it's not a choice. They have to get these materials from these specific mines, and so they are employing people through slavery to do this.
The coltan mines in the Congo, you're thinking, eh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these items that we buy would definitely be more expensive if it wasn't for slavery.
Yeah, this is the whole thing that we think that we live in some kind of moral time in all of human history where we're more moral than people that actually had actual slaves when we're not. There's people still doing these exact same jobs. Like you guys have heard about the nets outside of those buildings where they build the iPhones, right?
Right.
An act of compassion, but you liberal social justice warriors have to act like that's a bad thing. Here they are catching people and gently putting them back into the factory. But you, Mr. Politically Correct.
You'd rather just let them die.
Yeah.
See, this is why, like, I totally disagree with both the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans want people to work cheap labor jobs, so they want to bring in immigrants, and then the Democrats want to bring in immigrants because for some kind of feel-good aspect of it, when both are wrong. Both are simply doing it for their own benefit, basically.
Well, yeah, on the immigration issue, yeah. The Democrats, I would argue, the Democrats are worried about losing votes if they go against immigration.
Yeah, that's certainly an aspect of the Democrats. But the Republicans are just as bad, but in an almost more psychotic way where they simply want cheap labor. And that's the bottom line for Republicans.
Yeah, they want to have low
I'll be right
wages.
back in a minute. I think I'm done with my laundry, but I have like 4 loads of dryer. I mean, the washer I'm done with. But
You're a cuck. You're doing laundry.
I'm a cuck. Well, my wife is gone, and then I had a shitty day, like literally. Like the toilet got plugged to the point where it was really gross in there after the plunger didn't work for about an hour. And then the dog had diarrhea, and the puppy, the old dog is good. She goes into the bathroom, poops on a mat. No, the young dog pooped on all the beds.
Jeez, man.
And it's like you're not
It's a
supposed
poopy
to be
day,
anymore. You're not. Yeah, it's a shitty day. I've had a shitty day, and now, but almost all the wash is washed. But I have feeding things through the dryer.
Well, in Alabama, they made a law where, hey, you can't hire these illegals, essentially, and they basically got a bunch of illegals out of the state temporarily, and then they didn't have anybody to pick the lettuce, and they didn't have anybody to work in the restaurants, and they wound up changing the law so that they could come back and go back to work.
Well, it figures they try that in Alabama, but it looks like it didn't work out too well. If only the heavy industry wasn't shipped over in the first place, I honestly think I'm 50-50. I think Donald Trump now is working a ridiculously uphill battle, which is almost impossible at this point, to bring all the jobs back that should have never left in the first place.
It's not going to happen.
If there were leaders starting, I'm not sure when the industry started getting shipped. I think it was in the 70s or the 80s. That's when a politician should have said, okay, no, we're not going to let a few of these billionaires make an extra $10 million a year to have these products made in China. That should have been where someone's foot got put down.
There's nothing you can do about that, though. I mean, you're either going to have automation or you're going to have globalization, and you're really actually going to have both at the same time.
I think both. But what I wonder is, what are the majority of people going to do when there is this full automation and full, what's the average person going to be doing is what I wonder.
They're going to be out of work.
So there's going to have to be some type of universal basic income, basically, at that point, once full automation comes in.
Well, there doesn't have to be. You could just let everything crumble.
Collapse. Well, the whole thing is why I honestly detest Obama. Is because of the whole, and he's actually admitted that, yeah, it was a total fuck up on his part to start the Libya war. But at the time, he said that Libyans are on the wrong side of history. We're on the right side of history. And it turns out that Libya is now literally a hellhole where people are fleeing out of as fast as they can get out.
Right. I think he miscalculated that Assad would get the attention of other world leaders, and especially Russia. Assad would not be in the position that he's in now without Russian assistance. And so,
totally.
Yeah, Obama basically jumped the gun before he got some sort of understanding from the international community on how to deal with the problem.
Yeah, I think what most likely...
I think he was right. I think Assad should go. And I think those people should be allowed to govern themselves. I think that's what he was going for.
But it's the same thing, basically, with removing Saddam Hussein. When they
Oh, no. It's not the same thing. Come on. We invaded that country.
Well, the whole thing is they wanted to get rid of Saddam Hussein, right? They wanted to get rid of him so badly, even though he had nothing to do with 9/11. They still claimed, it was Donald Rumsfeld's famous little quote where he said, the weapons of mass destruction. They're like, well, where's the weapons of mass destruction, Donald Rumsfeld? And he's like, the weapons of mass destruction are north, west, south, and east of Dakert.
Yeah.
And everyone, and like the reporters are looking at each other like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, man? And so now Saddam's been gone for about over 10 years now. And what used to be basically a secular Ba'athist country where the Ba'athists were Sunnis, but they were kind of like a secular version of Sunnis, not like the Sunnis, the Wahhabi types that we know of today in the region. They were very secular, and there was Kurds, Sunnis, and Shiites, and Yazidis all living in Iraq. In Syria, there was the Alawites, the Shiites, and the Sunnis, and the bits of Yazidis that were in Syria. And these places, these two countries were basically secular authoritarian regimes, where if you were a terrorist, you'd get killed by the government. They'd take you in the night. Now the terrorists basically are running rampant over the countryside with ISIS and whatnot, right?
Well, yeah, you won't get me to argue that invading Iraq was a good thing, but I see that as something separate from our actions with Syria.
Well, the whole thing is that like these populations basically intersect in these two countries.
Well, listen, in Syria, you had the opposite thing occur. You had the people actually rising up against the authoritarian.
Yeah. The thing I missed about Syria is when I was younger, Syria was like Jordan, ostensibly an ally to us, tolerant of Christians, and and then suddenly, boom, the Arab Spring came, and they've demonized him, and it was like Ortega or Marcos or something. One of our allies is suddenly, he's a bad guy? Okay, we've always been at war with East Iraq, or aka Syria. So that was, I still don't understand that. What happened? Because Assad was always one of our dictators, right? He kept it stable. He
Similar
kept
to
engineers,
Saddam
kept
Hussein.
getting educations. The Christians had a community that's now been totally destroyed.
They basically fled the country at this point, and in Iraq.
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein.
Oh yeah, in Iraq quite a while ago, and then
Saddam Hussein and Bashar al-Assad used to protect under the.
How is that in the American interest? Is what I don't get. Why did we turn on him? Was it just because the Arab Spring and they didn't pay attention, or he was an American ally? I don't.
it all goes back to the military-industrial complex. The United States government needs wars, and it lives on wars. Without wars, you have hundreds, if not thousands, of companies that would go bankrupt.
That's what it looks like.
From everyone that builds rockets.
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. It wasn't like, hey, we got to get Assad. It was more like, hey, there's discord over there. Sounds like a sales opportunity.
When I say military-industrial complex, I don't mean some nefarious, sinister group in the shadows. I mean the people who make boots for U.S. ground troops. I mean people who make rifle butts. I mean people who make the uniforms to the people who make the rockets, the jets, the tanks. They need to lose these things, and they need to expend ammunition in these foreign countries. Like a TOW missile costs about $80,000 per TOW missile, and like they need to shoot those at somebody. So that's what the Iraq War was about.
That's an interesting point about military contracting profits, not all about bullets and million-dollar missiles. That it's a lot of people that have kitchen catering contract divisions and concrete pourers even.
Exactly.
And boot makers, like you said, yeah.
But come on, they didn't create the situation.
That's how they get all of American industry in on it, though. Because there's a little bit of every industry has some of those military contracts.
Well, you guys remember the famous interview between General Wesley Clark and Amy Goodman, I believe is her name, from Democracy Now!, where she's asking them, so you guys knew that there were no weapons of mass destructions, and he said, yeah, I even talked to them saying we know that there's Saddam Hussein has no weapons of mass destruction. But this was the early Bush years. This was about 2003. And they said to Wesley Clark, well, we are basically going to be expanding this war into Libya, Sudan, Yemen, and hopefully Iran and Iraq next. And this was back in 2004, 2003.
Well, I didn't see that interview. But,
Jerry doesn't really even know the beginning of it as far as which of my political views are the least palatable if I was to ever be a candidate. Because, for example, looking at the history of the world and specifically what Iranians are like, and, I don't want to be racist, but just to characterize the Iranians, it's like this is a society of people that go drink sweet coffee and talk politics and philosophy, not unlike what I like to do. So basically, Persia and Iran are supposed to be a regional power in history. And if you let Iran have more power in the Middle East, it'll bring stability. The worst thing ever in the Middle East, the cause of all the problems, is the way the Saudis run things. So I'm like, yeah. Oh, hold on.
And the hush falls over the crowd.
Yeah, I don't know where he was going with that.
Nor do I actually. I'm not really sure where to go from that point because I have absolutely no idea what that was leading up to. So yeah, like it's kind of hard to jump off from that point because it kind of ended really quickly.
Yeah.
Especially since like I don't really think we have a jump off point for that either. So what are you guys up to like right now?
Just hanging.
Just hanging, bro.
Actually, I might. What am I doing?
I'm reading.
Shit.
The hell?
Yo, I'm gonna jet. I got something I gotta do. I'll see you guys later. It was great talking to all of you. Nice meeting you.
Okay.
Nice
Bye,
meeting
Napalm.
everybody. But yeah, I do sound like Napalm.
Is that Napalm?
I'm not Napalm, but I do sound a lot like him though. So.
What's your? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you.
Callens, but yeah, I sound like Napalm. It's not a problem.
Okay.
All right, later,
Sorry about
everybody.
All right,
All
take
right.
it easy, bro.
Take care. He does sound like Napalm. This whole time I thought it was that guy Napalm.
Yeah, some people get them confused.
Do you guys do these?
So what was that?
Do you guys? Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, do you guys do these hangouts often?
Yeah, Piero does it every week.
Oh, nice.
He has, yeah, I think every Sunday he has a hangout. And sort of sporadically, whenever.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'll just sporadically start one up.
I'm seeing like a lot of people starting to do hangouts now. It's weird.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Yeah, it is. I like hangouts better than it's more efficient than doing back and forth videos.
Yeah, that's like two. That's
Well,
like
I mean, it's more. It's actually it's less efficient in some ways, but it's more like real life dialogue.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's more like real. It's more real.
Sometimes some people will say something in a hangout, and then I'll go, "Is that right?" And you don't really have. You can Google it, you can try, but you don't really have. Usually, don't have enough time to.
Well, it's
fully
just easier to clarify your positions in a hangout as opposed to like when you're doing back and forth, and you have instant feedback, is what I mean.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the drawback is you don't have enough time to really investigate people's claims to the extent that you would if it was just like, for example, a video interaction or something.
Yeah, it's less organized. It's like it's a little more casual, but I like that. As opposed to like a formal debate where like an official video with graphics and all that, grams and pie charts.
Well, we used to have more contention in here, than we do now.
Oh, that's could be a good thing, could be a bad thing, I guess.
We probably all worked out our inner angst or whatever. I don't.
Yeah, and
well,
I know that one guy just left because Piero kicked him one night, and he just got pissed about that, and he just, I'm not coming back.
Oh, you mean Vic?
Yeah, and then but there were other guys, and they just, I don't know, they don't come around anymore for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder what ever happened to Vic.
I don't know. I saw him. I was watching a video by Tool Time. I don't know if you know who he is.
Yeah, I do.
And he commented on that very angrily on Tool Time's video about the election. And I saw that, so he's still out there, still alive and kicking.
Hi, Vic. Hi, Vic out there.
Yeah, I don't think I'm really familiar with your guys' whole crew that you guys have, eh?
Yeah. Well, how on YouTube did you say?
Well, I've been on here since 2008, but I've mostly been into the whole conspiracy, I guess, side of YouTube. Would be the best way of putting it.
So you just found Gary and Piero recently?
Yeah, the guy with long hair, the blonde-haired guy, right?
Gary Emendham. Gary.
Emendham, yeah.
I've been watching him for maybe about a month, and then I saw him talking back and forth with Piero. Then I was like, okay, I'll check out who this Piero guy is. About a couple weeks ago.
Just a couple. Wow. So you really? Oh, you're brand new to the whole
So
thing.
you're more conspiracy sort of oriented YouTuber. And how did you find In Minham?
Like, I'm not sure. I think it was through this Gary guy. He made some type of video where he commented somewhere, and I just was like, okay, I want to see what this guy's opinions are. I subbed him, saw there was like a live or a Google Hangout between him and Piero, and then I checked out Piero because he sounded a bit more rational than the long blonde-haired guy.
Well, yeah. Well,
Gary, the long blonde-haired guy.
Yeah.
Gary. Okay, Gary.
Well, yeah, that's his real name. In Minham is his YouTube name.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Amendum. Most people call him Amendum, but I call him Gary. I don't know, just because I'm kind of familiar with. I've known these guys for a while. They're like my annoying siblings. We squabble sometimes, but.
Do you guys upload any videos?
I do.
I haven't lately. I have some. But I did put a bunch of my videos on private. I was like, okay, I've been on YouTube for a while, and it's a long story, but I started kind of getting burnt out from the whole YouTube experience. I still have some videos up there. And I just got YouTube burnout, and so haven't been uploading very many videos lately. But I'm sort of like into sort of limbo phase where it's just I'm just kind of winging it. You know what I mean? Not really. Just kind of like. So I haven't been uploading videos. Did I ever ask you? I asked you if you made videos, right?
Yeah, on my other channel I upload some videos, but it's mostly conspiracy stuff.
I'll have to check out your channel. You're Free Bethlehem.
Free Bethlehem.
What's your other channel?
Gandalf the White.
Okay, I'll have to look those up.
But yeah, so I'm thinking about starting to do hangouts myself, and it's surprising. I just found this one. Like, I'm surprised I found people talking rationally. I've been talking to a few kind of conspiracy hangouts, and on a few of them, and it's kind of what you would expect, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, we're rational conspiracists.
Yeah, right.
I'm a rational. Yeah, same here. I'm a rational conspiracy, but I don't rule out conspiracies, but I need evidence. You know
yeah,
I mean?
like that's the whole thing. There's this big thing going on right now, talking about something called Comet Pizza or something like that.
What?
Yeah, it's this. That's what's basically going on this conspiracy side of YouTube right now, is this big thing about this thing called Comet Pizza, where apparently John Podesta, I believe is his name, is
is this the pedophile thing?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
And it's just kind of ridiculous at this point, man. So I'm kind of dipped out of that whole scene at this point.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, you're not a 9/11 truther, are you?
I do think that there is a lot of suspicious stuff about 9/11, but I'm not one of those people that think that there was a hologram that flew into the frickin' World Trade Center or something like that.
Right. Gotcha.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing that gives them a little bit of weight, is that there are some questionable things surrounding 9/11, but as far as bringing the towers down with explosives and all that stuff,
no, I don't believe that either.
No.
No. Like, I do believe that there was something extremely, extremely suspicious about Building 7, but that's basically where I am when it comes to that. Like,
if you actually look at the actual facts surrounding the collapse of Building 7, there's really nothing suspicious about that at all. For one thing, it was creamed by one of the towers falling.
True.
It got a whole side of it basically knocked out.
The one side the conspiracy theorists never show you.
Well, yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, I think that was pretty thoroughly debunked as far as it was the plane. It was the steel core. It was reduced to about 10% of its original strength because of the extreme heat that the fires would cause.
The first video I ever did was actually on this subject, and there's there's a video of one of the towers. I guess it was the first one. I can't remember which one, but one of the towers collapsing, and it just shows you plain as day. This is a structural failure. I mean, you can see the structure, going in, and then the collapse happens.
Yeah. If you listen to the physicists talk about it, they explain it really clearly and show you like this is like it just pancakes. The steel structure just melted. It was molten steel basically.
See, the problem is, the problem is with the. I was just going to ask, could you guys maybe leave a comment in the chat going on the street on the one that's visible to everyone just viewing Piero's channel? I'll sub both your guys' channels.
Okay. On the YouTube, you mean? On the
yeah.
Okay, that's me.
Okay, nice. But yeah, so like the whole thing is the whole conspiracy side of YouTube, there is lots of rational people, but I think that it's half the people are that completely crowd out the rational people are the absolutely seriously batshit crazy people. No, I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's not. Oh, geez.
Well, people think I'm batshit crazy sometimes too. I get accused of that. So depends what the topic is, and
Oh, I wish I could think of a few more things off the top of my head, but yeah, like every single shooting that takes place is a hoax kind of thing.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like? Yeah, the whole everything is a hoax. No, I'm not one of those people. Like the moon is a hologram and it's a hoax.
Geez. Like David Icke kind of.
No.
Oh God.
No, that's nuts. It's crazy. I do believe, that the government, like the Black Ops part of the government, is doing stuff that we're not aware of, and way to prove it. That's the thing about it. If it was a really good conspiracy theory, you couldn't prove it. I do believe that the shadow government, or un-Illuminati as some people call it, Black Ops, FBI, NSA, CIA, they do stuff, shenanigans that we don't know about. I mean, they have to. And I'm sure they're already.
Yeah, like the stuff that I like.
Yeah, I don't believe everything is a hoax and all
God,
that. No.
Exactly. Like, see, the stuff that I question is stuff that went on maybe, say, at Ruby Ridge. What went on there? That was definitely an overstep of the government's power. What went on at Waco? That was beyond the pale of insanity. What went on there? You know what I mean? But like different shootings and stuff like that. Every shooting, according to these people, mostly is a government psyop. Basically, is what they say.
Yeah, or like when they say like the political they all say stuff like that. Like when they were saying the anti-Trump protesters, oh, they're all hired actors. Really? Like thousands of people in the street?
Right? No, yeah, exactly.
That's bullshit. Yeah. Although, I'm open to the notion that there's probably some of those people could be planted by somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, it did come out with Project Veritas that many of the, how like in the early primaries and going on, a lot of the different people that were like, and starting fights and stuff like that at the different Project Veritas proved that was actually majority plants in the crowd, right?
Yeah, I believe they do stuff like that. That they have plants in there.
But yeah, so there's a whole difference between that and George Bush and Obama being reptilians. You know what I mean?
Exactly, right.
And that's where it gets so ridiculous, basically, dealing with some of these guys. I should send you guys links, and maybe sometime I'll send you guys some clips or videos that it would just blow your mind, the crazy stuff that's going on the conspiracy side of YouTube.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of crazy stuff like that. Some of those people take it way over the line. Oh yeah, they're reptilians. Like they're literal reptilians, whatever. Yeah.
I just don't even know anymore if these people are joking or not,
Are you serious? Like, or are they trolling us? Well, it's sort of like, I make fun of Alex Jones because he's always doing the Michelle Obama's a tranny and all that. and after the after the Ebola outbreak didn't pan out, turns out there were 4 people. And then he's like, "Oh well, the doctors, yeah, it's an epidemic, and they're hiding the body."
I got the documents to prove it.
But there's never anything. Yeah, if they're hiding, but see, it's so stupid. It's like if they're hiding the bodies, how do you know? Like, how do you know they exist if they're hidden? Because they're hidden, I can't see them, and they're hiding. It's just the circular logic of stupid. You can't.
Well, I do think that Alex Jones has kind of moved beyond his crazy lunacy phase.
Yeah.
But now there's been.
I think so too.
I think there's been about. I think there's been like about 10,000 people that have now replaced Alex Jones talking crazier stuff than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. And I think he is kind of trolling a little bit when he does that. He admitted that actually in one of his videos.
Oh, did he? Wow.
He was trolling Michelle Obama. He was talking about Julian Assange.
Yeah.
He says, I wonder who's got a bigger patch.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Julian Assange or Michelle Obama, and then but he totally admitted that he was trolling. But he was trolling. He's like, well, I have to expect the trolls to come after me because we do troll people. He admitted that he's just trolling.
So he basically went a little overboard with that one.
Yeah. He admitted that he was just trolling. Finally came clean. For him, it's like, okay, at least you're admitting it. Because I knew it the whole time. I'm like, there's no way he can possibly believe half the stuff he's saying. When he takes it to that.
I think the problem is if you're in this heavy conspiracy part of YouTube where you're saying how Beyonce's part of the Illuminati and doing all this other bullshit, you gotta know that a part of your subscription base wants to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, if you have a big channel like that and so many subscribers, and people are eating that stuff up, and without question, they don't give a damn about what's true and what isn't, apparently. So yeah, I think that's right. He's just giving the public what they want.
It's just so beyond the pale, these people just go so overboard with some of these theories that
I know. It's like, do they actually believe they're nonsense? How is that possible? I can't fathom it.
Well, the whole thing is, there's a lot of great thinkers, on that side that aren't completely batshit nuts. Have you ever heard of Webster Tarpley before?
Who?
His name's Webster Tarpley.
Webster Tarpley?
Tarpley.
No. Tarpley?
He's a highly intellectual guy when it comes to the whole conspiracy side of things, right? And it's people like that have kept me interested in it basically over the years. But most of the time, you got some madman that comes on the scene for a few months and then disappears, basically, is what happens.
But that's kind of shady. Maybe that's a conspiracy. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, you guys, my wife just got home from Canada, so I'm going to go do some stuff. And I may be back, but I may be gone. But some of you have controls, so use them as you see fit.
I've got controls, but I'm about to go, so.
All right, well, I'm just going to leave the room open, but if you all abandon, then sorry about that. But so I'm going to, because I have the bed's all just a mattress and stuff, so I'm going to go help out with
No problem, mate. Nice chatting with you.
Cheers. All right, thanks.
Good night. I'm probably going to sign out of here, too.
All right, I guess I will, too. It was nice chatting with all you guys, though, tonight, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with you.
Well, hopefully I'll talk to you guys again. I'm gonna stay sub to Piero, and I look forward to talking to you guys again. Honestly.
Okay. Yeah. You too. Nice to meet you.
Yep. Come on back anytime.
Right on.
All right.
Okay.
Y'all
all
be
right.
good.
Have a good one,
you guys.
Okay. You too. Good night.